theory is that the Earth's rotational axis, as if it just disappeared, that the Earth's rotational axis would go way off and provoke drastic climate change.
Oh yeah, because doesn't the moon stop us from wobbling? Like there's a natural wobble of planets, and because we have the moon, it steadies the Earth, and without that, I think it would cause dramatic climate change.
Yeah.
Probably like what happened to Mars.
Oh, really?
I think so, as in we would end up with no atmosphere.
We are so lucky to have the moon.
Yeah, thank you, Moon.
And your friend, Dan, is trying to destroy it.
He wants to help. There's an amazing thing, and Alex, you'll probably have to help me find the proper facts about this, but there was a story about when Apollo 10 went around the backside of the moon. So you know how you lose contact with the Earth because you can't get any signal?
Yes.
It's like O2 on a regular day. It's like this is terrible signal. So they have a few minutes behind the moon, and the astronauts in Apollo 10, as they were going around the moon, they started hearing this amazing orchestra, and they couldn't explain it. And what's really interesting is it's only recently that they've declassified these papers, and the conversation that they had was they were going, we can't tell everyone back on Earth that we're hearing this because they just won't believe us. That will be our career over if we suddenly claim to hear this orchestra. It took them years to work out what it was. It turns out that it was a beam that was coming off from Saturn, I think it was. Alex, you might have to help me on that one there.
I found a video about the phenomenon, and it obviously happened, but I can't find anything about an explanation. Eugene Cernan described it several times as an outer spacey style type music.
He probably just swallowed his iPod Nano.
Patrick Moore was a keen musician.
Was he?
Yes.
He was a glockenspiel player.
A xylophonist. Don't confuse glockenspiels and xylophones. He played a really fun prank in 1976 on April the 1st, because obviously he did his radio program. What was it called?
Sky at Night.
Sky at Night. But on April the 1st, 1976, Patrick Moore told a radio audience that unusual planetary alignment would cause people on Earth to weigh a little bit less at 9:47 in the morning, and that if everyone jumped in the air, they'd experience a strange sensation of weightlessness. Lots of people did it, and they immediately called up the radio to say, hey, it happened, I felt it. I was weightless for a second.
Yeah, people claim they actually levitated.
Yeah.
That's great. It's such a good hoax. I love it.
I like the fact that the first person to play golf, probably the only person to play golf on the moon, Alan Shepard, missed it on his first attempt. Kind of enjoyed
missed
the fact
his
that,
shot.
Yeah, he missed the shot.
Wow.
To be fair, he was in a spacesuit, which I guess it's harder to hit a golf ball.
One thing I really, really like is that when Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin first landed on the moon, they just landed, NASA got in touch with them and ordered them to eat a meal and go to sleep.
Yeah.
Can you imagine having just landed on the moon and being told to go to bed?
Let's have a nap.
Let's have a nap.
We get to the moon, this is what we do.
We don't deserve to be contacted by other species.
Okay, time for fact number 3, and that is James Harkin.
Okay, my fact this week is something I read on mentalfloss.com, and it is that in New York City until 1925, drivers going east or west stopped at an amber light and drove on green, while drivers going north or south drove on an amber light and stopped on green.
So
Wow.
it was like a traffic light that had no back.
Yeah, you could see it from all different directions. But you'd have to know whether you're going east or west or north or south, which sounds...
But in New York, I suppose that's easier than in London, which has no grid system for most of it.
Yeah.
So.
Less
Easier.
easy than just saying across the city red means stop. Why did they do? They must have had a reason for splitting it up like
I
that.
don't know. I think it's because they use the same lights for people going in each directions.
Wow.
So when it was on amber, these guys could go, and when it was on green, these guys could go. But it was
That's
the same
amazing.
light.
Mental. Good thing there were no diagonals in New York as well. What the hell do they do?
That's true.
Similar kind of thing. In London, the Circle Line on the Underground used to be owned by two different companies, i.e. the clockwise bit was owned by one and the anti-clockwise was owned by another.
Wow.
And you had to get a separate ticket from a different office. Sometimes the companies would try and sell you a ticket so you'd go round 30 stops their way rather than go back 3 stops with the other company.
Wow. Genius.
Sounds like Journey Planner on TFL. I can't have to take 7 items of transport to get there.
Who was Alex? Was it you yesterday who was saying that the most popular tube journey is Covent Garden to Leicester Square?
Oh, yeah.
It's the most popular one and the shortest, isn't
And
it?
the shortest.
Most commonly travelled. Unless you take the anti-clockwise route, in which case it's a pretty
You really
long
get
way.
your money's worth, yeah.
Yeah. During the Cultural Revolution in China, they wanted to change it so that green meant stop and red meant go, because obviously red was a much more positive colour in those days.
It's very strong
What I love
colour.
about the Cultural Revolution, that fact about how they tried to kill all the sparrows because they were eating all the crops. Do you remember that?
I think that was the Great Leap Forward.
Was it?
Yes. It was under Mao, yeah.
So what did they do?
There were like half a billion sparrows in China, and they had a scheme where everyone was encouraged to kill them all. And so everyone killed all the sparrows, and then that's great because they're not eating the crops anymore, but they didn't realise that actually the sparrows were eating all the insects that were eating the crops. So they got rid of the sparrows, and then all the crops died because they were eaten by insects instead.
Fools. People never anticipate introductions and culling. People never seem to anticipate the natural knock-on effect.
No, exactly, even though it happens every time.
Yeah, I really like that guy who wanted to introduce to America every single bird mentioned in Shakespeare.
Oh, yeah.
And he introduced tons of them, and one of them is now the biggest pest in America, and I can't remember which one it is.
Is he called Skylin or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
Skylin or
Yeah.
something like that, yeah.
I have an amazing sparrow fact
Go on.
that I found yesterday. I'm so glad this has come up. I read this in a Carl Sagan book. I was in Foils and just flipped it open to a random page, and it was that sparrows' testicles are 1 millimeter long and weigh 1 milligram.
Oh.
So I tweeted that yesterday, and Kees Moliker, who is the Natural History Museum in Rotterdam's head curator, he got back to me saying that in April and May, the sparrow's testicles will grow to the size of a kidney bean.
Wow.
From
Whoa.
a
That's a big
millimeter. Oh, my days. That's like a... times.
At a full moon.
I read yesterday that also on Testicle News.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't the website. It's just so I read that hippos can hide their testicles around their body.
What? What, like
Okay,
on their
no,
shoulder?
yeah.
In a pocket or...
Yeah, no. What they can do is they can retract them up to a foot inside their body. And the reason that they do it is because when hippos used to fight each other, or when hippos do fight each other, they often go for the testicles. And so it's evolved as kind of an evolutionary way of
Wow.
moving their testicles out of the way. And it's a real problem if you're trying to castrate them.
Can't believe hippos have beaten you guys to it. Surely you wish that you'd evolved that far.
WWF wrestlers do it.
That's the... Okay, right. This goes back to Ian Fleming, because in one of his books, I think it's in You Only Live Twice, Bond's getting his instructions from M, and M says, be careful of sumo wrestlers in Japan, because they can all withdraw their testicles into their body.
Oh,
And he-
why be careful? Watch out for those testicle retractors.
You'll die of shock if
There are
you
going
see
to be
it.
some non-testicles where you expect to see testicles, Bond. Just prepare yourself.
But can they?
I don't think it's
no,
true.
they
no.
can't.
So
No.
humans can't.
No one can-
No, but can't you? I've not tried, but I thought the idea was that they sort of shoved them into themselves. If I had a half hour with you, Andy, and I had a lot of
Half an hour
determination, but the fact that I'm kind of we've slightly jumped past, which I love way more, is that hippos kick each other in the balls.
No, don't
in
kick,
fights?
bite.
Bite their
Yeah,
balls.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
Because if you think about it, it's a good... If you're fighting someone for sexual reasons, as in you're trying to get the lady hippo,
Yeah.
then a good way of going against the guy is to bite his testicles off, because then he can't mate with the female.
2 birds, 1 stone. So you sort of cripple him and also...
One bird, no stones.
2 birds.
I think we should maybe go back to traffic lights.
Yeah, sure.
Going to traffic lights. I was reading about the history of signs, and when the 2 people who standardised signposts in the UK, it's pretty thrilling reading, were Jock Kinnear and Margaret Calvert in the 1950s. But one of the things there was uproar about when they were standardising signposts was signs had usually been in capital letters, and their proposal to put them in lowercase apparently caused outrage in the sign
Are they
making
in
community.
lowercase or uppercase now? I can't even
They're
visualise.
lowercase.
Are they?
They decided because it's easier to read from a distance, because capitals can look all sort of the same if you're at a distance.
Oh, that's good.
And they were tasked to find the most boring font available to them so it wasn't distracting for
And what
drivers.
did they go with?
And it's called motorist font.
that does sound boring, to be fair.
I like the way that before they standardized it, they would have weird like signs. There was the sign for schools used to be a flaming torch of knowledge. Some
It's
places.
brilliant. I want to live in a country where those are the symbols.
It's great, isn't it? But
Yeah.
imagine driving up the road and you see a flaming torch. School is not the first place you think of.
Danger, fire, turn
Yeah,
around.
exactly.
I mean, actually,
Or
the sign for
Statue of
schools.
Liberty straight ahead.
The sign for schools now, the girl in that picture or children crossing, is based on that the woman Margaret who standardised the schools.
Oh,
which I don't know how
really?
it's based on her because it's the most generic girl picture ever. Yeah, and the sign for farm animals is based on her family cow, which was called Patience. So now we know that the cow on those farm signs is
Wow.
called Patience.
Wonderful. Alex, have you got anything to add?
Yes, a couple of things very quickly. It was Eugene Schieflin in 1890 who released a load of birds into Central Park. They were all mentioned in Shakespeare. He let bullfinches, chaffinches, nightingales and skylarks into the park, but it was the starlings that he released, which have now grown to about population of about 2 billion.
Yeah.
Wow.
Massive pest. In British Columbia is the second largest producer of blueberries, and they just eat all the blueberries. So that's a bit of a nightmare. It was in You Only Live Twice that Bond was being taught how to be Japanese, and his teacher told him that cimareses can retract their testicles, but it's, as far as I can tell, a complete myth.
Yeah.
There's nothing behind it, like artificially doing it or otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Again, half an hour with me and Andy in a room. Okay, time for our final fact of the show, and that is you, Andy Murray.
My fact is that there are companies which lasso icebergs to stop them hitting oil rigs.
That's really good.
How cool is that?
That's very cool.
So when you say lasso, do they do the cowboy thing if they just throw a rope at it?
They just throw a rope and they say yeehaw, and then they brand it, which doesn't work because
It melts.
it melts. It's not exactly like the cowboy thing, but basically a ship circumnavigates an iceberg with a rope. See what I
Ah.
mean? So it ties it on at one point, it goes around the circumference and then reattaches it and just tows it. No, you don't have to tow it more than a few degrees off course to ensure that it doesn't hit an oil rig. But it's really clever, and half the battle is in knowing where icebergs are and checking how they're floating, and so they observe the sky, or they observe the sea rather, from the skies, and check what's moving where. If any icebergs do need to be moved, then they
call a cowboy.
They call a cowboy, yeah.
That started with the Titanic, didn't it? It was the fact that the iceberg hitting the Titanic led to them going, we need to monitor these things now, and they started putting in
Right.
place the
Yeah.
system that we now have
Yeah.
to work out where they all are.
Yeah.
The International Ice Patrol, which I just really like as a name.
Fantastic
Is that what it's called?
organisation.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
But I like the fact that, after the Titanic, they were just a bunch of guys in boats were sent out to check where icebergs were. So I assume they just kept crashing into icebergs and going, well, there's one here. Got another one.
Got one. You know, they have a photo or two photos that they think potentially was the iceberg that the Titanic crashed into. It's got red paint along the side, so there's two icebergs that definitely had paint. And so the pictures were taken just for that reason, because they thought, oh, wow, how curious. They didn't know that the Titanic incident had happened, which sounds weird, but true. The two boats, it was a German boat. They had no idea. I read an amazing article on Wired, which was a biography of the iceberg that hit the Titanic, as much as you could speculate. They reckon it started in Greenland. Basically, every year, there's about 15 to 30 icebergs that are carved from the glaciers, and they reckon only about 1% of those make it to the Atlantic. And then they gradually melt, and so they eventually disappear. So had the Titanic been going a few years later, it might not have been there at all.
I kind of like the idea of the iceberg then going on to live a normal life
Yeah.
with an ecosexual husband.
Well, it would also have been 3,000 years old, because
Yes.
when it fell as snow
yeah.
onto the Arctic, it will have been packed and then very slowly moved out from the centre.
That's an
towards the
interesting
edge.
life to have nothing happen for 3,000 years and
Yeah.
then you run into the Titanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
Really-
mates must think he's super cool.
That's the thing. They were saying it was probably born as an iceberg roughly at the same time as Tutankhamun.
Right.
I mean, that's so nice that was happening and then it just found its way down to the Atlantic and
Yeah.
eventually just
It's
hit
really
yeah.
amazing.
I guess
yeah.
it could be like, say, some sweat from Tutankhamun went up into the atmosphere, it turned into snow, fell down,
Yeah.
waited there for 3,000 years and then hit the Titanic.
Yeah.
So our
Which-
claim is that
which-
Tutankhamun sunk the Titanic.
Well,
That should be your fact, Andy.
that is
one
that
of Dan's
conspiracy, remember?
theories.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, but that was the big thing, that there was stuff from... It's a huge myth from back in the day that Tutankhamun's stuff from the Howard Carter finding was on the Titanic,
Oh,
and it was the
really?
curse that brought
Okay.
it down. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you
Wow.
go.
You guys must know that. That was one of the classic childhood myths.
Classic childhood.
Yeah, like that was a...
Other children were told bedtime stories. Dan was told conspiracy theories in his cradle.
Raised in terror.
The thing is, Dan, little Dan, the lizards are behind it all.
Sleep well.
It is weird to think that, you might have molecules of water that were in the Titanic iceberg in you now.
Do you guys know about the world's largest iceberg?
No.
No.
It's about the size of Jamaica, about half the size of Wales. And it calved off in the year 2000, and they think that there's probably still bits of it that haven't melted.
Wow. Was that an Antarctic one?
Yeah, it was called Iceberg B15.
Catchy.
They don't have very creative names, icebergs, like hurricanes. They have B50, D12, D14.
D12, do they rap a lot?
They do. Yeah.
I was looking at oil rigs America's third largest oil field is LA, and it's completely concealed. So if most oil fields you picture are like those big pylons, LA is full of secret oil rigs. So LA started sort of hippifying around, I think, the 1930s, and people who had built these huge oil rig buildings, they're disguised as normal buildings in LA, and they're all over Hollywood, and
really?
there are just buildings all over LA which look like normal concrete buildings, and inside they're sucking up, hundreds of thousands of
Very much
gallons
the
of oil.
transformers of the oil industry, aren't they?
Towing an iceberg.
Yeah.
They've done some computer models to see if it's feasible to tow an iceberg from the Arctic down to Africa to give people drinking water. And they think that you could take an iceberg from Newfoundland to the northwest coast of Africa. It would take 5 months and would retain more than 60% of the iceberg's mass.
So if it was the cheapest way, it might have been tried.
They did try it. Yeah,
did they?
It was tried.
Wow.
Yeah, in the second half of the 19th century, smaller icebergs were routinely taken up to Peru for refrigeration in the brewing business.
Oh, from the South Pole?
Yes, from the South
I
Pole.
see.
So where do they keep them? Is there like an African harbour where they just have loads of icebergs sitting there? Must look so bizarre. It's not only icebergs that we're lassoing. NASA is investing in a project to lasso an asteroid using a robotic space lasso. It's lassoing an asteroid into lunar orbit to make sure it orbits the moon, so that it hopes that by 2025 we're going to be able to use it, astronauts will be able to use it as a way station from which to extract consumables on the way to Mars.
That
So
sounds
imagine-
like the worst idea I've ever heard. We've already established that losing the moon would solve all our problems, and now we're saying, let's bring another moon in.
Yeah.
A moon for the moon.
Okay, that's it for this week's podcast. Thanks everyone for listening. If you want to get in contact with any of us, you can do so on our Twitter accounts. I'm on @Schreiberland, James,
At Egg-Shaped.
Alex,
At @AlexBell_.
Andy,
At Andrew Hunter M.
and Anna.
You can email me on podcast@qi.com.
Or you can go to our qi.com/podcast page where she and Alex compile all of the extra stuff that we've been talking about from this episode. And we're going to be back again next week with another episode, so stay tuned. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
Okay, everyone else has left apart from me and Anna. We're the only ones left in the office because everyone else has gone to Edinburgh. But if you want to see any of the guys in Edinburgh, he has 2 shows. One is called Ostentatious, and the other is called Folie à Deux, and they are improvised comedy shows. And Dan will be doing his 1-hour show, which is called Cock Blocked from Outer Space. And he will also be producing the Museum of Curiosity Live. So if anyone is in Edinburgh, then go and catch those. Hello everyone, Merry Christmas. This is James here. We have got some live shows coming in the new year and we'd like you to come along. If you would like to come, then you'll find details on our website, qi.com/podcast. Also, if you go to the Soho Theatre website, you can get them there as well. They'll be taking place in London, beginning in February and going through all of March. Hope to see you there. Merry Christmas.
We ran it on QI a few years ago.
Yeah.
Which was There's No Such Thing as a Fish.
And there's no such thing as a fish.
No, seriously, it's in the Oxford Dictionary of Underwater Life. It says it right there, first paragraph, no such thing as a fish.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of No Such Thing as a Fish, a weekly podcast coming to you this week from the Aces and Eights bar in Tufnell Park. My name is Dan Schreiber. I am sitting here with Anna Chazinski, James Harkin, and Andy Murray. This is our Christmas special, and once again, we've gathered around the microphones with our 4 favorite facts from the last 7 days, and in no particular order, here we go. We begin with my fact. My fact this week is that before going on stage to read A Christmas Carol, Charles Dickens had a warm-up routine of drinking a pint of champagne. In the morning when he woke up, he'd have 2 tablespoons of rum. He would have the pint of champagne at lunch, and then just before he went on stage, he would have sherry, which he would mix raw egg into.
Wow.
The interesting thing is that you would think, okay, Charles Dickens, he probably did 1 or 2 readings of A Christmas Carol. If you look into his biography, you could almost claim that he was as much a performer as a writer. He spent years as a performer. He would go on massive tours.
Yeah.
It was like Michael McIntyre. He was like properly always on tour.
One of his tours in America got him $2.3 million. That's how much in today's money that is.
Oh, in today's
Wow.
money.
But-
so
Another thing he used to do at his tours is hypnotise his wife. And also as a warm-up act, I think. Okay, so that was his warm-up routine, the warm-up act. Hypnotise his wife. He was really into hypnosis. And so he'd bring his wife on stage and show off.
wow.
Yeah.
What would he make his wife do?
I think he just made her like be able to obey him in every way, which maybe she was doing already.
Yeah, but it was the 19th century.
So he was really into mesmerism, which I mentioned because you like people whose names are directly related to the thing that they created, and Anton Mesmer came up with mesmerism, which is hypnotism.
You know,
So
Mesmer
this is-
had a big tree in his garden that people would come and hug. And that's where tree hugging came from originally.
Really?
He
Yeah.
claimed that he had mesmerized it and made it, given it some of his hypnotic power.
He called it animal magnetism, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
Yeah, and he also claimed he had mesmerized the sun. From again remotely, and he just said, "Yeah, if you get any sunlight, you're getting some of my mesmeric power now." I mean, he was a charlatan.
Wow.
Charles Dickens and A Christmas Carol. So he made no money from it, in spite of the fact that it was incredibly popular. So within maybe 6 weeks, there were 5 different performances of it on the stage in London, all over London at different theatres. But they had not very good copyright laws, and basically pirates stole.
Pirates.
Wow. 19th century is the right time for pirates. No, actual book pirates. What am I saying? Copyright pirate. It was pirated. That's what I'm looking for. And then he sued the pirates, and I'm going to keep using the word pirates, and they declared themselves bankrupt. So he was left to pay the equivalent of £56,000 in modern day money in his own legal fees, because they just folded immediately. So it's quite sad for him.
He did have, speaking of pirates, cowboy connections. Pirates and cowboys are kind of connected, right, in people's
Yeah.
minds? So what? They're kind of cool murderous figures from history. So Butch Cassidy's grandfather was the basis for Oliver Twist, it is thought. So Butch Cassidy's great-grandfather went into business with Charles Dickens' father, and it ended up falling apart. They both ended up in prison together. And Charles Dickens grew up seeing Butch Cassidy's grandfather being a beggar on the streets, and Oliver Twist, it's thought he based it on Butch Cassidy's grandfather.
That's amazing.
Wow.
For a second, I thought you said he was the bassist for Oliver Twist.
Not a band, no, not a band in that.
Do you know who Scrooge was based on? One person they thought it might have been based on Scrooge was a guy called Jemmy Wood, and he was a very famous miser back in the day. He was such a miser that his coffin was said to be stoned when he died. They all threw stones at him because they hated him so much. He once went to Gloucester to Tewkesbury and jumped on the back of a hearse because he didn't want to pay for a carriage.
He chose to die because there was a coffin passing by, and he thought, now would be a good time to save money.
And he used
Also,
to-
if you're stoning somebody's coffin, that's too late. Stone them while they're living.
Oh, don't stone them at all, ideally, but yeah.
Oh, God.
Let's not advocate.
Yeah,
that.
but he also would walk down the docks and there would be coal ships going past, and he would just grab small bits of coal that came off these ships just so they didn't have to pay for them, pay for the coal himself. So he was a real miser, and they reckon and he was quite famous for it at the time as well.
Right, okay. Did Dickens actually base Scrooge on a person, though?
It might be on him. There's a few other people as well.
Right, okay.
There's a good person called Jasper Packlemerton who's in the Old Curiosity Shop, and he killed his 14 wives by tickling them to death. And apparently he's based on a real person, amazingly, based on an article in the Illustrated Police News of 1869 entitled "A Wife Driven Insane by a Husband Tickling Her Feet." And this guy had fooled his wife into thinking that being tied to a plank would help her bad back. And then once she was secured, she would drive her to insanity with a feather to the feet.
Oh, my God.
You can't fall for
real
that
person?
twice, though. Can you?
Well, you're insane by the end of the first one.
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
I was looking into rituals because I just love the idea that was a thing that, as I say, Dickens did this. He would tour like a stand-up comedian, and so he would do that every day. It's not like this was a random thing. He would get up and have the rum and the champagne and the sherry every single day while he was on tour. And I don't know how you can sustain doing that, but it turns out that every great writer had some kind of quirk of a ritual that they would stick to. And I was looking into a few of those. There's some really fun ones. Tom Wolfe, we all know Tom Wolfe, Bonfire of the Vanities. His thing was he one day had the most amazing, what he said was the most inspired burst of writing that he's had in a very long time. He was standing by his window. He had this burst of writing, and he loved it so much that he just thought, I need to recreate whatever I did to lead me to this moment of great writing. And he couldn't work it out, so he kept retracing the steps, and then he worked out what it was. It was that night that he did this great burst of writing. He was standing by his window looking outside, and he was fondling his genitals, and he was like, oh my god, that was it. Fondling my genitals is what has made me come up with these great ideas. So that's now how Tom Wolfe writes. And we know this as well because it was in a letter to his editor where he wrote that his penis remained limp and unaroused. like he told his editor, I've worked out what makes me a great writer. And that's what it is.
But tons of writers have relied on alcohol, haven't they, throughout the ages. So Tennessee Williams, the playwright Tennessee Williams, entry from his diary in 1957 reads, 2 scotches at the bar, then 3 drinks later in the morning. A daiquiri at Dirty Dick's, 3 glasses of red wine at lunch, 3 of wine at dinner, also a green tranquilizer whose name I do not know, and a yellow one I think is called Reserpine or something like that. And the bad thing about that is when he wrote it, he was in rehab at the time. So, genuinely.
J.G. Ballard used to have scotch as well, and that was because it said he thought that it changed the microclimate of his brain.
People justify it in whatever way they need to. They've discovered, speaking of alcohol, that alcohol. So, scientists have recently discovered with paleogenetics, which is used as a kind of gene sequencing, that humans develop the capacity to digest alcohol successfully way before we thought they did. So we thought we did in about 7,000 BC, and it turns out it was about 10 million years ago. That's when we got this gene, and that's the reason that we've survived. So our ability to properly digest alcohol, because all the fruit that was falling from the trees at the time that we needed to eat to survive was rotting and fermenting, and there was a mutation in our ancestors' genes, which meant that we could eat it, not die.
That's like with Neanderthals and milk. Apparently, milk is a new thing to us. Apparently, we've only been able to. That's why I always offer people milk, because I'm like, Neanderthal in disguise. Yeah. And when they pass the test, I know.
And milk intolerance increases as you get closer to the equator.
What?
Yeah.
Britain is the most lactose tolerant country in the world.
Yeah.
Most lactose tolerant.
Lactose tolerance is a mutation, and it spreads in prevalence as you get towards the poles of the Earth.
Wow.
Because
how come?
I think, isn't there something to do about milk going off? I mean, in hot temperatures. That sounds stupid, but I think it's true.
So they just don't have fridges. They're just leaving their milk to go off.
Well, we didn't have fridges until very recently.
Yeah.
Surely
I think they've got them at the equator now. It's not that far behind.
I know, but what I'm saying is that 500 years ago you wouldn't have it wouldn't be as easy to keep milk cold, and there's less of a reason to have the mutation because milk is drunk less, and there's less farming pasture.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to wrap up on this fact. Does anyone else have anything they want to add?
All I have to add is that Ernest Hemingway, he was an alcoholic, another writer alcoholic, and his friend George Plimpton said that by the time he was dying, his liver protruded from his belly like a long fat leech, which made me think that if you don't have that, you're probably okay.
All right, let's move on to fact number 2. Fact number 2 is from James.
Okay, my fact this week is that crap Christmas jumpers date back to the Romans.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
I genuinely don't know, actually. Didn't research this at all.
Yeah, so not Christmas because there wasn't a Christmas there, but they did have a similar festival called Saturnalia. And part of it was a festival called Sigillaria on the 20th. There was a writer called Marshall who wrote about the gifts that you would get around that time. And he said that you would get fish sauce, jars of honey, bottles of wine, toothpicks, a few other things. And then one of the things was a shaggy nursling of a weaver on the Seine, a barbarian garment, a thing uncouth but not to be despised in cold December. So basically he was saying that in that time of year people would get really horrible jumpers, but they would be happy of them because the weather was so bad.
It's a bit more poetic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Another shaggy nursling of a weaver. Guys, it's going to be Shaggy Nursling of a Weaver Day on Friday, so do wear your Shaggy Nursling of a Weaver to the office and make a donation. And also, at Saturnalia, aristocrats would wear brightly coloured fabrics, and not necessarily matching ones. They would wear unusual combinations of clothes, and the outfit was called the synthesis, which means things being put together. So I think that's the other strand of the Christmas jumper theory.
That's right. No, that's
clothes.
right. This comes actually from a press release from the University of Reading that I read, and they've gone into all this. They also said that people then drank raisin wine, wine flavoured with pitch, honeyed wine, which does sound nice, and also a special wine for loosening the bowels.
Yum, yum.
That's who is accepting that at dinner? Can I get the bowel loosening? That's what were their toilets like
It's
back
like,
then?
would you like red, white, or bowel loosening?
Yeah, exactly. Or brown, effectively. Yeah.
The toilets were okay.
Were they?
Yeah, we found, I mean, the four of us have found a perfectly preserved Roman toilet seat on Hadrian's Wall.
Oh.
We haven't, but they have.
I think they were okay. They were shitting off walls.
No, but they had latrines.
Yeah.
Did they
Just
have
go over the edge of the wall, because there are barbarians on one side of the wall.
What? So it was like an attack strategy as
No.
well as.
But that's the thing, actually, about, like medieval towns.
Yeah.
The idea is that you would throw boiling oil on the people attacking you, but of course they would never do that because oil is a really precious thing that you need to keep. And so that what they would throw is urine and feces.
Okay.
That's
Or
one of-
sometimes boiling water, but never oil.
That's one of the best ever cartoons from Private Eye. There's a castle being attacked and the defenders are pouring a huge cauldron of oil over the side, and there's a guy in chef's whites next to them saying, "Drizzle it, for God's sake, drizzle it."
Maybe you would pour boiling oil to show how rich you were, though. In the same way that people have, in Elizabethan times, they used to blacken their teeth, didn't they? Because it showed if you had really rotting teeth that you were eating lots of rich food. Maybe it was that kind of. Yeah, I think that was why people did that.
That's very
it's
strange.
mark of status.
There's another weird style that happened in America when TV became a massive thing, when people started owning their own personal TV in their houses. I got this from a Bill Bryson book. There used to be a type of clothing called videos. And this was before videos. And you would buy your video to wear to someone's house to watch TV. And everyone would be wearing the same thing because it was such an event to watch TV in a house.
Did it look like a bit like a black rectangular thing with two circular dials in it?
Yeah.
Do you know who the
Absolutely.
patron saint of television is? This is going
There's a
completely off.
patron saint.
No,
Yeah.
who?
That is Saint Clare of Assisi, who is one of the followers of Saint Francis of Assisi. And she was sick in bed, and there was a mass going on in the other room, and she could somehow see the mass happening on the wall, and that miracle then made her the patron saint of television.
Wow.
What did she see?
She saw the mass happening.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, it's like songs of praise. kind of
Change
thing.
the channel. Come on. That's...
Was it a glass wall?
There was another saint from Assisi called Saint Vitalis of Assisi, and he is the patron saint of genital diseases. Okay, and
Don't need to tell me, mate.
There's a patron saint of STDs.
yes,
Not all. Is it all STDs? Because I know St George is the patron saint of syphilis.
Oh, that's
And I
true.
wouldn't want to take
Yeah.
that away from him.
no,
He's like a junior minister in the STD Saint department.
Okay.
Obviously has a broader brief as well. St George is the patron saint of lepers,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
So Saint Vitalis was the patron saint of STDs and diseases of the genitals. In 2011, there was an auction house in Ireland that had his head in a jar, supposedly his head, a relic, and they sold it to an American movie star, and we don't know which movie star it was.
Ooh, this is a fun guessing game and a fun libel opportunity, too. I say Julia Roberts.
Speaking of heads and Christmas traditions, there's a Welsh Christmas tradition that I'm not going to be able to pronounce, which I don't think happens as much now, and it happens still in Glamorgan, but nowhere else, which is called Mary Lewood, which is where a group of drunken revelers would put a horse's skull on a stick, and then they'd go around to people's houses and bang on their doors at Christmas, and they'd sing them a carol, and then you had to have a sing-off with the people in the house, and it was like a competition, and then they had to let you in with your horse's skull, and they had to feed you, and then you had to sing a goodbye carol, and then you would leave with your horse's skull and go to the next house. It just sounds like a really weird version of carol singing.
Another tradition is, this is an old English tradition, cake tossing. Do you know that one?
No.
It's not much to it. You just get a perfectly good cake and throw it against a wall.
Against a wall?
Yeah.
Not even seeing how far you can throw it.
No, you stand next to the wall, throw it, and it's supposed to give you a year without any hunger.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah.
There's another... Sorry, go on.
Just wanted to share this, which is the theory of when the sweater began, because it's quite a vague thing. Did it begin with the Romans or did it begin before that? One website I found says it began with 19th century British fishermen, because they needed something chunky and heavy to repel water and keep them warm. And that is from a website called Dances with Wolves.
Nice.
They would make Christmas jumpers for penguins, didn't they, for a while? Do you remember that?
Really?
Yeah, there was like an oil spill in New Zealand. Yeah, do you remember? And then what they wanted was little jumpers to put on the penguins so that they wouldn't preen themselves and get the oil.
And then they get
inside
the oil in their mouth if they preen themselves.
They thought they might get about 100, but they ended up getting 15,000. Wow. And actually, they're no good at anyway. Like if you put a sweater on a penguin, it's not really the best thing to do. Best thing to do is just put it in cold water or warm water.
I guess that's how they've evolved over millions of years to be able to deal with cold weather.
Yeah, exactly. So now, whenever you send them a jumper for a penguin, they just put it on like a toy penguin and they sell it in the shop.
Great. Thanks. This is semi-unrelated, but they've done an experiment in the last few months where they've put lingerie on rats, and it's to see how they always do it to rats, and it's to see why men are attracted to women.
Really?
But it was they put like kind of sexy underwear on rats, and then they got them to go and have sex with male rats, and then if the same woman came back later, then the guy didn't want to have sex with the female without her wearing the sexy lingerie. So it's like as soon as you're programmed to believe that the sex is going to be good with the lingerie wearing woman, then you don't enjoy it as much, or you don't want to do it with the non-lingerie wearing women. Apparently this proves why men are attracted to women.
That is a
wearing
terrible slogan for a Christmas jumper.
Rat experiments to find that stuff out is because we had a fact in a previous podcast, which was what was it? They were in polyester pants.
Yeah, rats in polyester pants don't. God, what was it?
They can't get it up.
They can't get
an erection if they're wearing little trousers.
So
made of
interested in rat
polyester.
sex lives.
Wow.
Yeah.
So male rats like, no, honestly, you look really beautiful with the lingerie. I don't know what's going on down there.
I'll complain to the polyester company.
Yeah. Okay. Time for fact number 3, and that is Anna.
Yeah, my fact is that male turkeys blush when they see female turkeys.
Ah.
I
Which
really
is quite
like that.
sweet.
Yeah.
Especially if they're wearing lingerie.
Why? Why do they blush?
So turkeys generally have a weird anatomy anyway, but some people think it's because when turkeys gobble, it actually takes up a lot of energy, and they gobble as part of their strutting ritual to attract women, because it's a sexy thing to do. And when they gobble, it causes the blood to rise up and up into their face, and they turn bright red, and they really do go bright red. But it's only bits, so their snood, you know the turkey's snood, which I find the weirdest.
No, what is it?
The snood is that floppy bit of skin that dangles really far off a turkey's face, and it's a secondary sexual organ because so when a turkey is aroused, it gets engorged with blood and it gets longer, and female turkeys fancy male turkeys with longer snoods, and so that snood goes bright red when it's trying to seduce.
Wait, so they have a thing on their face that when they're aroused extends?
Yeah, and it's got no purpose. Nobody knows why it's there.
You also have a thing on your face that extends when you get aroused. A few things,
true.
actually.
Do
but
I?
you have erectile tissue inside your nose.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And does it increase in size when you are aroused?
It can do sometimes, and there's a thing called honeymoon rhinitis, which you can get, which apparently when you get aroused, it makes you sneeze, and some people start sneezing when they're aroused.
Well, this puts a new perspective
This
on the
is
story
why-
of Pinocchio.
Well, this is why your nose does get longer when you lie, doesn't it? Because you get tense, and so they say your nose does expand.
Well,
Also,
so-
your
wait, what
pupil-
else? What else
Your
in-
pupil gets 10 times bigger when you're aroused as well.
10 times.
Yeah, because it's only small. Like.
No, hang on.
Yeah,
my
actually,
pupils
that's-
aren't that small.
Yeah, you're right. That doesn't sound right, does
Maybe
it?
they're bigger
No, it
under,
doesn't.
under the surface.
I think you're
Maybe-
thinking of cartoons when their eyes go.
They get bigger, but not by 10 times, obviously.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But so I could be able to tell if someone.
I don't know if it's noticeable, the nose thing.
But then,
Yeah.
if you're a turkey, you can't really play it cool with your snood, can you?
That's true, and if you blush as well.
Yeah, it's very awkward for them, and because they've got so the top of their head turns bright blue also when they're aroused or excited.
Their head
so
turns bright
they can
blue.
turn their head blue. So it is actually quite obvious to a woman when they fancy
Hang on,
them.
sorry. What?
So they've got if you can picture what a turkey looks like, and they're kind of greyish grey.
Yeah, they're like
head.
turkey head. Yeah.
Yeah, and it goes like
They go-
fluorescent.
They go bright. Their head goes bright blue.
Yeah.
Like my jumper, bright blue.
No, it's more paler than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is so turkeys are great, right? And turkeys do we think they were nearly the official animal emblem of America or not? This is a myth, apparently, but I think it's basically true.
The idea is that Benjamin Franklin liked them so much, and he thought they were noble animals, and he wanted them to be the official mascot bird of the USA.
So
I don't know if it's true.
Going to make a bald eagle the emblem of the USA, then Franklin was outraged, and he said it couldn't be a bald eagle because they have bad moral character.
Wow.
He said he wrote to his daughter saying, "You may have seen them perched in some dead tree where, too lazy to fish for himself, he watches the labour of the fishing hawk. When that diligent bird has taken a fish and is bearing it to his nest for his young, the bald eagle pursues him and steals it." So he wrote that, and he said a much more respectable bird and a true native of America is the turkey. So I don't know why people keep debunking this. Franklin wanted the bird to be...
Franklin wanted it to be, yeah. I have a thing about
And
Benjamin...
electrocuting them, right?
Yeah, he wanted to. He not only wanted to, he did electrocute turkeys. And on one occasion, he got a crowd together to watch him doing it, and then ended up electrocuting himself, which is amazing. He wrote to a friend, "A turkey is to be killed for our dinners by the electrical shock and roasted by the electrical jack." And he practiced it lots, and then got a crowd together, and he was numb for the rest of the evening after he gave himself a huge shock. And he wrote to his brother saying, "2 nights ago, being about to kill a turkey by the shock from 2 large glass jars, I inadvertently took the hole through my own arms and body. Do not make this more public, for I am ashamed to have been guilty of so notorious a blunder. So sorry, Franklin, your secret's out now."
The other thing, though, is that turkeys aren't that noble, are they? Really? I mean,
why
if
do you
you
say
put
that?
if you put a male turkey apparently in a room with a model of a female turkey, he'll mate with it just as eagerly as he would with the real thing. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
But he will also do it if you put a turkey head on a stick. He'll also try and mate with that.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they did an experiment with all the different bits of a turkey which will work and which won't work. A freshly severed head on a stick was the most effective. That's what it liked the most.
The most effective. Well, I like you, but I don't know. Could you maybe lose everything below your neck?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you've got that. That one's the most effective, followed by a dried male head on a stick, followed by a 2-year-old withered female head on a stick.
Is turkey porn just heads? It's like breasts, just cut out the body.
And then last place, but still eliciting a sexual response, was a plain balsa wood model of a head.
They're randy.
The snood just got very slightly bigger. Wow.
So
That's
there's
why
your emblem of the USA.
Turkeys never ask, "Are you a leg or a breast man?" They just say, "Are you a head or a head man?" "I'm a head man." "Yeah, I love it."
When was this done? Do you know?
It was done in the late 50s by some people at the University of Pennsylvania.
Oh my God.
Perverts in the University
I
of
know.
Pennsylvania.
You know when they say they're cutting science budgets around the world? You're just going, but we need to put these rats in brassieres, and we've got trying to find out if he wants to shag that head. Like, I kind of get it now.
I've had this head decomposing for 2 years in my office.
We all think it's going to the moon in Mars, and it's no. This is where the real budget's going. Wow. That's
Turkeys
insane.
are very breasty now, aren't they? Much more than they're supposed to be.
Well,
Domestic
me and
turkeys.
Andy have noticed. Yeah, we were chatting about this the other day.
Yeah, no,
What do you mean?
I
What?
saw your computer screens. They've increased.
It was the Waitrose website.
Oh, look at the head on that one. Go on,
So
Anna.
turkeys have got much bigger. They've increased by 57% in size since 1980, I think. Since 1965, sorry. Because we're obviously breeding them to have huge breasts because we like the taste of turkey breast. And this is why wild turkeys are laughing in the face of domestic turkeys because they can fly 55 miles an hour. I think.
Wow.
And most domesticated turkeys can't fly at all because they're so top heavy.
They can run 25 miles an
Yeah,
hour.
unbelievable. Wild
That is-
turkeys.
Yeah, wild turkeys.
Turkeys can't, farm turkeys can't have sex with each other anymore. It's quite
No.
sad. They're too heavy and they're sort of a bit distorted, and they have to be masturbated and then artificially inseminated. And the people who...
Is it not because they're all dubious now going, it's probably just a head on a stick, mate. I wouldn't bother.
But the people who do it call it milking. And it's not milking. It's not milk.
It's not. Don't dress it up.
They then... All right, they sort of... Can I read you a brief account of it? It won't take long, but the effects will last forever in your minds. So this is according to a journalist who went around and visited a turkey farm. He said, I was complaining about the impossibility of a journalist getting to see the process when I heard a rustle of feathers beside me. The turkey was already upside down in Paul's hands. He swiftly uncovered a hole amidst the feathers, gave it a couple of tweaks, and there was the turkey semen, looking like a bit of crumbly old toothpaste. We take this, said Paul, and suck it into a rubber tube. It's then blown into the vagina. So you have to suck it up with a rubber tube, and then blow it up another turkey. That's a job.
I hope they
It's a
didn't.
job that
That's an
people
actual
today
job.
have.
So what makes you think you're qualified for the...
Well, I've always been interested in sucking animal semen up through tubes.
I hope they didn't say the crumbly old toothpaste thing to its face, did they? Because that it can be quite offensive, in my experience. So,
do you have any Aquafresh?
Hey, I read of that turkey poo. Let's say you had two turkeys and you were like, oh, tell me the gender of these two turkeys. You can tell which one is a male and which one is female by their poo. Because the poo of a male turkey comes out spiral, like a Mr. Whippy ice cream. It comes out just like a... But it does. That's the kind of way that it comes out. And then a female poo comes out in the shape of a J. Yeah, so that's how you know, because they have different. Is this right, James? They've got different anal
cloacas. Yeah, they have different shaped cloacas.
another good turkey thing, which I actually discovered last year and is in our fact book, 1 for 1 facts to knock you sideways, so if you want to buy it, is that, so in Turkey, the word for turkey means Indian bird. In Indian, the word for turkey means Peruvian bird. In Greece, the word for turkey means French bird. And in Malaysia, the word for turkey means Dutch chicken. So no one had a clue where it was coming from. But it was definitely foreign.
Yeah.
It was a foreign bird.
Well, there's a theory that they were called turkeys here because the merchants who sold them across Europe were Turkish.
Yeah.
But of course, they're all native to Mexico.
Because I was going to say the Native Americans, apparently, the real origin of the name is Furky. So they should be Furkies, not turkeys.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. That's good as well.
Start calling them that.
Hashtag facts. We should move on. Time to move on to our final fact of the evening, and that is Andy.
My fact is that the composer of the song Jingle Bells also wrote the Yuletide classic We Conquer or Die. That was a genuine song written by the same man. His name was James Lord Pierpont, and he was an American composer. He was also the uncle of J.P. Morgan, incidentally, the banker. And and he wrote this. He wrote this song and a number of others. The lyrics to We Conquer or Die go: the war drum is beating, prepare for the fight. The stern bigot Northman exults in his might. Gird on your bright weapons, your foemen are nigh, and this be our watchword: we conquer or die. So there you go.
Jingle bells, jingle.
You can see where it led on.
Was that his difficult second song? Yeah. Was that like which one came first? Do we know?
I think Jingle Bells came first. Some of them we don't know the dates for.
Oh no, he's like someone who wanted to be taken more seriously as an
Yeah,
artist.
it's one of those cases. Did he write anything else? Is that it from him?
Yeah, he wrote a load of songs. I have.
Are they all in the Christmas theme or the
No,
aggressive military theme?
A lot of them are in the aggressive military theme. He wrote Our Battle Flag and Strike for the South and Oh, Let Me Not Neglected Die. Because he was... He was on the side of the South in the Civil War, and he lived in Boston, Massachusetts originally, and then he moved down to Savannah, Georgia, which is where he spent the Civil War, and he wrote a load of these songs on behalf of the South as a kind of agitprop thing.
Jingle Bells was the first song to be played from space, wasn't it?
Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Really?
It was when Tom Stafford and Wally Shearer were in space. It was in 1965, I think. And it was a prank. So they said they'd seen a kind of a floating asteroid or something. They were talking to, mission control or whatever on the ground. Something floating, and they were going to get it and see what it was. And it turned out to be this tiny harmonica. It was 3/8 of an inch wide. And then they launched into a rendition of Jingle Bells around Christmas time from space.
So they had originally planned to play We Conquer or Die. They couldn't get the rights.
So they pretended that they saw Santa Claus. Is that right? Did you say that?
No.
So that's what happened. They kind of went down to Mission Control and said, we can see this one guy with 12 other figures flying into the Earth's atmosphere, and they pretending that they could see Father Christmas.
Was that what it was supposed to be?
Yeah.
I just saw them saying they thought they saw a satellite.
No.
Oh,
No,
right.
he said, I see a command module with 8 smaller modules in front. The pilot of the command module is wearing a red suit.
There's a lot of sort of Christmassy elements to space travel.
That's really
there.
nice.
Yeah.
And lying from up there. That makes me wonder about the whole moon landings conspiracy theory, if they're claiming Santa Claus was there.
So some other carols. The Saw 3 Ships, you know that song?
Oh, yeah.
Saw 3 Ships. There's an extra verse of that we don't really sing anymore, which talks about carrying the dead bodies of the 3 wise men on the ships.
No, how did they die?
Oh, I don't let's say natural causes. So the idea was that these 3 wise men were on the boats and they'd sailed all the way from Bethlehem. Now the problem is that Bethlehem isn't on the coast, but people in Britain didn't really know where Bethlehem was, or in Europe they didn't know. They just assumed it was like a seaside resort. And so the part of the song goes, it sailed from Bethlehem to Cologne, I think it was. But how could it do that?
Are they each on one
Wheels.
ship?
Yeah, one on each ship. Let It Snow, Let It Snow, Let It Snow was written by Sammy Kahn and Jules Stein, and they claimed they came up with the idea to cool themselves during a heat wave by writing the song. I don't really see how that works, though, do you? Like,
I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas was written, I think, next to a swimming pool in LA.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
Do people find it? So Irving Berlin wrote White Christmas, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he was a Nick song. And they recently did a poll in America of people's top 25 favorite Christmas songs, and more than half of them are written by Jewish people. And these are the guys who are writing all the great Christmas
Do you
songs.
know that last
Bizarre
year, it was either last year or the year before, Costa Coffee did a poll amongst their customers of what they think is the worst Christmas song that's ever been written.
Ooh.
Do you know what came out on top?
Oh, I don't know.
It was
No.
Cliff Richard's
Mistletoe
and Wine.
God, that
And
is-
they've now banned it. Yeah, worldwide, they've not allowed any of their coffee shops to play Cliff Richard's song anymore.
Well, Irving Berlin tried to get radio stations to ban Elvis Presley's version of White Christmas.
Did he?
Because
Why?
he thought it was, I think his exact words were, it's a profane parody of his cherished Yuletide standard. He ordered staff in New York he ordered his own staff to phone radio stations and say, don't play this, because he thought it was so outrageously gross.
Why was it gross? Was there too much
I think he
hip
just thought it was a bit
swinging, or
too
was it-
sexy. I don't know. Elvis Presley, a lot of radio stations refused to play Elvis Presley songs when he first became popular because they assumed that he was black, and it was the time when...
God, really?
Yeah.
Well, they also banned him. I don't know if this is a myth, and it might be a myth. Is it a myth? They
No, I
banned,
think it's not a myth.
they could only film him sort of torso above. They couldn't show his legs because his legs were too sexy in the dance moves.
Yeah.
He was just shaking too much.
Well, it's mostly his hips.
Yeah, mostly his hips.
The legs are not the problem. It's
Yeah,
Just got to cut out that, like, have
Whereas
one
on-
line.
yeah.
You can do below the knees, guys, or you can do above the waist.
Yeah. Whereas on Turkey, Top of the Pops, they cut off the head. Just see the body. That's all you get.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was nearly called Reginald.
Reginald.
True.
Yeah, it doesn't scan as well.
But
does
it wasn't a song originally. It was a colouring book for children, and an advertising guy came up with it, and he very nearly called it Reginald, but then he crucially didn't, and it sold 2.5 million copies in its first year. This little colouring book was
And,
huge.
which is quite nice about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, it was written by just a copywriter who worked for Montgomery Ward huge department store, and they'd just been told they didn't want to spend loads of money buying in Christmas gifts to sell, so they told their staff to write a Christmas song. So this guy, Robert May, wrote Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and it sold incredibly well, made loads of money. I think it was remade into a song, and the Montgomery Ward, people in charge of Montgomery Ward, gave him all the rights to it. He had no rights to it at all.
Wow.
And he was in trouble. His wife had a terminal illness. He was in massive debt. And as soon as it was released as a song, they sold him all the rights to it 100%, and he lived off the proceeds of that until, I think, 1970s when he died. Wow. So that's quite nice.
That is nice. That's great.
Yeah. Hark the Herald Angels Sing, the tune is written by Mendelssohn, which possibly you know, and Mendelssohn originally wrote the tune as a tribute to Gutenberg's printing press. It was How Awesome is the Printing Press song, which seems...
How Awesome is the Printing Press sounds the same as Hark the Herald Angels Sing.
There you go, that's the original
It
lyrics.
actually went Gutenberg the Deutsche Mann, Zundetter die Fickel an,
What does
or
that
die
mean?
Fackel an. I have no idea.
So the weirdest thing for me about this fact is when you hear someone who's famous for something and then they've produced another bit of work that is just so, Jingle Bells, We Conquer or Die.
Yeah.
It's just so different. It's like when I found out that Barbara Cartland invented a glider that the military started using.
Sorry, what?
Barbara Cartland, the romance novelist who wrote 1 billion romance novels, also invented a glider that you could fly in, that the military was like, that is so good, we're using it. And that's one of her...
No.
Yeah, that's a thing that... And Michael Jackson invented... he invented the fax machine and... No, Michael Jackson. I don't know if most people know this, but he wrote the song "Do the Bartman." The Michael Jackson's. Everyone does know that, but he wrote the Simpsons song "Do the Bartman."
Really?
And he invented those shoes that let you kind of stand on a slant as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did actually. He was a part of that when he slants forward, there's a patent taken out where it's weighted boots, and he was one of the inventors.
Don't act like this is a kind of shoe that's really caught on since then. What are you talking about?
We're all wearing them. We're all wearing them now. That's why everyone walks over like that.
This is connected because I wanted to mention this earlier. The person who made Christmas carols cool again was St. Francis of Assisi.
Was it?
I believe. Yes. So it was at a time when it was in the 13th century, at a time when it was all like very serious and very somber, and he tried to make Christmas celebrations fun again, and he made it so that, for instance, drinking songs that were sung in taverns, like fun drinking songs, he made them be rewritten with Christmas lyrics. And so made them fun Christmas songs.
A few years ago, the Pope said that he was a playboy, Francis of Assisi.
What do you mean?
Well, he started off his life, he was a drinker and he was a partier, and then he gave away all his stuff to a leper, and the Pope actually said that he was one of the original playboys.
Fun guy. Created the Nativity, I think. He turned Nativity into a fun theatrical event, so decided that the birth of Jesus should be something that we all go and enjoy watching.
The Vatican didn't have a Christmas tree until 1982.
Did it not?
No. I think they associated it still with being the old heathen thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's a thing in America where you call them holiday trees. I read this really random report where there was a guy he was a politician who died. He had a previous career. I can't quite remember what his previous career was. And when he died, apparently it was just such a big thing in his life that he hated the idea that things were called holiday trees and he wanted to be called Christmas trees, that when Arnold Schwarzenegger spoke at his funeral, he said, "I swear I will make the Christmas tree return." It was the report that came out.
Wow.
Arnold Schwarzenegger promises Christmas trees to return in funeral eulogy. We need to wrap up. Do you guys have any more? Yeah,
Jingle
go for
Bells
it.
was originally a bit of a saucy song.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just wanted to tell you that. The second verse, it goes, "A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Fanny Bright was seated by my side. The horse was lean and lank, misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank, and then we got upsot." Which no one knows what it means. But
It sounds like it should be upset, but it didn't quite right.
I think that's exactly what it means, actually. Yeah. And then, like, now the ground is white, go it while you're young, take the girls tonight and sing this sleighing song. Basically, a sleigh was like having a sweet ride in the 50s, and you'd go and sleigh everywhere, and, you'd go up into the hills, up to...
Going to Slay Everywhere sounds a bit like some kind of gory horror film that you don't want to be involved with.
Yeah, but you go sleigh riding, and that was very impressive to a young lady. You've got a sleigh.
I have just one more thing to add,
Yes, yeah.
which is more of a feminist mission statement about the Holly and the Ivy. And the Holly and the Ivy, the song, and so it's always kind of bugged me how that ends saying, of all the trees that are in there with the holly bears the crown. So in the Holly and the Ivy, the holly's one, and the holly's a bit of a dick because it's all spiky and nasty. And actually, this dates back to medieval times when the holly represented the masculinity of the male form, and the ivy was a woman, and the ivy was this weak, gentle woman, and the holly was this strong, and it's very resilient, and it represented a man. And in medieval villages, they would sing, the women would sing, have competitions against the men, and they would be the ivy, and the men would be the holly. So every time, women, you sing the holly and the ivy, and you finish saying the holly bears the crown, you're saying the men have won. That's what that means.
So we need to change it, don't we?
We need to change it.
Get Arnold Schwarzenegger on the phone. I swear to you, Anna, the ivy will rise again.
Okay, that's it. That's all of our facts for this evening. Thanks so much for listening at home. Thanks so much for being here this evening. If you want to get in contact with any of us about the things that we've said during the course of this podcast, you can get us on Twitter. I'm on @Schreiberland. Andy.
At Andrew Hunter M.
James.
At Eggshaped.
Anna.
You can email podcast@qi.com.
You can also go to @QI Podcast on Twitter as well. And we are going to be back again next week with another episode of No Such Thing as a Fish. Thanks so much for listening. We'll catch you later. Goodbye. And thanks to you guys. Thanks so much.
I will be king, and you will be queen. Though nothing will drive them away, we can meet them just for one day. We can be heroes just for one day. You can be me. I'll drink all the time. 'Cause we're lovers. That is a fact. Yes, we're lovers. That is the For nothing will keep us together. We could still time just for one day. We can be heroes forever and ever. What you say? I wish you could swim like the dolphins, like dolphins can swim. Though nothing will keep us together. We can beat them forever and ever. Oh, we can be heroes just for one day.
the Consumer Electronics Review podcast. And today we were reviewing the TP-Link 16-port Easy Smart semi-managed switch. It's a gigabit switch.
What the fuck is that?
It's his box
his
down
new
here
thing.
on the ground.
Oh, shit.
Can you hand me that box so I can read stuff off the front of it?
Yeah, sure.
That's how you review electronics. You just say all the thing.
What
things
kind
on
of
the back.
shit do you plug in there?
Everything. It's QoS. I think that stands for quality of service, as indicated by these 3 arrows here. That's also the Antifa logo.
Quiet.
VLAN, virtual
Open
local
sex.
area network. IGMP snooping.
Vagina-
no idea what that fucking one is.
Vagina licking.
That one's gone
all
beyond me.
night. Vagina licking all night.
Steel housing. I think that literally just means it's made out of steel.
The box.
And green tech, which means that this one uses less gasoline than 90%
Gasoline?
of. Yeah, I don't know.
It's just pumping carbon monoxide.
I love how tech does that. They're like, oh, all of our technology is green. It's like, yeah, by chance, that's how it fucking works with electricity. If everything in computers ran on oil, you wouldn't be fucking green at all. It's a matter of convenience.
But
for
also,
you.
don't we just get electricity from oil and coal and shit? How do we get that shit?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, but that's up to whoever's running the power grid. That's not tech doing that.
True.
You know? In fact,
what the fuck is that thing? What do you plug in there?
So my setup is the modem goes to a router.
Ooh.
And then the router goes to the switch.
Mm-hmm.
The switch, everything that's like can be plugged in, like anything that doesn't move in your house should be plugged in over Ethernet to the network. You shouldn't use Wi-Fi for everything. Because like we had just like the fucking router that came with Optimum.
Yeah.
I ran into problems immediately because like people don't realize how much shit is on wireless now.
Right.
I have people over at my apartment all the time.
It slows the shit up.
Everyone's phone.
You can't watch a damn movie. Everyone's got their phones out.
Yeah, like everybody's phone, everybody's iPad, everybody's fucking laptop, the TV itself, like the whatever your media player is. The fucking light bulbs are on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you have light bulb Wi-Fi.
Smart Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Computer. Turn the lights on.
So you got all that shit. You should plug everything in. But you only have even whatever router you have. I mean, I have an Airport Extreme that only has like 3 spots on it for.
I was looking at one of those. I'm thinking about getting a new comp, dude. You should come over and let's get a nice fucking.
I'll set your shit up, dude.
That'd be awesome.
Well, what I do, I use a Edge Router Lite as the router itself. That's that thing blinking down there.
Okay.
So that handles handing out IP addresses to everything on the network.
This motherfucker's got routers on routers.
But then the airport, that's not routing anything anymore. That's just a wireless access point.
Okay.
And then there's another one.
Can't you save shit on there too?
You can. It's got Time Machine on it.
Nice.
And then there's another Airport Express at the back of the apartment to blanket the whole apartment in Wi-Fi.
Ooh, so you motherfuckers get that good coverage.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi's always working.
Damn.
None of this shit's bogged down with routing. That's all done through that router. And then the switch distributes the Ethernet connection between everything in the entertainment center.
Because the Wi-Fi was kind of shitty in my apartment sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
I recently switched to unlimited data, and I beat off with data, and I felt like a king, dude.
Yeah, you're not like wasting.
Dude, just fucking LTE sign. This shit's fast, and it's like not to beat off on Wi-Fi feels fucking decadent, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Have you ever beat off on data?
Yeah, plenty. When the Wi-Fi's not working.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this shit's good now. I had to upgrade to this. I had an 8-port switch, but I had to get the 16-port because I wanted to plug that Blu-ray player in, and I was already maxed out on ports.
Fuck yeah, dude. This rocks, dude.
Yeah.
Or what's the most ports you think?
You can peek that shit. Go look at the wall behind the TV. Look at that shit blinking back there.
I'm about to look right now. Damn, my man's got a whole call center shit up here, dude.
Yeah.
This shit looks like there's fucking computers from the 90s.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's a fucking mess back there.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of wires. It's power.
Yeah, that's the review ultimately. A lot of wires.
Yep.
Fucking power.
It's powerful.
It looks like the TP-Link 16-port gigabit Easy Smart switch, totally tax write-offable if you do a review of it.
What do you rate it?
We're gonna go 3.5 out of 4 stars for this.
I'm gonna say 3.
Here's just some of its features: Deutsch 16, 10, 100, 1000.
It speaks
megabytes.
German.
Yeah, Turkey 16, 1.
Fuck that shit.
Italiano 16 porte
Hey,
RJ45. Francaise. Francaise. Is that how you pronounce it?
Francais.
16 ports are J5.
J'aime
10
pussy.
Espanol. Polski. Portuguese.
J'aime to eat the pussy.
Cestina. What
there
the fuck
Greek
is
on
that?
there?
What the fuck?
Cestina?
Let me see.
Cestina? What the fuck language is that?
Maybe Russian?
No, Russian is Russian.
Is Russian. Yeah.
It says quite clearly Russian underneath.
Let me see.
that.
Maybe it's Greek.
No, it's not
I
using
can't see.
the Cyrillic alphabet.
Yeah, well,
There's
Greek
no
doesn't
Greek?
use Cyrillic.
The fuck, dude?
Yeah, Greek uses like
They don't
those
use
X's
Cyrillic. They
and
have,
shit.
they have
don't
their
they?
own alphabet, the Greek alphabet.
No, yeah, Greek alphabet, dude. Cyrillic. What is that shit?
Fucking moron.
Isn't that what the Greeks use?
No. The Greek alphabet, dude. Alpha, Vita, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mi, Ni, Xi, Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, Taf.
You don't know your own alphabet?
Shut up.
You
dude.
What
speak
a
Greek and you fucking
Shut the fuck up.
You don't
Taf.
That's
Fuck.
not, first of all, it's not impressive. You're a Greek person.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Imagine like going up to day laborers and you hear them speaking Spanish and you're like, wow.
Shut up, dude. Taf, Omega. I mean, it ends at Omega. Omega.
Yeah, everybody knows that.
Ypsilon.
Omega.
Taf, Ypsilon. No, fuck.
No,
I don't
look,
know.
Here,
man.
here it is. Ready?
He-
Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo,
Keep going.
Foxtrot, Golf,
Tango.
India, Hotel, H.
Aye,
Hotel,
Indigo.
India, HIJ, Juliet, HIJK.
I always get fucked
Kilo,
up. Okay, Kilo.
JK. What is it? JKL?
JKL.
Yeah, L is Lima.
M.
M is Mike.
N.
N is.
We know what
no.
N is.
Yeah. This is the one that
Wait,
always
is this military or
confuses me.
police?
No, this is the NATO alphabet.
the
I'm
police
surprised
is-
that I know this.
Well, dude, see, you're making fun of me for not knowing Greek, but dude, you're a fucking
I'm a tier one
you're
operator.
a former tier one operator.
You should
This is
know all the
embarrassing, dude.
letters.
No, what the fuck is N? Is it Nova? This it's funny that N is the
Nova.
one that messes me
Is
up.
it Nova?
I don't think it's Nova.
Nova Scotia.
N, fucking skip it. O is Oscar. P is Papa.
Papa.
Yeah,
That's fun.
I know that from Call of Duty. They say Papa Bravo, which I think means like area. That's like a square.
Papa's a cute one, dude.
Yeah.
Do they have Mama? Is M Mama?
No, M is Mike.
Oh, fuck that.
NOP. Q is queer.
Is it
I
for
know
real?
that one. LGBT. The LGBT alphabet.
L is lesbian.
Yeah.
S is wait, there's no
The
S.
LGBT NATO alphabet.
Trans.
Oh.
Questioning.
Yeah, Q is
Questioning.
Is it questioning or queer?
It's queer and questioning now.
Oh, so it should be
So
QQ.
you're Q.
I'm
yeah.
queer.
I don't know what Q is in the NATO alphabet.
Keep it moving, dude.
It's got to be
Quavo.
It's got to be.
Quavo. Yeah, it's Offset.
It's got to be
O is
quiet,
Offset.
quiet or quit
T's
or
take
Queen.
off. Maybe Queen.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, keep moving.
Q R.
Classic.
Yeah, yeah,
Classic.
yeah.
Roger that. Dude.
I could have
S.
told you that.
Fuck. I guess I don't. After you get to the second half of the alphabet, I don't know it. It doesn't ever come up.
See, it's not that easy,
Yeah,
is
but
it?
I don't. You know, I'm not
Daf.
Greek.
Fuck, I would always fuck that shit up, dude. And I was good at Greek school, dude. I was the number one student 6 years, first
You
through
were?
sixth grade. And then this fucking bitch came. She moved. She started in America, moved to Greece for 4 years, comes back, goes to Greek school. That shit's not fair. It was a tie. I beat her. I cried in the
All
principal's
right,
office.
Alpha Bravo Charlie
Greek
Echo
school?
Delta.
Yeah, I did.
Fuck it. I
'Cause
I
Theo-
feel like if I ramp up, if I get some
Nah,
momentum
you can't.
going, I
You're
can-
done, dude.
What's S? Fuck. T.
Succa de Gliani.
T is
Take off.
Tango.
Tango.
Yeah. U is Umbrella.
Under.
I think it's Umbrella.
Umbrella. Okay, that's pretty. That's a mouthful.
Yeah.
It's three syllables.
Unk.
Wait, no.
Like-
I think you might be like Eureka. It's like fucked up. It's not actually you.
Okay. Eureka.
Maybe. I don't know.
know.
Now I can't. Fuck.
We can't look it up.
V is for Vendetta.
V for Vendetta.
You remember that because of the movie.
Of course.
TUVX.
Xylophone.
Now I'm having trouble remembering the regular
C,
alphabet.
W
bitch.
is after V.
C, bitch.
W is
Wonga.
no, it's not
Wonga.
It's not
Wale.
Wolgus.
Wale. It's named after a
Yeah, it's
horrible
Wale.
rapper.
Yeah,
Fuck Wale.
dude,
Dude.
Wale sucks.
Although
That
Wale-
single
no
love hate,
hands. No
that
hands. is
single
good.
love hate
Yeah.
a couple years ago was good.
Which one? Yeah, his verse on No Hands is okay. Lotus Flower Bomb. That one.
No, love hate. It was a single from like
Oh.
2 or 3 years ago.
The one about Is it bad that I never had sex or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
It's about a girl who fucks a lot but doesn't make love.
Yeah.
She's a
that's a
whore.
constant problem.
It's Wale's slut shaming song, dude.
All right. I'm going to look him up now.
No, you can't look him up.
Yeah, you can. I already
No.
lost. Fuck it. Now
X.
we go to the board.
Xylophone.
X is X-ray.
X-ray. That's cool.
That one's obvious.
Z.
Z is Zulu.
Zulu.
Yeah.
What's Y?
That's how you know that we got some dangerous Zulus in the area.
Is that also N?
Yeah, well, that's when you can't remember N, so you use Z. NATO alphabet.
Okay, Adam, do the Hebrew one.
Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet, Yud, Kaf,
All right.
Chaf, Lamed,
Hold on, I want to see if you can do it.
Let's see which ones
Lamed,
I
Mem,
got
Nun,
wrong.
Samech, Ayin, Pei, Fe, Tzadi,
No, you
Kuf,
just
Resh,
you just coughed.
Shin, Sin, Kaf, Taf.
You can't just clear your throat and
I
pretend
didn't.
that's letters.
That's just how all the letters sound.
All right, ready? Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India.
Golf Hotel. Nice.
Yeah, I got
Golf
that.
Hotel.
Juliet.
Hey, that's where our fucking president is.
Hey!
Ah, that fucking fat cocksucker.
Kilo,
Hey.
Lima, Mike, November. I was going to say November.
November.
I thought it was November. Oscar, Papa,
And
Quebec.
on to November.
Quebec. That's
R
fun.
is Romeo, not Roger.
Romeo. What?
S is
Quebec?
Sierra. T is Tango. U is Uniform, not Eureka. V is Victor. W is Whiskey. That you should know that
Whiskey's
one.
good.
That's the title of the
Whiskey,
movie.
Tango, Fox.
Oh yeah, Whiskey
Yeah, yeah.
Tango Foxtrot.
X-ray, Yankee, Zulu.
Yankee.
Yeah.
I was stuck on Sigma, Taf, Epsilon, Phi, Psi. I should have remembered. That's the funnest part. Phi, Psi, Omega.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now here's a fun one to do the British one.
Okay, yeah. Let's do this. This is
Yeah,
fun.
The Royal Navy RAF radio spelling alphabet.
All right, how many alphabets? Let's do a full hour of alphabets.
This has so far been our funniest podcast to date.
Yeah.
It would be good.
We read a box of a router that Nick
Yep,
just
yep.
bought.
Well, that's the electronic segment.
That's the electronic segment. This is the
Yeah, for the
alphabet
tax
segment of the podcast.
Aren't we gonna do? There was another
All right, here
thing
we
I
go.
was gonna
Ready?
do every week.
All right. So I have the answers. You guess the Royal Air Force alphabet.
Okay.
Now there's two versions. This is the 1921 to 1942, and then there's the 1942 to 1956.
Okay.
So you have to call your shots.
Okay. All right.
All right. So A.
All right. I'm gonna go 24, the first one,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna go Arab.
No.
A is
They didn't have Arabs back then.
Oh,
They
you're
were
right.
Ottomans.
True.
I guess they had Arabs,
They
but
had
they didn't have
Arabs.
their revolt yet.
Yeah.
No, wait, they just had it.
No,
They did
the
have
What were
revolt
Arabs
was
up
in
to?
full
What
swing.
were Arabs up to?
Arab
during
revolt
the
was in
Ottoman Empire?
1916.
There were plenty of revolts. Yeah.
But the one against the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, that was
Fuck
during World
Turkey,
War
dude.
One.
That Good. I'm glad. Fuck the Ottomans.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. Lawrence of Arabia, dude.
Who was
You know, Lord Byron
Who was gay.
helped us
He
out.
was LGBT.
Yeah, he was
Really?
gay.
Yeah.
Was Lord Byron gay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
they
a
were all
poet.
gay.
Everybody who
Yeah,
did
yeah,
poetry
yeah.
is gay.
He helped out. He helped us out somehow. I think he wrote a really awesome poem about how cool Greece is.
That's cool, dude.
And England was like,
Yo,
all right, we'll help him.
Greece, I'm gonna fucking help you guys out. I'm gonna write a really awesome poem.
I thought he was a pretty.
I think that literally is
I read
what
the most
happened.
awesome poem the other day.
I think that is what happened.
A in the British
Alfred.
Army.
Alfred.
There's two versions. There's the
Alfred.
I was gonna say Albert.
Nope, you're both wrong.
Come on, man.
Come on, we're not gonna get this. It's gonna be any letters.
Alfred,
starting with A.
Bartholomew.
You got a lot of shit to guess here. We're only on A, dude. This is gonna take the entire podcast.
B is buggery or bollocks.
Bugger.
It's not. You're wrong.
Fuck.
Bugger or bollock.
Right, it's
Q is
Apple.
Queen of
Apple is A.
Elizabeth.
Oh god,
Okay.
that was easy.
Yeah,
we
you
could have
fucked
got
that
that.
one up.
Apples is fun.
Guess what B is?
Boy
Banana.
sex.
It's Bapple. All right. C is Capple. D is Dapple.
E is England.
What are slurs? What are old English slurs?
Q is definitely Queen. P
course.
is Pip.
Pip.
Like
That's
from
good.
Great
Pip, pip,
Expectations.
churro.
Yeah, that's cool.
Pip hip suck dick.
Hip hip, I'm gay.
Hip hip I'm gay.
3 cheers, 3 queers for Sir Roger. Hip hip, I'm gay. Hip hip, he's gay.
Hip hip he's gay.
That's fun. Yeah, so I guess I reviewed that. What else do I
Okay.
need to review?
What else?
I already reviewed Independence Day, so you can write that one off.
Should we review the lunch we're gonna have after this podcast preemptively?
Oh, no, you don't have to review that shit.
Nice.
People need to eat. That's the beauty of
it's
of
a business
meals,
lunch.
of business lunches.
Yeah.
You take a couple of notes down about what you did, you know, or like the things you discussed. Because of the content of the podcast, I can say, what if we called Roger Moore gay? Let's write that on a piece of paper. Meanwhile, we're eating fucking $200 steaks.
Dude, hell.
Guess who pays for that? Yeah, Johnny Tax dollars.
That's right, baby.
Is to
you,
Roger
Joe the plumber. That's who gets
Yeah.
stiffed with the fucking bill.
Woo!
Is Rogering a British sex thing?
No.
Yeah. You know it is.
What is it?
You know it is.
What is it?
It means
again?
fucking.
It's
Like snogging or shagging.
Snogging's funny.
Yeah.
But snog, I thought, means kissing.
You snog you snog
Snog my dick. That's pretty fun.
Yeah, you snog a
No,
Caribbean
snog
girl
is-
down
I
in
thought to
Brixton.
kiss.
You go down to Brixton and snog yourself a
a right fit bird.
Yeah, right.
Oh, to pull is also to kiss.
To pull?
Yeah.
Oh, pull my dick, Adam.
Yeah.
No, but that's
Yeah,
oh,
Adam, pull his
I guess.
dick.
Pull my dick.
Okay.
Like a
Either-
fucking library. Like a library card.
Go to the big dick section of the library and pull it.
I need to learn the.
Don't do it. Don't. Whatever you're about to say, don't do it.
What
Oh,
is it
you're going to say
called?
Dewey Decimal System.
Dewey Decimal.
I thought you were going to say I
the
need.
Dewey Decimal System.
I thought you were going to say I need to learn about the.
Where
little
that's where you
dick
organize
section.
the books by how expensive they are.
How thorough the instructions are on taking over the media.
Yeah.
What was the Dewey Decimal System? What the fuck was that about?
I got yelled at the library recently for doing that thing with your hands where you snap and like you do the snap
The two
circle
snaps.
clap thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. I was just walking around the library doing that without thinking about it, and the librarian was like, Sir, get out.
Homeless people are trying to beat off in here.
Yeah, there was a homeless guy screaming. It was great. I was sitting there reading, and he was screaming, but I couldn't see him because he was like behind a couple of shelves.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard one of the librarians go over there, and they're like, "Sir, you cannot smoke in here." It's like, fuck you.
That fucking rocks.
I was in.
He's fucking. It's a cigarette in the library, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Like it's 1923.
That's all libraries are. They're just homeless
know.
shelters.
I know.
I was in a sea train that got stuck under the East River.
No, you weren't. Here comes a fake story that didn't happen.
Yeah, what happened, dude? Did some fucking
And a
mermaids?
homeless guy lit up a cigarette. We were down there for like 15 minutes. He's like, "Oh fuck it!" He just lit up a cigarette.
Did you stop
And
him?
this like white bitch was like, "Excuse me, sir," and he was like, "You can go fuck yourself, lady."
That
Yeah.
rocks.
It's pretty cool.
It's so funny how Nick Nolte became a celebrity. He's like a bum that they just put
He
in
used to be
movies.
sexy, didn't he? Didn't he win Sexiest Man Alive? Or
Yeah,
whatever?
but he's got a homeless vibes. He literally is just like a bum that they.
At this
now,
point,
but when he
yeah.
was hot, dude, he was
No,
like
even when he was young, even like 48 Hours era. Nick
That's
Nolte,
but he was
he's like,
gruff.
I'm not gonna have a bus transfer.
He is one of
you
the most
motherfucker."
iconic mugshots of all time.
He was gruff, dude. Ladies love a nice gruff boy.
Yeah, I mean Busey. I mean they're the same guy basically.
No, oh damn. Not he looks bad now.
Nolte.
Yeah, but young Nick Nolte, he could catch a nice fat.
You know, it's a great
suck-off.
movie, the Cape Fear remake with Nick
Yep.
Nolte.
Yeah, it's really good.
Counselor.
Ooh, dude,
it's really good. Other than fucking De Niro's terrible Southern accent.
Yeah.
Never
Yeah.
seen
Have
it.
you
We've
ever
talked
been
about
held
this.
down and molested by 4 white men?
Oh shit! I just found a picture.
Sodomized.
I just found a picture of Nick Nolte in a wrestling outfit and or a basketball or some shit. He's wearing a singlet, and the number 69.
Hell yeah.
Pretty cool.
Cool.
I used to work with a Peruvian guy named Nick Nolte.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
He wrote his name down one time. I'm like, that's very funny. And he's like, what? And I was like, what's your real last name? Because his name was Nick.
Yeah.
He's like, it's Nolte. And I'm like, your name is Nick Nolte? And then he like showed me his ID, and for sure his name was Nick Nolte.
That's
He was just a
awesome, dude.
Peruvian guy that had that name. He was also a pathological liar, though. You know,
So you believed him on that?
Well, he had a government
he
issued
showed
ID.
me his ID.
He probably lied his way into it.
Well, you need a forged
What a
birth
bizarre
certificate.
thing to risk jail time so you can tell people your name is Nick Nolte.
I believe it.
Yeah, that guy would lie about everything. He said he had all these kids. He also said his mom was dead, but it's like, I think his mom really was dead. That's the thing with
That's not what a lie
pathological
is.
liars is they do have like 1 or 2 things that are true.
Right.
And so you're like, you know, they're like, yeah, dude, we went to, like...
You mean 1 or 2 like fucked up things that are
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
not-
yeah.
Of course, there's some facts.
Yeah. No, they let me go into the vault, and then I did the Scrooge McDuck thing where I was jumping in the coins at the bank. And also, my mom has breast cancer. And you're like, both of those things are a lie.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, you fucking asshole. That's his mom right there. They're cutting her titty out right behind you.
With a
in the
chainsaw.
Scrooge McDuck room. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, George. You know, you said that thing about meeting the actual Ronald McDonald at one time, and we all knew you were lying, and so I held a chip on my shoulder about it. I didn't mean to insinuate that your mom wasn't a terminal character from the TV show DuckTales.
Suck tails, suck my dick.
You've seen the what is it, the Fatal Farm DuckTales video?
No, what happens?
Oh my god,
Fuck tails.
it's so funny.
What?
I'm pulling that shit up. You guys keep talking for a second.
DuckTales was a spin-off of, what do you call it?
The ducks in these cartoon universes always confuse me.
What was the one?
There's Scrooge McDuck,
Yeah.
and that's Donald's. I think he's his uncle.
Yeah, his Scottish uncle. His Jewish Scottish uncle.
And the three guys, he's Huey, Fucky, and Sucky.
Yeah,
are
Huey-
Donald's sons?
I guess so. Yeah.
And where's Donald? He's just getting sucked off by other ducks.
Donald was a deadbeat.
Where's
dad.
Daisy?
He left him.
Isn't
with
Daisy
the rich
in the
uncle.
picture?
Well, listen. Sometimes
Did Daisy die?
what is this?
This is the Fatal Farm DuckTales video.
Okay.
And let me turn the
Should I
volume
put my mic to the speaker?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's all put our mics to the speaker. Nice. What the fuck is this? Ah, fuck. No, dude, no. The dog's gonna rape her. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, dude. This is fucked up, dude. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Holy fucking shit.
Holy, who made that?
This is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my
Fatal
life.
Farm.
They're just like a YouTube comedy.
They're like
group?
Wham City, but better. They're
Oh.
like a Ben O'Brien, but like a funnier.
Oh,
version.
don't fuck. No,
Come
don't shit on Ben,
I'm
dude.
Those
busting
are our
his fucking
boys.
balls.
Those are our boys.
No, this and the
I steal their bits.
They did the
Yeah,
RoboCop.
Adam's never stealing these bits.
They did
they are better
RoboCop
than Wham
shit.
City.
Yeah, yeah.
Never
Oh,
mind.
the RoboCop
The
shit
RoboCop
was
shit is my favorite piece of
unbelievable.
media
Yeah.
of all time. dude.
I was crying the first time I saw that.
I played
Yeah.
that at my funeral on a loop, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
just want
so
that
good.
RoboCop shooting those guys' dicks off.
Yeah.
There we go. That's what that's what we were gonna do every week. It's a Cumtown cultural.
Yeah. Today's
top
culture,
pick.
Spanish people. I don't like them. Next review.
Nah, dude, we got to get our listeners cultured, dude, and that's why we're recommending a video where RoboCop shoots 1,000 fake dicks off.
Well, you guys should also, because now there's going to be like a weird minute-long gap in
Of
the
the
show.
DuckTales
Of
theme
the
song.
DuckTales theme song.
Rewind and find it.
Go sync up the podcast with the Fatal Farm DuckTales video.
What was the other show? Tailspin?
Tailspin with Baloo as a
With Baloo
pilot.
as a pilot.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, and then there was Darkwing. Oh no, that's Daffy. Daffy's.
Is that Daffy?
No, Darkwing Duck is his own character.
But
I
that was
think it
in
was
the
Daffy.
WB universe, not
I don't know, but it's not Daffy Duck. It's Darkwing. It's a completely different.
wasn't.
I think
Darkwing Duck,
Daffy's
just
Bruce
Daffy's-
Wayne and Darkwing
No,
is Batman.
Darkwing Duck is there is a crossover between DuckTales and Darkwing Duck.
Oh, there
and the
is.
crossover is Launchpad is in both. I think Launchpad is the retarded guy that's like a pilot.
I forgot
that's
about
friends
Launchpad.
with both Darkwing Duck and I think the DuckTales guys.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay, so Darkwing's in the Disney universe.
Darkwing's Disney, not WB.
there's also Nega Duck, which sounds hilarious.
Yeah.
which is Darkwing's nemesis.
Then. Ooh.
He's like a palette swap
Oh,
of
shit.
Darkwing Duck.
Oh yes. That everyone had that in the 90s. Everyone's nemesis was just
Darkwing
Bizarro.
Duck was Disney. It wasn't Daffy.
I remember I loved Darkwing Duck when I was a kid. I was like 5.
So Darkwing was a white duck? I thought he was black.
No, he's white.
Oh.
Yeah, his sidekick was
sidecock
Launchpad McQuack.
Launchpad McQuack
from DuckTales.
Is he Scottish too?
I think so. Yeah, he's a Scottish retard. He's a big Scottish retard.
His secret identity was Drake Mallard.
Oh, Drake. He's Drake.
Which was a parody of Kent Allard, the alter ego of the Shadow.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, you ever see that movie? The Alec
Shadow?
Baldwin movie, The Shadow?
No. He's a superhero?
It was like part of that run in the 90s where they were trying to make superhero movies happen. Because I guarantee you, if they made The Shadow now, it would be like, Eric Bana, and it would be very serious.
Well, The Shadow wasn't a comic; it was a radio show.
Oh, the radio show.
Yeah.
I used to listen to that.
No, it was
actually.
also a comic.
No, it's recently been made into a comic.
As of what, like 25, 30 years ago?
No, in the last 5 years, it was made into a graphic novel.
Did you?
No, I'm pretty sure it was a comic before that.
I'm
No, The
sure,
Shadow
dude,
was a
everything was a
radio-
fucking comic.
Was a radio
I know,
show.
it was a radio
If
show.
it was a
but-
radio play, you don't think when all of media was comics, they tried to make it a comic?
Well, I don't think it was.
I think it was.
Because the only reason I bring this up is because my friend is a copyright lawyer, and he was actually like having to go through the Shadow graphic novel and like make sure that they weren't like breaching contract or something.
So was that movie good?
Yeah,
there was also
appearance, The Living Shadow, 1931 print. So there goes your fucking
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I guess I'm wrong.
stupid asshole.
What was it?
Shit.
Print. What does that mean? Print. It doesn't mean it's a
shut
comic.
up, bitch.
series.
It's probably some.
It's
pulp.
a pulp series. So that's it's
whatever,
a book.
bitch.
It's
It
not a
counts.
comic.
That counts.
That doesn't count as a comic.
It counts.
No,
it was in
it's-
print.
Okay, here we go. Here's the comic. Walter Gibson and Vernon Green's The Shadow, August 12th, 1940.
Yeah, that's in the last 25 years. It sounds like.
Which
All
is
right.
which is not what you said, by the way. That's what
Yeah.
Nick said to make fun of you. You said in the last 5 years.
Well, I know that they just came out with a graphic novel in the last 2-3 years.
I heard they just made Batman a couple years ago. Do you guys have you read that comic?
Oh, yeah,
Batman?
it actually started with Batman Begins.
Well, yeah, it's
I
the
know
first
about
one. Yeah.
It's
Batman
Ich,
Begins.
ach, uch, ach. He starts doing the Jew alphabet.
Yeah, let's bring that back
Yeah,
to mock
yeah.
him for that for no
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah, piece of shit.
Have you guys ever heard the new comic I just found out about? It's called Superman.
I can
Yeah.
do the German alphabet.
Do it.
No one cares.
No, do it.
How about why don't you do?
You gotta
Schindler's
hear both
List?
sides,
Name
dude.
everyone on the list.
Okay.
Why don't you do?
Everyone
Why don't you do the fucking
Albert.
mute alphabet,
Yeah,
dude?
Arthur the Aardvark. That's the first one.
for AA?
Yeah.
Exactly. Always the first.
No, I think you should do the sign language alphabet, bitch, for the
Okay.
rest of the podcast.
Yeah.
for
Here.
eternity.
This
wonder if
one.
I could
There's
just-
this one.
Whoa!
There's this one.
Hey,
What is
There's
it?
this
A
one.
B A B C D.
No, those are not it.
E. Yeah, no, it is.
Really?
Yeah, E.
E is this.
F.
This is
F.
now. This is even worse somehow
G?
than how
Yeah,
we started
G.
the show.
Yeah, G.
You're
yeah,
both
yeah.
doing
This is
visual.
good. This is good for the.
No, I think it's good, dude.
That's hilarious that we found a way to be worse than saying 3 alphabets is to do sign language.
People are learning shit, dude.
That's right. Rub your hand against the mic.
Yeah. This podcast is for people who listen to Dan Carlin's Hardcore History, and you're like, oh, fuck, I'm going to learn something today on my way to the vitamin shop to buy a bunch of whey protein.
That's right.
And then they're there, and Dan Carlin's like, now, everyone knows what the Byzantine Empire is, so I'm not going to explain that. And then they go like, well, I fucking don't. It's canceled. And they turn that podcast off. And you turn on this one, and they're like, all right, well, the base entry knowledge you need for this one is knowing what the alphabet is.
Yeah.
And then
Sort
you
of.
learn something on time.
Knowing most of the alphabet.
Knowing most of the alphabet. And it's sort of
In
like
your
a
native
way to
tongue.
ease your way into being an intellectual.
Yeah.
Right.
That, reads the New Yorker and
Yes.
says the Jewish alphabet
Yeah.
and doesn't know when the
He
shadow
reads the New
came.
Yorker but claims he never did read
Yeah,
the New
right,
Yorker.
exactly.
No, I
Had 2 subscriptions.
I had to
his
cancel
apartment,
because I
and
used to
then
waste
another
most
one
of
to
it.
the Chinese girl he's trying to impress. She's like, "Oh, did my New Yorker come to your apartment somehow, Li Pang?" She's like, "Please get it out of here.
I never did.
The government will find out our address, and our family will be deported."
Deported.
Byzantine Empire.
That was the worst part about
living.
living in Chinatown is when Adam would come over and try to woo the family I was living with.
Trying to fuck the whole family.
Yeah, I got pretty close on
grandma to 11-year-old boy. The whole thing, dude.
the grandfather and I got pretty close at one point. Yeah.
They shared a kimono. They had a tea, and then they both put on the same kimono, front to back.
And then he taught me how to roundhouse kick.
Yeah.
You can't roundhouse kick, bitch.
Yes, I can, dude.
No way.
After
no
the show,
fucking chance.
I'll show you after the show.
I roundhouse kick much more powerfully than you. That's for
I know
sure.
how to roadhouse kick and roundhouse kick.
I want to watch
First
Roadhouse.
rule of being a bouncer: be nice. I haven't watched Roadhouse in a
Let's watch it. I haven't watched
it's hilarious.
You've never seen Roadhouse?
No.
Oh, it's a must-watch.
I don't know if I would have the patience for it. I mean, I've seen Roadhouse so many fucking times that it's like...
I'll watch it on my own. I'll buy it. That'll be next week's movie review.
Yeah. You should.
Still of Pierce Brosnan.
He's a cute bitch, dude.
Yeah, he used to look fucked up.
No, when?
Prior to Remington Steele, he got his like teeth.
Isn't that a
fixed.
gay porn? Or isn't that a black guy
He
that
had
does
fucked
porn?
up teeth, and he.
That's Lexington Steele.
Yeah, that's Lexington
Steele.
Remington Steele
That guy's
is about
got
a
a
British
fucking
guy that
hog.
fucks black guys.
Oh, nice.
Do you ever watch that
Steele's
porn
a
site
TV
Blacked?
show? This is the premise of Remington Steele. Is there's a woman that owns like a detective agency, but no one would believe that a woman's good at the job, so she has to get a British guy to pretend to be her boss.
That's incredible. I love television, dude. It's so funny to just watch culture from like 7 years ago.
Yeah,
and see
yeah.
How fucking
a trans person
Yeah.
set him on fire.
well,
Jimmy
first
Stewart?
of all,
Yeah.
they'd be calling them he she's or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember he she?
Yeah, I still say it.
Oh, actually, I was watching Scrubs and they were just throwing tranny around left and right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah?
people forget that it was literally
6
2
months ago.
years ago when they were like, you can't say tranny.
Yeah.
And it's still kind of like, yeah, I don't really understand how that's a slur, but I guess if you're going to fucking beat that drum over and over again, I won't say it anymore.
If it hurts people's
it's
feelings.
not, it would be like if the acceptable term for black people
okay.
was like Niggel.
Oh, okay.
And then
yeah,
they're like,
yeah.
don't say the other one.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because it's so close to trans.
Right.
You know?
right. Yes.
I think it'd be
Sem-
EY.
Yeah,
Huh?
EY,
Damn. Just I said that in my head and it was funny sounding.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
The way a cute racist calls.
Yeah, like Elmer Fudd. Be very quiet.
Oh shit!
you know,
in the
Elmer
movie
Fudd.
feed.
Oh fuck!
What was Elmer Fudd's life like when he wasn't hunting? Like, I feel like no one in the town took him seriously because of his speech impediment.
I don't know, posting shit about Obama on Facebook.
He's not a American.
Yeah. He's a dirty Muslim.
He's a Muslim.
I can't wait to finish the gorilla mindset.
Yeah. He is just Cernovich.
Yeah, Elmer Fudd is definitely that is Cernovich, dude.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have been wet pilled.
Be very, very quiet. I'm correcting alimony.
I'm a very, very proud boy. I'm going
Elmer Fudd's definitely a proud boy.
There is an Antifa
Bugs
protest.
is Antifa.
Hell yeah, Bugs is definitely fucking listening to Against Me, dressing up like a ninja.
Oh fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, he was trans. Bugs was trans when he
Bugs
said in
would
the
cross
opera.
dress.
This is
Bugs was
this is a
constantly
cartoon heavy
cross-dressed.
episode.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We're talking a lot of cartoon. DuckTales, Bugs Bunny,
Tailspin?
who was also just Darkwing Duck, according to Adam.
I think
Wasn't that just Roger Rabbit? What is that, like Bugs Bunny?
that's not a comic.
Yeah. Isn't that the same as Bug? What do you mean Roger Rabbit isn't a comic? You
Hot
know that's
take,
a
guys.
real rabbit?
Hot take, guys. Can you guys?
You think that's what an actual man is?
Can you
Roger
respect?
Rabbit?
Can you respect what I'm about to say?
No.
I think Nala from Lion King. I would.
You would fuck Nala?
I would.
I'd fuck Nala.
Is that why you
Yeah.
paint your dog's nails and have sex with him?
I didn't paint my dog's nails.
Yes, you did.
And my dog is a dog, not a lion.
Yeah, but you pinch your nips.
I don't pinch her nips.
You know,
I rub her belly
Real talk,
and she has
seen you
nipples
do it.
on it.
You knew what I would fuck? Iago from Aladdin.
Just because you want to hear him squawk while you fuck him?
That'd be hilarious. You just get a real tight grip on him, put them right over your dick, and then slam them down.
Iago.
Call me a whore.
Yeah, like you're forcefully pushing up a Flintstones pop on a countertop. That's how you fuck Iago.
Damn, Flintstones pops. Those were the shit.
Those
dude.
were the shit.
They were.
I
That was the
fucking
best
love
shit
those.
on the ice cream truck.
Are they still around?
Yeah.
Really?
You know what's funny is there's an ice cream truck that drives by every day, and I could just go be getting ice cream.
You could.
And I don't think to do it.
You could stay fat, dude.
What do you guys think is the best ice cream song out of the three? There's three.
Jack in the Box.
No.
Pop Goes the Weasel.
Pop Goes the Weasel is not the best.
Pop Goes the Weasel because the weasel goes pop.
Hello is the best one.
Oh yeah. Suck my dick.
Yeah, and I like when they have
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm gay.
Yeah.
I'm gay. Yeah, I love that one. Yeah, and
what's
then
the third
obviously
one?
the Mr. Softy.
Oh yeah. It sounds like hello.
You know what? All the music should be the music that the Mexican guy in the bodega listens to while he's making sandwiches.
reggaeton.
Dude,
He listens
to the
just rap.
shittiest music
Mexican
in the world.
rap.
He was
really.
listening to this like Mexican rap song where the background was like Casio version of the Godfather theme.
Yes.
So it's like bling 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 blah. That guy being like, yo quiero uno, yo quiero dos, yo quiero taco, yo quiero tres.
I want one, I want two, I want taco, I want three.
Yeah, that was the song.
That's a good ass song. Dude.
I like the message.
Fuck, dude. I was listening. Me and George were getting.
Yo tengo dolor en mi testicalias. Your testicalias is mucho caliente.
Oh, this song is good, but my testicles are still
Señor, please,
caliente.
mi testicalias es mucho caliente. No tengo dolor en mi testicalias. Yo necesito doctores.
Oh, fuck. I remember I was in a taco, or no, I was getting Peruvian chicken, and they were playing a fucking John Legend song in Spanish. And I tried to it was just a Spanish guy. It was just singing a John Legend song, and I tried to Shazam it, and it just doesn't exist. Like, I don't know. I'll never find that recording.
It was just the guy on the DJ
Juan
singing.
Legend.
In Texas, they had all these radio stations that were just what the fuck is that? Texas
Tejano.
Tejano music.
What's
We
that?
just play Tejano music, which is like it's
like polka.
Yeah, it's polka because
Oh,
it's
hell
all
yeah.
Texas is all German,
Like
settlers.
ranchero shit?
There's like a lot of Germans in Mexico.
So it's like bum, 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 bum,
No,
bum,
it's like bum 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 bum
Yeah,
bum bum
it'll
bum bum
go like
bum
that.
bum.
But I was listening to it one time,
I love that.
and then it just switches to like bum 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 bum. It's just the Flintstones song. There's the middle of the song. They just yeah. Do you have the Flintstones?
I want to fuck Wilma.
Excuse me, but do you have a video of the Flintstones?
Man, how fuck? Can't believe we've talked about the Flintstones movie and how Rosie was Wilma.
Yeah,
That shit's fucked up, dude.
I thought you said you used to have a crush on her.
No, I fucking wanted to. I was a fan of hers comedically.
Oh, then you got sad that she
and I was
became a
sad she was
lesbian-
gay.
that she was lesbian?
Yeah, I prayed for her. But Halle Berry was hot as shit in that movie, though. I guess so. I guess it evens out.
What are you talking about? Swordfish? Swordfish?
No, man, in fucking Flintstones.
Was she in that?
Yeah, she was the secretary.
I don't remember.
She was being a fucking sex pot.
There was like a
Maybe she was the
4-year
villain.
stretch where Halle Berry was the hottest woman in the world.
She's still up there, bro.
I haven't seen her in a long ass time.
Which Flintstones movie are you talking about? The first one?
I think
Viva
so.
Rock
John
Vegas?
Yeah. Wasn't she
Who played Barney?
She was the sexual temptress. Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
That's right.
Another Adam Friedland doppelganger right there.
You wish, bitch.
Dude,
I like
know
it.
there's
His
plenty.
like wife died, and he was like, "Well, I'm done with movies."
Yeah, and he just went and was a good
Disappeared.
father and shit.
Yeah.
Like a bitch.
What a retard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
didn't
mean, seriously.
Didn't Steve
You could
Gutenberg
have been
also
a
retire?
billionaire.
No,
You
I
should have
think
put your
Steve-
kids up for adoption.
Absolutely.
Make Ghostbuster 4.
sold 'em.
5,
Is Goots
6,
retired
7.
or no?
I think Goots' career just slowed down, dude.
Dude, Goots was
He was a stud. dude.
star. Yeah, he was a movie
he was really
star.
funny in what was the catering show that was funny as shit?
Party Down?
Party Down. He had
Yeah.
an episode of Party Down. He was funny as shit in it.
Goots?
I loved Party Down. Shouts
was a
out
good
Lizzie
show.
Kaplan. She's hot as shit.
Yeah, she is.
That what movie? What show is she in? True Blood, where her titties are out.
Yeah,
That
when
was
they
a good
did the
ass-
V, it was like Ecstasy for Vampires.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, is that what that
yeah,
is?
they do
There's
that.
this fat guy I used to follow on YouTube that was reviewing Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Uh-huh.
And he was like, you know, they should really have a different rating for the movies because when it says R for nudity, I don't expect to see a man's penis.
He's literally a straw man
It should
that
be
Jezebel created. Like,
yeah.
RP or RV?
They blogged him into existence.
Yeah. This is pre-Jezebel. This was like 10 years ago. This guy was great. He was a morbidly obese guy that was obsessed with Taylor Swift before anyone knew who Taylor Swift
Oh, wow.
was. This was back when
she was like a 14-year-old country
like a
singer.
when she was
Yeah.
country, you know,
Yeah.
like not making pop music. He was obsessed with her, and he his whole thing was like, I speak out against child abuse on the internet.
Nice.
Which is like so meaningless.
Yeah.
And also,
Like, you
he
just
wants to fuck a 14-year-old.
Go online and say, don't abuse children.
Yeah.
You know, but he had his phone number posted on his YouTube page, so
Oh,
me and my
nice.
friends used to get drunk and call him up all the time. And I was trashed one night, and I called him up, and I was like, Jeffrey, I got all the coded messages in your video. I'm a pedophile just like you. Wink, wink. You want to chat about all the boys we fuck, you know? And he's like, I do not fuck boys, you know? And he'd like scream. I'm like, come on, man. You're dropping hints left and right. We can smell each other. I know. For whatever reason, he wouldn't hang up, you know?
Yeah.
And then one time he made a video, and I can't find it anymore. I mean, this was like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Where he was like,
Damn, was
you know,
Forgetting
he
Sarah
was like,
Marshall
and
10
I
years
called the FBI. He's like, this guy called me and told me he was a pedophile, and I called the FBI, and they wouldn't do anything about it. He's like, they said, you know, okay, sir, why did this? Because I speak out against child abuse on the internet. And they said, do you post your number online? I said, yes. They're like, do you think maybe this is somebody just playing a prank on you? And I said, no, I don't. You don't understand how this guy sounded. I've never been so satisfied where it's like to see the fruits of my labor.
Yes,
you know, just delivered to
absolutely.
me in a video format.
That's beautiful, dude.
I know. Yeah.
That is so. Oh,
it
that's
was.
the dream.
It was kind of like a. You know, it was such a perfect moment.
I'm
soon as he
I'm
uploaded
happy
that.
for you, dude.
Yeah.
That's like
I'm
that's
just
like,
sitting in my computer eating Chex Mix. Like, yes.
that video is what a child is for most people. For you, you know, like that's
Like, not only explaining that he called the FBI, but they told him he was being made fun
the
of.
FBI was like, "You're getting trolled, you fat retard."
Was that tweet during the presidential election where someone called the Baltimore Police Department because he heard they were playing a song called
multiple calls to the police department. They hung up on me.
Yeah, they hung up on me. It's like, I heard a song that said "Kill the police, fuck Trump" or something, and he's like, the Baltimore Police Department hung up on him.
Well, the Baltimore Police Department is also horrible.
That's one of those social experiment guys. I think.
Like, it's a nice mix of just like fucking racist guys who live in Harford County and like people getting their training in Baltimore and then just transferring
to Baltimore County.
That would you guys remember Timmy
You're
Hall?
saying that the Baltimore Police Department's bad because, in my opinion, they're good police.
He's a good police.
He's a
good police.
That's like the weirdest thing about The Wire is how they use the word police.
Police,
Yeah.
As
I guess
a-
that's what
he's
I
good
was-
police.
as a plural noun.
Yeah.
Or like a singular noun.
I guess that's what they did.
He's
dude.
he's a police.
He's a police.
It's a really, it's a really good episode is the one where McNulty's doing that sting on the whorehouse. And he
yes,
does a
dude.
fake British accent.
Yeah.
But he's really a British guy in real life, so he's
Yeah.
playing an American trying to do a British
Yeah,
accent.
yeah.
It's really satisfying.
Well, he can barely do an American accent.
It
No,
gets
he sucked.
better
He did
throughout the
suck.
show.
He sounds weird.
It
When
gets
he-
better
in the 5th season when he tries to do a Baltimore accent. It's horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he
not
sounds
good.
like a jockey from the Bronx.
Yeah, he
it's,
sounds
it's
New
really
York.
bad.
Yeah.
But and that season's kind of weird where he makes up a guy who bites people or some shit.
Oh, yeah, he makes up a serial
Season
killer.
5 is retarded.
There's some
Yeah,
good
yeah.
shit in there, but yeah,
Season
it's-
5
it's-
isn't that good.
But well, dude, the ending is.
I'm a low-key
unfuckwithable.
season 2 fan,
Yeah, dude. Of
which
course,
is like
the Greeks,
people
baby.
people don't like season 2.
Season 2, a lot of that was
people
shot.
don't like season 2.
People
They don't-
say I'm with
people
them
say
on that.
season
1
2
through 4 everyone likes.
No,
I think
out of
people
those
say
4
that-
though, 2 is the one the people will shit on.
Yeah, people
I
will
think it's
shit on
funny
that.
is they aired The Wire on BET,
Yeah, and they got rid of all the Sabatka stuff.
All the doc stuff, and just like so the runtime was 14
stuff?
minutes long.
Yeah,
because they don't want any of the white people stuff in there.
Someone told me Frank Sabatka was like 32 years old when he was filming.
That guy
The Wire.
just looks like shit.
He just looked old as shit. Yeah.
Yo, how big was that guy's dick? Was it
Ziggy?
Ziggy's dick? Was that a real dick?
It was probably a prosthetic.
He had a nice fucking fat.
I don't even remember that.
He took out his dick in one scene. Yeah.
I think. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I guess that's because I only watch BET.
Yeah.
As a woke man.
You only watched
I only
The
watch
Wire through
BET and McDonald's commercials during Black History Month. That's the only form of media I consume.
The best part of that episode that you're talking about, though, when he's doing the fake accent, is that during the sting, McNulty just fucks two whores.
Yeah, accidentally, yeah.
And he's like, what? He just shrugs off having sex with prostitutes. What a guy, dude. McNulty rules. Another episode.
Do you remember that McDonald's commercial, the Black History Month McDonald's commercial, where it's the two black guys deciding what they want to eat, but they communicate by beatboxing with each other?
Oh my god. That fucking rocks. Oh, who the fuck is making those?
I love it. I love
Whose
it.
mother? Whose 65-year-old white suburban mother?
Corporate wokeness is the best.
Dude, the Kylie Jenner Pepsi ad is the greatest advertisement.
Well, that was our idea. That was the Cum Boys.
Wait, it
went
wasn't
out
Kylie.
to LA.
It was Kendall.
Same shit.
No,
is there even
how
a Kylie?
dare you?
There's a Kylie, right?
Kylie's the one that got plastic surgery.
Well,
at, like,
Kylie was
17.
Bruce and then became Kylie.
Yeah, no. Hey, Kylie.
Sorry, still is Bruce. I still call her
Skylar, Kylie.
No,
Kaylee.
Kylie's hot as shit, dude. Because she just got plastic surgery to look like Kim, basically.
To look like Kim.
There's like a trashy hotness to her. I follow her on Instagram. Shouts out Kylie. Kendall's the one that looks like just modelly.
I remember the Kardashian show at the beginning. Like, my sister used to watch on E, and it was just about like 3 girls that weren't even that famous that worked at a store together.
That's how it started.
Yeah, and then they got so fucking famous.
Kim was just like Paris Hilton's friend.
Yeah,
and they were like, they started some. They were like,
remember that
rich
show, The
LA
Simple
people.
Life?
Yeah.
Nicole Richie.
Yeah.
Is she the one that died? No, Brittany Murphy died.
They're like, we're gonna go hang out with trash and see how trash people live.
Yeah.
They're like, oh my god, you actually have to stick your hand in the cow's pussy? And they're like, no, not really, but you know,
that's what the producer.
The producer said this would be a good scene.
Remember when that's what being hot was just like being fucking skinny and blonde and like
and having
fake
no
and shit?
ass.
Yeah, it's like, what a beautiful time we were living in.
Yeah,
the era of fat asses.
Yeah, it's fat asses are
I mean, I feel
doing
like it's
well.
always been that way. At least
No.
for me.
No,
At least
absolutely
for me.
not.
I don't
way.
mean, I don't mean in general. I mean, like I don't feel like was ever swayed by the. I never thought Paris Hilton was hot.
Huh?
I never thought Paris Hilton was
No,
hot.
but society did. I'm with you, dude.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I jacked off to her movie, her sex tape.
Yeah, I watched it. Sure.
When I was like,
I beat off to it
when I was
actually.
18 or whatever.
Actually, I watched it with Brandon, and I have a picture of him on Twitter. Looking at it, so everyone go retweet that picture, and maybe it'll like. It's really old, and it'll probably embarrass Brandon. Maybe I'll retweet it.
I hope Brandon gets embarrassed. I love when he gets embarrassed.
Just to picture him watching the Paris Hilton porno in like 4 years. It's
This
not
is
even
fucked up. I'm a celebrity. That's what that's what he'll say in response, without any sense
A
of
shred
irony.
of irony,
No,
yeah.
none of it. I'm a celebrity now.
That was not a great pornography. Neither was the Kim K one.
They should.
You barely see her titties.
They should
Yeah,
bring
but
back
you
The
see
Apprentice,
her
but
face.
put Brandon. They should make Brandon the Donald Trump character.
Okay.
Oh, so like it's the meme apprentice.
He's the new Donald Trump character.
And
Because
he
I
has-
guarantee you Brandon would do it, and then people would start comparing Brandon to Trump, and then eventually we can turn him into a complete monster.
We could turn him
he
into the
becomes
president.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. People will hate him. That's all I want. Let him be president. Let him live on a fucking mansion on the moon. As long as people don't like him, I'm happy.
Okay.
Look, money can't buy happiness. Only spite can.
Yeah, dude. 2 episodes ago, you said it could.
What? Money can buy
Yeah,
happiness?
you literally did say that
No,
because you're
the
5.1 Dolby
constant
surround.
spending of money.
Okay.
can but the wheel must keep turning. And TP-Link Easy Smart 16-port switches must be purchased.
At this pace, you're going to be a yacht guy by 35.
I fucking hope so.
Dude, I'm trying to get out on the bay and let's listen to some fucking yacht rock, dude.
Hell yeah.
Let's take a little skipper.
Baby.
Let's eat oysters. Let's eat crabs. A full day of getting high and eating crabs and shit.
I can't
What
get
we're
high
basically
anymore.
going to do is we're going to use the Cumtown money to buy a big-ass boat, and everyone who's a premium subscriber is invited to wave goodbye to us on the dock as we set sail for greener pastures.
But you
out
have
in
to
the
bring a
precious Atlantis.
Yes.
Yeah,
where
you-
it's legal and encouraged to fuck other men,
What?
but only because you have to.
Wait, we
Because
don't
it's
have to,
international
though.
waters.
We don't. We
And
could
it's a
bring
new way
girls.
of life without
Actually,
women.
some girls should come. I think. So
But
we'll
th-
bring some girl
They'll be
premium
silenced
subscribers.
via beheading and sex change operations.
No, wait, why?
So they become
wait, we're gonna
men.
kill them and make them men. Can they keep their titties?
The titties meat will be used to create dicks. I'm sorry.
No, dude, that makes me so upset. The idea of titty meat turning into a dick. That fucking offends me the way like religious people feel about gay people.
I'm gonna start slipping acid into your meals,
Uh-huh.
and then say shit like that to you while you're peeking.
That would make me so mad. If I was on acid right now and you said we're turning every titty into a dick,
Yeah,
I would fucking fight you, dude.
there used to be like
I would fucking choke slam you through this window.
That was a 4chan thing. Is shitting dick nipples? It's like a Chinese. It's like a hentai woman, and she's got dicks instead of nipples, and then shit is coming out of the dicks.
Whoa, cool.
I don't remember that.
That's a thing people would jack off to.
Really?
Yeah,
That I'm not into.
shitting dick nipples.
No thanks. I did not spend much time in 4chan. I still don't have
I
a great
didn't either,
understanding of
really.
the internet, and I didn't understand it at all.
4chan memes kind of always annoyed me because they weren't funny.
Was
they were
4chan
like inherently not funny.
Was that
Yeah.
before or after something awful? It's different things.
Yeah, it was concurrent.
What's something awful?
That was like another
Another
place where
message board?
people used to post. Yeah.
Something awful is like
I was
where,
never on
where
there.
all the Twitter humor came from. It's all people from like Fiat or whatever. All the shit Brandon steals now.
Fiat? What the fuck is that?
Fuck You and Die. It was like a sub forum on
Okay.
Something Awful. But the Something Awful forums cost $10 to use.
Oh shit!
So I was never on there.
It cost $10 like a year or a month or what?
And no, it's a one-time thing, I think.
Oh, okay.
It's
I used to
$10.
just use the internet for normal shit like Suicide Girls and
Yes.
Mike in Brazil free previews.
Oh, dude, the Mike
And-
in Brazil, Mike's apartment.
was
remember
that in
that?
Brazil?
No, that Mike's in Brazil. Mike used to have an apartment, and when you couldn't pay rent,
You had to have
guess how you had
sex.
to pay. And he had a lot of beautiful women that rented out rooms.
I wonder what happened to Mike in Brazil. I wonder if he's down there in the favelas running a gang or
He
something.
probably has some kind of horrible STD because he was raw
Yeah.
dogging a lot of Brazilian, like probably sex workers.
Yeah, apparently down in South America, like there's like a ton of transsexual women because homosexuality is like looked down upon so much.
I thought he was looked down upon. They're not going to be cool with trans.
No,
people.
because in like in basically every country where Islam is a thing, if you're gay, they just force you to get sex changed. It's actually just one specific country, but I can't remember which one. So it's therefore it's all of
Qatar.
them. It's all of them.
Isn't it in like Southeast Asia or something? They like if a little boy's like
Saudi
I'm a girl,
Arabia?
they'll let them grow up as a girl.
There's
What's my favorite
there's a
YouTube
Latino
videos?
culture.
My favorite
There's part
YouTube
of Latino
videos are
culture
the
that's like
ones
that.
where it's like a parent and they're like rushing to get the camera on. They're like, what did you say about that toy? Say it again. And it's a little girl like, why can't the girls play with boy toys? And they're like,
Yeah.
that's right. Why is that? Forward to BuzzFeed immediately. May I have $1 million for this video?
She's reading off a little cue card.
Yeah, right. There's a gun to her head.
But I like princesses.
No, you're not fucking talk. Not right now. Play with this ball. Do you know how many grumpy cats I went through before I could have a daughter to exploit?
Yeah, what's gonna happen?
There's a
when-
lot of little kids that are funny.
Yeah.
Like these toddlers that are actually funny, and they're like making good videos, but it's like this is fucked
They're getting
up.
exploited by their parents.
They're on
What's
Facebook
gonna happen
all
to
the
them when
time.
they're adults and they see these like embarrassing videos of them?
I mean,
You know
once
what's
they
going to
get
be great
rich-
is when the Sparkling
Maybe.
Wiggles girl gets fired from her job because that video resurfaces.
Who is that?
Oh,
It's like a
that's
video from a couple years ago.
hilarious video.
But before, like, all the woke shit started, of this like 4-year-old girl with the speech impediment,
Yeah.
and their parents are like, "Say Sparkling Wiggles," and when she does, it sounds like
The
fucking
N-word.
N-words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she just
And
can't
it is
speak.
hilarious.
It's very funny.
It's
you
a
know?
little girl
and they're
saying
like,
something
say there's,
awful.
Yeah,
she has
she's
no
like,
idea.
Say there's too many Sparkling Wiggles at the party.
yeah. Her parents are truly racist in that one. Like, it's
Yeah.
one thing to just be like, but then they start going like, tell all the Sparkling Wiggles to
tell
get off
the-
welfare.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, it's like
too many specific scenarios.
yeah.
But that's gonna find, and people are gonna be like, "You're not gonna believe what Stephanie Meyerson said when she was 3 years old.
Yeah.
It's time to throw this bitch in jail."
Dude,
I can't wait. That is very. I actually am interested in that. How old do you
Yeah.
think she is now? I mean, that was a while ago.
She's probably like 13 now. I was probably
Nice.
10 years ago.
Nice, dude.
What was
5
your
more
first?
years.
What were your first favorite early internet like videos? Like
Oh, Star
Pre-
Wars Kid.
Star
Star Wars
Wars
Kid
Kid.
was the funniest
Yeah.
fucking shit.
the Leprechaun.
The story.
I mean, the Leprechauns is the best.
Yeah.
of all
yeah,
time.
Leprechaun's good. The story around Star Wars Kid
I don't
is
know
hilarious.
the story around it.
Is this fat kid who goes in like the AV room
Is that
at
the
his
Numa
school.
kid?
yeah, they make fun
No,
of it
no,
on
no, it's not
Arrested
the Numa
Development.
kid.
Oh.
It's this kid that
He
goes
makes
in,
like a
shut
li-
the fuck up.
Yeah.
I'll tell the story. God damn it.
I'm sorry.
I'm literally explaining it, and you go, "Oh, it's the when this." I'm
I'm
saying
sorry,
it.
Skip. Sorry, boss.
God damn it.
Sorry,
dude.
Captain.
No,
sorry,
he's
Chief.
Mudflap.
Sorry, Mudflap.
You're Mudflap.
No, I'm
You're
Candy
Doo-Doo.
Lips.
I'm Skip.
Candy Lips.
I think Doo-Doo's a cute nickname.
You're Gilligan.
I appreciate it.
I'm Skip.
I'm just happy to be part of the
You're
crew.
shit Gilligan, actually.
All right,
Adam.
just tell Star Wars Kid.
Yeah,
Shut up,
so
shit Gilligan.
This kid goes in the AV room at his school, and he's this fat loser, kind of like someone we know.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
I forgot his name.
Shit Mud Lips.
No. Candy Lips.
Shit Mud
And
Lips.
shit Gilligan.
Yeah, shit Mud
Candy Lips.
If anyone's
fat
Candy
boy.
Lips, it's me.
I'm Candy Lips.
I have the
You're
biggest
shit
lips.
Gilligan.
Look, once and for
You're
all,
Mudflap.
I'm all
I have
the
a
good
beautiful
ones.
mouth.
No, absolutely
You guys are
not.
the fucking bad
You're
ones.
the bad. You're one of the
I'm
bad
the best
ones.
one.
You got an okay one.
I'm
You have
the-
a horrible one, Adam, and I have
Guys,
a good
can we
one.
stop
No, I have a
arguing?
good
What
one.
I have a
matters?
funny one.
What matters
Yours
most
is bad.
We're
that
in
we
my
are
apartment,
all-
and we're in my apartment. I'm the good one. We go to your apartment. You can be the good one, but you're
No,
not.
I'm the good one.
I'm
We're
not in
never
your
going to
apartment.
his apartment.
I'm the good
Me and
one.
my fucking gay ass friend used to do that when we were like 5. He lived across the street
It's
from
my
me.
house.
And when we would walk from our house to his house or whatever, while we were like near his house, he was allowed to walk in front and show dominance.
Oh my god!
But when we crossed the threshold, because everything was a competition.
That's hilarious.
So when then we crossed the threshold and got to the other side of the street, it's like now I get to walk in front
yeah,
because it's
It is funny how
direction
much-
of my.
how much dumbass tribal shit is just in little kids' heads innately.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
in my
That's
house.
why I love all that like messaging about like children don't see color, children aren't racist. Even like the fucking children don't know what gender is. It's like children will find any reason to exclude another child, including like their name rhymes with literally anything. at all.
Yeah. Like Adam's name Gilligan, shit Gilligan.
Yeah, shit Gilligan Adam. Anyhow, this fat kid. Speaking of exclusion, it was like right when like Star Wars Episode 1 came out, and he went in the AV room at his school and he filmed himself with this like
Mop.
broomstick,
I remember that. Yes.
doing like Darth
Lightsaber.
Maul lightsaber stuff.
Yeah.
And some bullies broke into his locker and got the tape. And then, like, digitally converted it.
Yo, that guy taught some mean ass bully some very valuable tech
Yeah.
skills.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Computer, enhance, zoom, humiliate.
Those guys went on to film school.
Yeah, they made the Blair Witch Project.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Maryland?
The Fat Dick Project.
No, it's Canada.
No,
Blair
no,
Witch
no,
Project.
Blair Witch was Maryland,
Project was Maryland.
Yeah. There's
It
a lot
was-
of pride.
It was
around.
Burkittsville.
Where was it?
Burkittsville, Maryland.
There's a lot of weird vills.
Yeah.
Mechanicsville.
But no, the what's
It's the only two I know, actually.
Yeah,
Burtonville.
Burtonville. There's Burtonville and Burkittsville.
Nice.
It's two different villas.
Is there
My favorite
Merkin-
town is
Is there Merkinville? They make fake pussy hair.
yeah. There's that. My favorite town is Boring, Maryland.
That's a real town.
That's a real town. Yeah.
There's Rising Sun, which is racist as shit.
I think I drove through Boring on the way to like Westminster to do some bullshit. Fucking what's that
The
guy's
Stables, Dave Chauffeur.
name? Chauffeur, yeah.
The Stables,
No,
baby.
it was like two doors down or two cellar.
Yes,
doors.
I've done that route. Actually, did we go together?
No, maybe
We did once, actually. Yeah.
I did that room a couple times.
Yeah, I
what a
remember.
great room, dude.
Huh?
Awful people, but great room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I've never heard people
It's all right.
like you go into that bar and it's like you go into like an old West saloon where bullets are flying everywhere, but instead of bullets it's like racial slurs.
yeah. I remember I did it with Timmy Hall, and I did all right or whatever.
Yeah, I was there that night. I did a
Yes.
guestie on that one.
Yeah, and I did fine. And then Timmy just by saying the N-word, like they were the kind of racist white people that just like, oh, someone's saying the N-word and we can show approval by laughing hard.
Dude, I was
what's
there.
funny
I was
is
there,
that
and some
hipsters do
fucking
that
hick
too.
tried
But it's
to
a
buy
different
my
thing.
shoes.
I know what you're saying though. Huh?
Some hick tried to buy my shoes when I was there.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
what the kind of place
They
is.
They literally don't get those.
I like them
there.
shoes.
Yeah.
How much you want for them? He's gonna buy my shoes.
Yeah. How am I getting home?
Yeah.
Well, most of us are barefoot.
Yeah. I got shoes on. You looking down on me? Fucking piece of shit.
Oh man, Davey Shows. We never talked about him, dude.
Yeah. No, we have. We've definitely talked about it. But
Really?
what were we saying? Oh,
Boring
no.
Maryland.
No,
What
no,
was
no.
your
Something
first
before
favorite
that.
early video?
I don't know. I don't really know, honestly. I legit did not get the internet till late as hell.
Do you
in my
remember
life.
the weatherman that was just? I didn't know it at the time what Coke was, but he was just fucking yipped up.
Do you remember
Mark
Frankie McDonald,
Mathers?
the mentally
Yes,
disabled
the Canadian
weatherman
guy?
from Canada?
Oh, yeah,
that guy rules.
Attention, citizens of California. Attention.
Isn't he still around?
Yeah, I think so. My favorite video of his was
the
one-
rap battle, Eli. The like community college TV show where they have a rap battle.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't like that. That made me sad.
I'm gonna fuck you up, man. And then he just like stops.
Like some bisexual. What
Yeah.
did you say?
It made me
He
really
just
sad.
stops. Well, my favorite Frankie McDonald video is the one where
It's
like
great.
he blew up, got really popular, and then clearly his like parents were like, "Frankie, what the fuck? You know,
Yeah.
you can't be popular. You're disabled."
Yeah.
And so he made the video where he's like in his room and he's like whispering and he's like, "Attention, everybody. Please do not share the video."
Oh no! Poor Frankie,
Yeah.
dude. Frankie's the official weatherman of Come Town. I think
Yeah.
that's clear.
That when Goodnight.
Let's get him on.
He came out right around when Goodnight and Good Luck came out. And
The black and white movie?
I photoshopped
No.
the cover of Goodnight and Good Luck with Frankie McDonald's face on it, and then
Oh,
I
nice.
wrote Good Night, Good Luck, and Good Night and Good Luck, and stay safe and stay warm and good luck. Because at the end of his video, he would say like 19
Yeah,
things.
that's a great piece of early internet meme making.
Yeah, I used to love Photoshop until like a year ago when they switched that subscription model.
Yeah, that sucks.
That was like my
man.
main form of creative output. Was
But you can get it.
Photoshop.
We can fucking get.
Dude, it's not worth
You
it.
get it for the business.
I understand I can expense it, but it's just like it's such a fucking ripoff.
How much does it cost?
$50 a month
Just for Photoshop?
for Photoshop for a single app.
A month?
Yeah, they do have a photographer package where you get Photoshop with something else that's like $20 a month, but like fuck Adobe.
So
dude.
you can't download it and just get a fake key.
What if we
fuck-
split it? How
fuck
much is a business
Adobe.
thing to split?
It's don't worry
Doesn't
about
work-
splitting
doesn't
it.
matter?
Yeah. If you wanted multiple licenses, it would cost
That'd be
even more.
wild.
They're like non-transferable. But
Damn.
like seriously, fuck Adobe for not allowing you to just have a standalone version of their app.
Yes, I agree with that. That's fucking horseshit.
There's no reason for it to be on a subscription model. There's like-
I know. They're just trying to squeeze money out of you.
yeah.
I mean, also, a lot of people were probably stealing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I stole it in
Oh, yeah.
college. Psych, allegedly, I didn't. Cops.
Is it the same with Premiere? Is it just a one time?
all Adobe apps.
All of that shit, dude.
So wait, so you just use Final Cut instead?
Yeah, I use Final Cut.
Final Cut was sold to Apple, right?
Years ago.
Yeah,
it used
yeah.
to be. It was something else in like the 90s, I think. But Apple's
Oh, you use Final. I use Premiere now.
Apple's owned a Final Cut at least since like 2004.
I only know how to use
I-
7. Apparently 7 is better than 10.
what
Final Cut? Yeah.
Yeah, I have Final Cut X, and it's like whatever. Premiere.
Apparently-
I learned.
people say
I
it's
learned
bad.
editing on Premiere, and
Premiere is
great.
apparently the best.
Yeah.
I like Premiere.
Have you ever used Avid?
No.
I've never used it either.
You know, it's a weird one. Vegas. People that use Sony Vegas. What a weird, cokey name for a fucking editing.
Wait, I thought that
program.
was the name of the TVs they used to make.
No,
Vega.
Sony Vegas is their
Vegas.
Their nonlinear editor.
Well, I should know
really?
that, dude. Being someone from Vegas.
Yeah.
Shouts out to the Golden Knights. Let's go NHL.
They should call that Golden Showers,
dude. Yeah. That
because I would rather wear a shirt covered in piss.
Yeah.
Than those jerseys.
I went to the Holden men's dicks.
Nice.
I went to the stadium with my parents.
Adam keeps his.
That's good. His own dick.
This is his dick holder right here.
That's
my mouth?
Nick's pointing at his mouth, guys.
No, actually, it's more like a place where girls kiss.
Wrong.
You have
answer.
provided a wrong answer.
You are gay and wrong.
It's like one of those like laser grids.
Yeah.
Like a diamond at the end.
A verbal laser grid.
It's like you have to get to the diamond. You have to admit that you're gay every step. And if you say you're not
Adam,
gay,
don't jeopardize this.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
You have
for the
to
Come
tell
Town
the
movie.
truth.
Let's
Yeah.
write that down. That's going in with the thing with his ass. He's taking something out of his ass.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. The
We're
bomb.
gonna piecemeal write a movie like this,
There's
dude.
a bomb in my ass.
There's a bomb in your ass. They have to put a 6-inch diameter disc into his ass without touching the sides, or it'll explode. They're like, I got this.
Oh.
All right. Well, that's enough for today.
Bye.
You are listening to the Sound of Hope Radio Network. Welcome to Mysterious Universe, a program dedicated to bringing you the latest news from beyond the mainstream, from future science, ancient history, and the paranormal to the UFO phenomenon. Join us in taking an alternative look into the universe around us. Hello listeners, I'm Ben Grundy and welcome to this week's Mysterious Universe. In today's program we take a look at how the phenomenon of reincarnation still mystifies modern scientists, and an Australian engineer develops a new alternative to fossil fuels.
Some people say they remember their previous lives and can describe what they saw and did when they had different lives hundreds or thousands of years ago. Vladimir Zadovka, head of the reanimation department in the Kaliningrad Regional Hospital, revealed many astonishing facts about life and death when journalists interviewed him several years ago. The experienced doctor believes that clinical death is one of the biggest mysteries that modern science still cannot solve. Indeed, patients who revive after clinical death say they get some mysterious information and learn new things. One of the doctor's patients, Irina Lakova, was in a coma for about a month after she was seriously injured in a traffic accident. She recovered from the coma and turned out to be quite a different person. Before the accident, the woman worked as an engineer at a large fish company for 20 years. But when she regained consciousness after the coma, the woman said she saw herself being a little girl standing on the bank of some south river, and even began speaking some strange language. Later, the woman began composing verses in this dialect and even translated them into Russian, English and French, languages that she had never learnt before the accident. This is real reincarnation, the doctor says. Followers of esoteric doctrines as well as Hinduists and Buddhists believe there is no death at all. They believe the soul reincarnates endlessly. But people brought up according to the orthodox traditions and scientific atheism can hardly believe it is so. Only decades ago, reincarnation was considered a myth, but now it is forming a scientific conception that is winning an increasing number of supporters. Researcher from Holland, Van Lommel, studied the phenomenon while working with patients and arrived at a conclusion that dying people see visions at the moment when their central nervous system cuts off. This in its turn proves that consciousness is not a brain function. According to the Buddhist doctrines, each of us had thousands of reincarnations, and our soul does not always reincarnate into the human body. It may also belong to an animal. There are many people who remember their previous lives. Muscovite Olga Koloshova, 37, knows perfectly well that before her birth 37 years ago, she was a violinist living in England, and she has partially retained the skills although she has never learnt to play the violin. Before that, she served in the house of a rich magnate in India. Olga says that 200 years ago, she was a concubine of a Turkish sultan, and that in medieval Italy, Michelangelo was her tutor in painting. Indeed, Olga can draw resembling the Michelangelo style and speaks the old Italian language, although she has never learnt it. Flail Kostanayev of the Russian Academy of Sciences says the reincarnation phenomenon is undoubted, as it has been given much confirmation. However, none of the hypotheses currently existing concerning the issue can actually explain the phenomenon. Unfortunately, there is no scientific theory of reincarnation.
Next up, we take a look at an article from Wired magazine about an Australian engineer who claims to have designed a new power station set to change the world. Australian engineer Brian Roberts wants to build a power station in the sky, a cluster of flying windmills soaring 15,000 feet in the air, but is having trouble raising enough money to get the project off the ground. After 25 years of research, Roberts has designed a helicopter-like rotorcraft to hoist a wind turbine engine high into the air, where winds are persistent and strong. The craft, which is powered by its own electricity and can stay aloft for months, feeds electricity to the ground through a cable. Roberts, a professor of engineering at the University of Technology in Sydney, believes there is enough energy in high-altitude winds to satisfy the world's demands. Wind tunnel data suggests a cluster of 600 flying electric generators, or FEGs, could produce 3 times as much energy as the United States' most productive nuclear power plant. Roberts has teamed up with Sky Wind Power, a San Diego startup that is trying to commercialize his invention. High-altitude winds could provide a potentially enormous renewable energy source, and scientists like Roberts believe flying windmills could put an end to dependence on fossil fuels. Ken Caldeira, a climate scientist at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, said tapping into just 1% of the energy produced by high-altitude winds could satisfy a lot of the world's power needs. At certain locations, the efficiency of a flying generator can be as high as 90%, 3 times higher than its ground counterpart, according to Sky Wind Power. At this efficiency, FEGs could become the nation's cheapest source of electricity, with an estimated cost per kilowatt hour of less than 2 cents, about half the price of coal, according to the Power Marketing Association. However, the company has not yet raised the capital to build the craft. Shepherd said he expected the money would be found. The high risk of investment is associated in terms of length before you would see a return, said Stanley Stephenson, an economist for Litigation Economics, an economic and legal consulting firm. Stephenson said there is also the fear that larger organisations, even oil companies, could enter the market with alternative energy technologies, which makes it more difficult to find investors who are gung-ho for small venture startups. But Eric Becker, Vice President of Trillium Asset Management, a firm that specialises in socially responsible investing, believes that entrepreneurial capital for projects such as Sky Wind Power will soon start to flow. Becker cited Enviromission, an alternative energy company in Australia that is building a kilometre-high solar tower. It's as far-fetched as tethered wind turbines, and they've managed to go public and are on the verge of booking orders, said Becker. After low altitude and wind tunnel testing, Roberts doesn't believe his invention is far-fetched at all. It has been all properly done in an academic sense. I've never had any criticism in the principle, he said. The original article by David Conn is available at www.wired.com. Thanks for listening to this week's Mysterious Universe, brought to you by the Sound of Hope Radio Network.
The following Earwolf episode is brought to you by Pepsi Next, the next big thing in cola.
Today's episode of How Did This Get Made is brought to you by Comedy Bang Bang on IFC, adapted from the hit Earwolf podcast. You can find Comedy Bang Bang on Friday nights at 10 p.m. on IFC. Watch it. Imagine Speed without the bus, without Keanu Reeves, without the tension, and without the story. We saw Speed 2, Cruise Control, so you know what that means.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just be a hater, cause you know you wonder, how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made? Summer Edition. That's right, all summer long, How Did This Get Made will be focusing on the best, worst summer movies. That's right, the big action movies, the horrible remakes, the terrible sequels. If it's bad and it was released in the summer, we will be talking about it. Continue to send us your suggestions for your favorite bad summer movies at our Facebook page. But let's just get right into it. I am joined, as always, by June Diane Raphael and Jason Mantzoukas. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. We all are in studio here.
Look at that.
For the first time in a while. This is exciting.
It's big.
Also, the host of Comedy Bang Bang. He has a brand new show coming out on IFC every Friday night. Please welcome Scott Aukerman.
Oh, you sound like you were about to say more. Scott Aukerman, who is my best friend.
According to New York Times, the den mother of comedy.
Den mother.
Den, really?
That's very sweet.
Fucking Zach Galifianakis. That's his quote. He knows I'm a man.
Anyway, so Speed...
You do have substantial tits.
Thank you. You're sucking on them.
Nourishment.
All right, so we decided...
And we're off.
We decided what better way to kick off our so bad they're good summer movie blockbusters with Speed 2 Cruise Control, the ill-conceived sequel to Speed. A movie that could not have a sequel, really. It ended perfectly. And what they did was they took the side character, Sandra Bullock, and made her front and center. Now, Sandra Bullock doesn't do anything in Speed.
Hang on, excuse me.
She just drives the bus.
She drives the bus.
You're miming doing a steering wheel. May I point out she also presses her foot down
You're right.
upon the accelerator.
You are right. So she is now the lead of this movie, and clearly this movie was written for Keanu Reeves.
Well, I have to interject. It was not written at all. If you do some research, they did not have a script.
Well, basically...
Is that right?
Yes. Graham Yost, the guy who wrote the first Speed movie, had a great idea for a sequel because the director Jan de Bont wanted to do something with a boat, and he had this idea.
He had a dream, by the way.
Well, this is
this should be titled "Based Upon a Nightmare" by Jan de Bont because
a dream of two large ships slowly moving toward each other.
He had a nightmare where a boat crashed into something, and he woke up and said, "That is the sequel."
That is really and truthfully what happened. Yes.
Oh, come on.
So basically, the writer Graham Yost was kicked off the project. Instead, they went with Jan de Bont's dream of a boat crashing into land. And the movie feels exactly like a foreign person's dream about a boat crashing into land.
It feels like a dream where... For some reason, you know how when you're dreaming about someone you know, they'll say goodbye and turn into someone else?
Yeah.
And it feels like that's what happened in his dream is Keanu Reeves was like, excuse me, and just like changed into Jason Patric for no reason. And then we're off and we're on this boat with him.
And so they try to like write out basically Keanu Reeves in the first scene. And it's so sloppy. There's nothing, I've never seen a movie more sloppy with exposition ever.
Which it says a lot for what we do here on this show.
It's so like, yeah. It's like she literally
She basically says that relationships with daredevils never work out. It didn't work out.
And that it only worked out for like 6 months and then she jettisoned him or something. Like they broke up after 6 months.
Yeah. Oh, because he gave her mace.
Yes.
And she thought it was perfume.
And wound up in the hospital.
Yeah. Which really, I don't know what kind of perfume looks like a can of mace.
Although that's a great idea, and if you're in, I'm in.
Yeah, let's do it.
To the tune of $50,000.
I'm actually surprised later in the movie when she finds that grenade, she didn't think it was perfume.
Boom!
Well, I also love, like, the first scene of the movie, they bring back a character from the first movie, like the police chief. And he gets
Joe Morton.
Joe Morton.
Which, by the way, she does not, we should point out, she does not know that her boyfriend, Jason Patrick, is a daredevil cop.
No, she thinks
she's a cop.
She knows he's a cop, but thinks he's a bike cop
at
on
the
the beach.
On Venice, yeah.
But then, what is even more infuriating, she does not know that not only is he a cop, but works with the exact same cop who got her off that bus.
Yes.
In the first movie.
And she doesn't want to date daredevils, but she is dating a daredevil.
Well, and it's a very strange
because
setup
they
for
need to basically.
Well, yeah, but it's a strange thing to set up a female character who actively doesn't want a man who's a hero, who saves lives, like actively is looking for not that.
Considering what type of hero Jason Patrick actually is in this movie, she should not want that.
Yeah.
That's
he
true.
is
fair enough.
He is literally a crazy person.
He is putting her life in danger.
He's putting everyone's children's lives in danger. He
little
puts
deaf girls.
He's flirting with a deaf girl.
People die constantly in this movie because he just makes
actions.
arbitrary choices
for no reason.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that.
Well, yeah. Basically, it basically starts off with two parallel scenes. Joe Morton is leading a special squat team. Squat team. Yeah, squat team.
Yeah, squat team.
They are leading a SWAT team. I don't even know what they're trying to bust.
I know
it's a laundry truck.
It's an ice cream truck full of stolen computers.
It's like
because it's 1993.
It is so uninteresting.
They bring out a SWAT team for one truck of stolen computers, which all fall out of the back of the truck.
They all are flying out, and meanwhile, Jason Patrick is just chasing it on a motorcycle. Meanwhile, Sandra Bullock is taking her driver's test with Tim Conway, and it's very comical.
In like an SUV convertible.
No, she's in a Volkswagen Thing. It's an old I actually love that car.
Title,
it's a Volkswagen Thing.
What? There is a car called a Thing?
It's from like the 70s or earlier. It's like an old Volkswagen. It's called the Thing.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So in this first scene,
get made.
I like the Thing.
We have to do an episode of How Did This Get Made
about
the Volkswagen. Okay, then I also want to do a PT Cruiser then, because I cannot for the life of me figure that disaster out.
They only are sold to rental car agencies.
Yeah, I think so.
And ZZ Top.
Yeah, they're not being made anymore.
Because you tried to buy one?
Yeah.
Again, the clunkiness of this first scene, her driver's test intersects with the SWAT team, and that's how she finds out.
Well, she also, she's driving so crazily. People were killed during that.
Oh, yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
Okay, so just.
There's a huge death
we're
toll.
doing a body count.
If this movie actually happens, there's a huge death toll.
And there's there are deaths that occur due to comedic moments. There are deaths that, like her comedically bad driver's exam must have led to 5 deaths.
And to follow that up, then there are comedic moments that follow deaths.
Yes.
So there are deaths and then punchlines immediately after.
Yes. Like there are people that get sucked into the propellers.
Yes.
Right? When they're on the lifeboat rescue. There are two people fall out of the boat, get sucked into the propellers, and she's like, lower the gangplank. And then she's like, can you get these people out of here? Like,
this is supposed to be a vacation.
Yes, the vacation.
So basically, she finds out that her boyfriend's a part of the suicide squad of the police force.
Policemen who are willing to commit suicide in pursuit of stolen computers.
We gotta get those computers.
Well,
my life is irrelevant.
I also do love that Joe Morton's first line in the movie is like, the character that the replacement Keanu Reeves is Alex. He goes, "All right, Alex, no stunts and no wrecks." Like that's what he leads it off with.
Meanwhile, Alex is on his motorcycle, driving primarily on one wheel.
Yes,
primarily in a wheelie form.
No reason why he needed to be driving like that the entire time. So she finds out that she is dating Keanu Reeves because the movie has to continue and they weren't going to rewrite it too much.
I don't know if you've ever watched Alien 2 or Aliens, right?
Yes.
Back to back with Alien to the Third Power.
No, I did not see it to the third power.
I watched a marathon.
Alien Cubed?
I watched a marathon of all 4 movies on TV once, but when
Stop
the
bragging.
beginning,
were you having a nervous breakdown?
I grew a super long beard. I ate my fingernails. But you watch all of the second Aliens movie, and for the entire movie, she is trying to save the little kid,
Newt.
right?
Newt.
She's trying to save Newt. She's finally successful. She escapes the aliens, and then if you immediately watch the third Alien movie, it starts with that little kid dead. That like
Yes.
all of this was for naught, and that's how I felt like watching this movie. We're so invested in her getting together with Keanu Reeves in that movie, and he's so amazing in it. And then for her to just go, yeah, I broke up with him 6 months later.
He's so amazing in it.
I
Is that what
agree
you
with
just
that.
said?
I agree with
I think he's great in Speed.
I think he's great in it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think he's great in it.
Okay, fine. Well, I guess I'm the sole dissenter here.
And girl, he is cut.
But so basically,
All right, then, mother of comedy.
So the original premise is essentially that Keanu Reeves and her go on a boat trip, and the boat is hijacked.
Well, not Keanu Reeves.
But it was written that way.
I'm sorry.
It was written that way. He
Got it.
turned it down.
Yep.
After reading the script?
After
or?
reading the script, he said that,
or just after reading the outline or something.
Yeah,
after hearing about the dream.
Well, he said he did not like the script, and he was secure from the success of the first film. And he said that he did a movie called Chain Reaction, and he said he wasn't mentally or physically ready to star in another action film right now.
Oh. Yeah.
And he went to go tour with Dogstar, his band,
Of course.
instead.
Of course.
But
And
Which we should do another show about Dogstar.
How did this
Music
get made?
edition.
How did this get made? Dogstar the band.
Basically, everyone turned down this movie. Sandra Bullock only agreed to be in this movie if they would finance her movie Hope Floats, and then William Dafoe was only in this movie after they went to like 10 other guys to be the bad guy, and so was Jason Patric. It went to Matthew McConaughey, who went on to do Contact instead, John Bon Jovi, who passed.
What?
Oh, that's the movie I want to see.
Yeah, I would love to have seen that. Patrick Muldoon and Christian Slater.
Who's Patrick Muldoon? Who is
he to turn
Wait a
down
second.
Speed?
Yeah.
Who even is Patrick Muldoon?
I'm going to find out right now.
Wait a second. Because you're saying people who are like legitimately A-list people, and then you said a name that I've literally never heard.
All right, I'm looking at it right now.
Patrick Muldoon is a pretend person.
He was in Starship Troopers.
I doubt it.
And Days of Our Lives.
Soap actor.
He's a soap actor.
Wow. A soap opera actor turned this down.
Yes.
And
That's how bad this script
and
is.
Jason Patrick was
he was on Melrose Place. That was his
there
big.
we go.
That was
Okay.
his big thing.
That makes sense.
Yes. So then Jason Patric finally got it. No one wanted to do this movie.
And so he kind of steps into a role that was written for Keanu Reeves, where I think that if you look at the movie, Keanu Reeves would have been trying to ask Sandra Bullock to marry him.
Yes.
And he would have been invested in their relationship. When we meet these two, he's about to ask her to marry him, and we are actively rooting against him because we like Keanu Reeves so much.
And also, they appear to have a horrible relationship built upon lies.
Built upon a lie.
Well, first of all, she's been dating him for 6 months, doesn't know about this thing, and then they're like, she doesn't know anything about him, and he's ready to ask her to marry him. Yeah, Jan de Bont says that he just rewrote the first scene to establish that was it. The movie is
otherwise it's unchanged.
It's unchanged.
Oh my god!
So it's so that speaks volumes of why this movie is so fucking weird.
I wonder if Jeff Bridges would. No, he's dead in the first one. Never mind. Spoiler. Sorry, spoiler.
So basically, they get on the boat. It's a fun cruise ship. You know it because you meet every character you're going to see for the rest of the movie immediately.
Especially Dante.
Hi,
my name's Dante. He says my name's Dante 800
his
times.
His last line is, "Remember, it's Dante."
I gotta say too,
he says that.
Yes.
Dante's taking pictures the whole time from beginning to end.
Oh yes.
As the ship is going down,
as he is in the process of dying,
yes,
he is taking
He's
pictures.
taking pictures. And I thought for sure these pictures are going to come back, and we're going to
like
reveal clues that way and understand.
It would be like the sequence in Hangover at the end. You spin me right round, baby, right round. You see like all the golf clubs, William Dafoe.
I like to think that the guy playing Dante, like that was his actor's process to hope that he would be remembered in the movie, which is not a bad idea if you're an actor.
I remembered his name.
Is to constantly say your character name. He's the only one.
So they meet Dante, then they meet this weird guy who's kind of like a concierge. He's showing them to their room.
Like the bellhop
guy. The bellhop guy.
A comedian, Jeremy Hotz?
Maybe. I don't have it in front of me right this second, but yeah. So he's like showing them, and then all of a sudden you meet the villain. Within the first 10 minutes of the movie, you've met every main character, and the villain is William Dafoe, who Jason Patric immediately is like, this guy's up to something.
He knows
And
exactly.
there is never a second on this enormous ship where they are not within 15 feet of Willem Dafoe.
No.
Like
Yes.
they
I know.
are constantly.
And everyone else we've met.
There are hundreds and hundreds of people, if not thousands, on this cruise ship, and they are constantly surrounded by the same 8 people.
Well, it's also confusing because Willem Dafoe could have pulled all of this off and like not gone out during the daytime hours. Like he
Yes.
didn't have to do cruise time activities.
Yes. William Dafoe was out enjoying the ship at the bar. Like, he didn't need to leave the room.
He wasn't
You're right.
scouting. He was just.
Yeah. He just hung out with his leeches all afternoon.
Exactly.
Guys, the leeches.
The leeches, okay.
The leeches, I kept being like, okay, the leeches are going to play a part in this, a bigger part in this. And
Nope.
they
Never came
just
back.
don't.
Well, I mean.
Except to be like, there's a tub full of leeches at one point. And I was like, that's
And,
some sexy
once
shit.
Jason Patrick sees the leaches, he says, "This is a very sick man.
This is a very
Very
sick
man."
puppy.
But you know what's so funny? It's like I feel like it was done. This movie was done in the era where the bad guys needed some quirk. They couldn't just be bad. Like, so he was a bad guy who needed leeches that were sucking out the copper that he had been exposed to by working on computers.
It seems like as a villain, you need motivation. Like every great actor that they approach probably are like, what's my motivation?
Yeah.
So, unlike The Rock, which has Ed Harris as a villain where you're actually on his side because he's like going farther than you would, but you understand why. Like Willem Dafoe is just a fucking insane person who happens to have
Can somebody
leeches.
please explain what he wanted to do? Well, he's worked on the computers for this ship, so he knows everything about it. While he was working on the computers, he got sick.
And they
with-
fired
Hence
him.
the leeches.
Okay, so they fired him
Which
because
I don't think is legal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
he
he
could have
got
pursued a legal course.
He got
One.
sick. Well, it was 1997. No one was suing their companies back then.
Law didn't exist.
Yeah, this is before 9/11. A lot of things
see.
changed. But he basically was a computer expert who got exposed to too much copper from working on computers.
Exposed to too much copper.
Yeah, which is exactly how computers work.
Which, by the way, is what pennies are made out of, which we carry around, exposing ourselves to constantly.
Well, that's how Abraham Lincoln died.
So he wants revenge on the company that fired him, and the doctors gave him a couple years to live, but these leeches might give him a couple more years to live.
Because he wouldn't trade the leeches for all the doctors in the world, as it says.
Okay. So his revenge though is taking down this boat.
the diamonds.
The diamond, which is the craziest part. He wants to steal the diamonds that are on the boat.
Brought on the boat by passengers.
Brought on the boat
by that jewelry company. Remember, they say, who wants a multi-million-dollar show, blah, blah, blah. Some jewelry company is on the boat, and they are, remember, walking around with all those diamonds.
Some people are buying them for some weird
and
reason.
there's a crazy shot where one of the extras, like one of the women who's showing the jewelry, walks around with the jewelry on a tray.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
women jump out of their
Like,
seats.
it's like
and
Oprah's favorite thing.
Stare at the jewelry
Yeah.
that's on her. It's
Yeah.
the strangest.
Which then, when the boat, they say abandoned ship, the jewelry company says, "Well, of course, I will leave the diamonds here on this ship," and they get off.
They get off the
they
ship
leave
without
them
them.
there.
Well, I mean, look, again, it goes back to like the Die Hard thing too. The villains are so cool, but all they want in the end is just a good score, some bearer bonds or some diamonds.
But he wants the money to make him less sick, or to.
I think he just wants the money. No, I think he just wants the money.
Even though he only has a couple years to
'Cause
live,
he's gonna
even
live
with
it
the
up.
leeches.
He's just going to live it up.
He's just
and he's
gonna. I think he's gonna go crazy in St. Martin or wherever he
Okay,
is.
Maybe he's
so,
going to
but
buy more
why-
leeches.
Fine, but
Leeches
so
are
why does he
expensive.
have to, after he takes
or a
the
big copper
diamond,
magnet to like suck the copper out of his body.
That's a great idea.
By the way, can we talk about Fat Busters for a second?
Can we please?
Yeah, there's some. Jan
Comedy
de Bont
alert.
really wanted this movie to be more funny. This is something that he says numerous times. He said this movie is way more funnier than the first Speed. And one of the great ways of showing it is when Sandra Bullock and fake Keanu go out to dinner, they're at a table of fat people who believe that you need to eat more fat to lose weight because when you try to cut out fat, your body makes more fat.
And the funny part of it is they're extremely overweight.
Yes.
and
So
they're
it's not working.
And so grotesquely overweight that, like, when they cut the
I wouldn't go
close-ups,
that far. Grotesquely.
Well, I would say that they're photographed grotesquely in the sense that when they cut to them, like, there's crumbs on their mouth.
yeah.
You know, they're eating. It's like
They're hilarious.
oh, so that is purely the joke. The joke is nothing more than these people are fat.
Yeah.
Well,
I would also
come
like
back
to
later on though
Yeah.
when they're trapped in the
and
boat.
they have to take all their clothes
and
off.
they have to take all their clothes off.
Because they're
so it's like
fat.
it's like
Yeah.
we haven't made fun of the fat people enough. Let's make them wear less clothing
Yeah.
so we can see more of their exposed fatness.
Yeah. Although they do become very modest in that scene.
Yeah.
They do more so than anyone.
Yeah.
Everyone else is willing to take off everything.
Yeah. They would rather die than show their genitals. Yeah.
By the way, just a couple weird things that jumped out at me before we get into the Die Hard section of the movie. Sandra Bullock is just casually watching Lolita while Alex
what is that about?
asleep.
I
so
didn't
odd.
understand that at all.
Like a long shot of Lolita is like playing, and she's just like,
and he's sick. Right?
yes, he's been puking in a champagne bucket.
And she's watching Lolita on a boat.
There's another version of this movie which could have just starred Jason Patrick and the deaf
girl,
15-year-old
I
girl,
thought there was some...
and there would have been because remember the 15-year-old girl is like flirting with him from the word go.
Right.
That's
like there
why
is
she
a very
dresses
Lolita
all
thing.
sexy that night.
Yeah.
When she leaves and gets separated from her parents.
It's all for Alex.
Yes, and so that's why she left. She's trying to find him.
Well, Alex, her father goes, you look like a clown. Get out of here. She doesn't look like a clown. She looks like a 12-year-old girl in a floral print dress.
Yeah, with a little more makeup than girls normally wear. Yeah.
And he sends her out. He's like, get out of here, you clown.
Get out of here, deaf girl.
Yeah, and the deaf girl.
And he doesn't even bother to do it in sign language. He just like yells at her.
Yeah.
Well, everybody who signs in this movie also speaks exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I also want to point out that when she wakes up after watching Lolita and Jason Patrick is gone.
Yes.
He's skeet shooting, and somehow she is woken up by the sound of his skeet shooting.
Yeah.
She has gotten the worst cabin on the boat that
Like
must
right
be directly underneath.
Right
And
underneath
by the way,
shotgun
the
range.
bed in that cabin is not a full-size
It's like a
bed.
twin bed.
It's a twin bed that they're both sleeping on.
They're both sleeping
that
in a
cabin
twin
looked
bed.
like
Yeah.
hell to me.
And it was, by the way, it was referred to as a suite.
Sweet, yeah.
Guys, what can you expect on a Suicide Squad cop salary?
That's true. That's a good point.
And the other thing is, while he's skeet shooting, who's watching him? Willem Dafoe.
Just check.
Just like, because they have to be in the same place at all times.
Oh man, Willem Dafoe, again, he could have the way that he could have gotten those diamonds, got on the boats that left the boat. And been fine.
He could have done so many things. He has a gun the entire movie, and yet he's killing people by cutting the cords on the chains that are holding them. Like like he's firing guns at the rope that's holding Jason Patrick to the ship. Like just fire the gun at Jason Patrick.
Yeah.
You're willing to murder everyone.
No, there's the
He likes
moment
Rube Goldberg contraction.
Oh yeah, like the moment where he like comes across Sandra Bullock and the captain guy, and they've got Jason Patrick tied to a rope, and Jason Patrick is underwater, and he's like holding a gun on them, but then instead just flips a lever and hides.
Yeah.
And I was like, what are you doing? Shoot those two people.
The only two people that are giving you
everything
trouble.
works out for you. They let go of Jason Patrick, he dies. You kill them, you have the diamonds, then you can
Goodbye.
flee. But instead he's like, I'm going to switch this lever.
And I'm
hope
gonna
no
hide.
one notices me.
And hope that, I'm going to hide over here. I hope nobody notices me. Oh, shoot, they noticed me.
Well,
crap, I guess I'll take a hostage.
Also, by the way, part of this movie relies on everyone being very easily able to get into the ship's cockpit.
Yeah.
Everyone's able
Everyone's
to walk
just
right in
wandering
there.
in, yeah.
There's no security in getting into that ship cockpit at any time. Willem Dafoe walks in as a drunk guy, and they're like, oh, this drunk
And
guy
they
stumped
give
in
him
here.
a lot of latitude.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
They let him hang out there for a good 20
he falls
minutes.
on all the major controls.
He falls on all the major controls, puts all these different devices all over the central cockpit. And then later on, when Alex comes in, fake Keanu comes in, he starts shooting at the cockpit and stuff.
Sure, yeah.
No
one
one's
cares.
ever being taken into
No one's
arrest.
ever like, hey man, stay away from this cockpit. This stuff's kind of important. Do you have the clip of Willem Dafoe attacking the captain? when
That's the one
stuff
that I
starts
wanted
going
to
down?
play. Yeah,
'Cause that has my favorite line in the thing. If,
Yeah.
if,
That was
if
the
we
first
get
That
to
was
it.
what we just were playing, because it's the one where he
first one.
I thought
has
you were
the
cutting
swinging
it.
lamp.
That's I thought the clip was, but
Yeah. I would love. I would
can
love
we?
to hear
Well,
that
let's just
effect.
try it again.
Still 4 degrees off course. Did you check the mainframe, Eric?
I think it's a little bit after this.
Captain Pollard, good evening. How can you be running the ship if you're not on the bridge? Who is running the ship? Oh, yeah, I am.
What is this?
Who are you? I spent a great many years developing computer systems for these cruise lines, including this baby. And then I got tossed away.
What are you talking about?
That's what really infuriates me. You don't even know what I'm talking about. How dare you!
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is my favorite line, which is, that's what really infuriates me. You don't even know what I'm talking about. That's not the favorite line. The favorite line is the captain saying, "How dare you!" How dare he what? Insinuate that someone doesn't know what he's talking about? That's what this script, or this movie obviously does not have a script, and they improv'd all these scenes. And there's so much bad improv going on to where people are trying to heighten things that should not be heightened.
Do you think during this scene, and I hate to cut to later in the movie, but when Sandra Bullock
Biloxi Blues.
Sandra Biloxi Blues drives away in a jet ski, like sort of figures out how to detach her jet ski from Willem Dafoe's jet ski.
Yeah, which is basically she pulls the lever that says detached jet ski.
She pulls one lever, and then he calls after her, "Wait! You're my hostage!" You're my hostage.
In this scene, the sound you're hearing inexplicably is Willem Dafoe is swinging a stationary lamp back and forth that it has like a range of about 3 feet, as if it is itself a threatening object to the captain. And as long as the captain stays further than 3 feet away from him, Willem Dafoe's just moving a lamp.
But he gets so
Jason, he could have just turned around and walked
away. Just literally walked away.
Oh, said, I'm not going over there.
But
there's that drunk guy from last night. Okay, goodbye.
It's as if the swinging lamp is like the deadliest of weapons.
And it's hypnotizing him to come closer.
And it does, in fact, lead to his death.
It does. He gets
knocked off because he got too close. Conceptually, though, the first movie is interesting because you have a bus, it's out of control, people on it, they could die. You know, it's
there's inherent tension.
Exactly. This one, first of all, you're following the wrong character because she's not a hero.
She doesn't do anything.
She doesn't do anything. She doesn't punch. You always are ready for her to be like, when is she going to deliver the punch? When is she going to do?
She does take out that chainsaw.
She does use the chainsaw.
She uses the chainsaw
with Dante's help.
But she's basically like, I'm on vacation. Oh, this is happening again.
She puts a bikini on very quickly.
Very quickly.
She's in a bikini and a sarong like immediately.
Yeah. Oh wait, and purple sunglasses.
One of my favorite clothing.
She's also way too tan.
Which she's been shooting for a while. One of my favorite moments in the movie is Jason Patric goes down to work underneath the boat, and he's like in this wet white shirt, and he rips it off, and then he runs into another room, and then immediately the next scene he's putting on like a black shirt. Like clearly he did not want to be shirtless for like the second section of this movie.
Right.
So like, they don't justify where that shirt came from. Like, it wasn't like he went back to his room or anything like that. Like, he just found a random new clean shirt that he just puts on. Random shirts.
In case of
emergency.
Shirtless, break glass. And they just right out of the box shirts.
Good, nice tight shirt.
Let me take the safety pins out of these.
The weird thing about this movie conceptually, though, too, is that the stakes keep on changing, but not necessarily heightening. So it's like you think where the boat's headed toward
a tanker
on this course. No, first toward this island.
The cliffs.
Oh yeah,
toward the cliffs, and that's pretty bad. But then it's headed to a tanker, which is also pretty bad. It's like there's no...
And on the tanker, by the way...
The movie is just traps. The movie is a series of traps.
Jason Patric has no reason to do anything he's doing. They can get off the boat.
Yes.
What does he care?
Yeah.
What does he care other than this guy is breaking the law? He is putting so many people in danger.
So many people actually die.
He floods the ship while a deaf girl is down below. Simply because this guy is breaking the law and he needs to be caught. What do you care?
Because he's on the Suicide Squad. That's what they do. They put their lives at risk. It makes... And the action is so boring. It seems so...
And shot in slow motion, too.
Oh, my God. When it would cut to slow motion during action sequences, I would be like, this is horrible.
Well, there's also... I do think they ran into a problem with shooting the action, which is that the boat, even at moving like 17.6 knots, is still moving at a pretty slow pace.
Yeah, it's a boat.
It's a gigantic ship.
There's nothing
in open
scale.
water.
There's nothing to show you how
There's
quick
nothing to show scale. Like if they were to show a dolphin and it whizzing by a dolphin who was like, oh my God, that's a fast boat. Like maybe you would get something.
Yes, but the other problem too is like they have, as the boat gets closer and closer to land, they're sort of hitting this resort town, and there are all these other just,
Which, by the way, nobody notices. Nobody notices.
No one knows
a cruise liner is coming right at them.
Like, people literally, the boat, like the giant ass cruise liner is 4 feet away, and they're oh shit, I should move my boat now.
Oh, I gotta jump off my boat, you know.
But even people on the boat don't notice either.
But no one is jumping off the boat. That's the other thing that I...
Yes.
No one thinks to ever jump off the boat. People are more willing to jump off the Twin Towers than they are willing to jump off this boat in this movie.
Way too soon.
But I felt the same way. Like, when they were getting close to land, it's like, oh, that's shallow now. Just jump off the boat.
There are water skiers out there.
Time out. I think what they tried to establish was that if you jumped and or fell off the boat, you get sucked into the propellers.
Sure.
So that's why people weren't jumping off the boat. That's my belief.
And they're just hoping for the best that they're going to crash into... You know what I mean?
I don't know, man.
What would you do?
What would I have done?
Yeah.
I would have tried to find Willem Dafoe and punched him in the nose and been like, oh, I would have flooded the ship.
There also is a lifeboat that you see hanging from ropes that you could very easily get onto at any point and cut off the ropes.
But they can't get the I mean, you could fall, I guess, in the lifeboat.
Yeah. No, I mean, but that's what I mean.
Not that high.
Like, cut off the ropes.
It's gonna float, though.
You're a coward.
Yeah.
You are a coward.
How about you cut the ropes and then you jump in the water and you hold on to it?
How about when the deaf girl's mother is like, our daughter's still in there, and she tries to climb out, and by climbing out, knocks the balance of the lifeboat off. Two people fall out, get sucked into the propellers, and die, and then her husband goes, don't worry, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
It is
Yes,
100% your fault.
It's no one's fault but hers.
And every time Sandra Bullock and Jason Patrick reunite, like, which happens frequently, right? They will they'll have their separate adventures and they'll reunite. I genuinely feel like he would rather punch her in the face than kiss her. I feel like he hates her.
I want to talk about two other lines that were...
I feel like he, as an actor, hates Sandra Bullock as an actor.
You feel like irritation.
There's no chemistry between these two.
Yeah.
The two lines that I love that are so... Well, you know what? We should play a clip between Sandra Bullock and... the second clip here, between Sandra Bullock and Jason Patrick.
You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. What's happening? Why did the shift start up again? Why did you leave me upstairs? I know we have a situation. What?
Geiger's taking over the ship.
Geiger, I'm not looking at my golf game, Geiger?
No,
What?
Geiger, I'm a computer psycho. Geiger, I design all the software. And Geiger, I can blow up everything.
Why would he do that?
I don't know.
Well, where is he? What?
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
By the way, I want to point out that when the guy who takes everyone's luggage to their cabins, he knocks on Willem Dafoe's door. He walks in and sees a computer. And he immediately realizes that this guy is a villain.
Oh, my God.
A computer in a cabin?
Guys,
what is this guy up to?
Also, why is the bellhop doing the turn-down service? The bellhop is not the same guy.
Those are not his duties.
Can we also talk about, like, just to talk briefly about the technology in this movie? All of the computers...
Do you mean the fiber optic converters?
Fiber optic converter is amazing. But all of the computer prompts were English.
Yes.
They were like, the computer would ask him time to initiate, and he would type in now. like everything was like conversational.
Yeah, instead of clicking on something.
There was no commands. There was no it was just everything was conversational. It made everything the computer did was like, warning, we have a problem. Well,
there's a guy in India he's communicating with.
It made me so furious. Every screen would say stuff that was like literally as if the computer was talking language to the typer.
My favorite line of the whole movie is Alex confronts William Dafoe and
please start calling him Willem.
Willem. And Willem,
I'm begging you.
And Willem goes, he has something in his hand. He goes, it's not a gun. It's a computer.
Yeah.
And it's like, and he's wearing basically a Nintendo Power Glove. And then he's like, okay, I'm gonna just go drown right now. And then he types in like some in his hands, and then like walls start shutting.
And then the door, he has instant access to close individual doors on the boat with the Super Nintendo controller that he has strapped to his arm.
By the way, at that moment, Jason Patrick, I don't know if you noticed this, but fires the gun at him, is willing to murder him.
Yes.
At this point,
immediately
willing to murder him.
Should be willing to murder him.
Well, he hasn't done anything at this point.
The only thing that he knows is that this guy is interested in getting his golf clubs on the ship, and it's weird that he is not watching the golf game on the TV.
And he set up some fake fires on the ship. That's all he's done. He's made people abandon the ship and set up fake fires. He is going to straight up murder this man. There's one line that I wanted to point out, which was Willem Dafoe says to Alex. He says, I don't know what it's referring to, but he says, "I'm a smart guy, Alex, and even I know that." I'm pretty sure the line should be, "I'm a dumb guy, and even I know that." Yeah. Like, if you're a smart guy and you know that.
Like, Nodoy, I know that. Like, smart guy, like, Nodoy, we all know that.
I think you are right, Scott, that they did not have a script, because there's lines that they're so weird. There's one opening shot, like, after people have been, like, hurt on the ship, a guy comes over and goes, "Here's some more giant towels." And just like puts me like,
some more giant towels.
Here are some more giant towels.
Jan de Bont being like, "Okay, you come over, you say something." Like,
he probably says, "Go refer to those giant towels." You're like, Jan, are you sure you want me to say something about giant towels?
He would say giant towels. Then the camera will very quickly move to see somebody else. Like, there are whip pans in this movie that are just like jarring.
Well, nothing makes sense. Even the oil tanker that they're going to be crashing into, they're watching TV or movies about boats crashing into boats.
I didn't notice that.
Oh yeah, when they're on the oil
ironic
tanker.
TV.
Yeah, they
have their TV sets to the ironic channel that you see in so many movies.
It's like somebody in an airplane disaster movie. Like, oh yeah, I'm just watching this DVD of airplanes blowing up. I hope that doesn't...
I'm really bummed I didn't get to. Like, I bet if there's a Jan de Bont commentary, I bet it's amazing.
Oh my god!
I think he stopped working. Like, he only made like 2 more movies.
Well, he became a DP.
Well, he was a DP.
No, he was a DP, and then
he went back to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He's like Rennie Harlan. Like, Jan de Bont and Rennie Harlan are, like, to me, the same person.
They would have given them anything.
Foreign, like, directors who made a big splash and then kind of, like, shit
Their
the
second
bed.
movie is the worst.
Yeah.
Leonard Part 6 was a movie he directed.
Oh, what?
Jan de Bont? Jan de Bont, didn't he do Twister?
He didn't direct. He couldn't.
Oh, cinematographer. He was.
Thank the Lord.
As a director, he only directed 6 movies.
Well, he did Speed and Twister, which were successes.
Yes. The Haunting, Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, The Cradle of Life.
Ooh.
And he's in right now pre-production on 5 Minutes to Live.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So he's back. He's back.
Guys, let's all get auditions for that.
This is it. 2 men conducting a bank robbery inform the manager she'll be killed unless she makes a money transfer within 5 minutes.
Sounds like Speed 2 in a bank.
Yeah.
Also, that's a really short period of time for a movie. That should be like a Funny or Die short. Like the 5 minutes to live.
Maybe it is a Funny or Die short. It doesn't say.
A 90-minute movie that takes place within 5 minutes.
All right, let's talk about this boat. The big scene at the end. The big scene at the end.
The only reason for this movie to exist.
The 10-minute. Did anybody time it?
Yes, it is right
so
here.
Long. It is an eternity.
It feels like an eternity.
I guessed 10 minutes. I wrote 10 minutes.
I guess infinity.
June, you want to take how long it is?
I'd say about 12 minutes.
Okay. Well, it is a 5-minute. It is a 5-minute scene when it starts crashing. When I think it starts hitting the dock.
Oh, okay, but there's a lot of lead up to that.
There is a lot of lead up, but okay, yes. When the boat, if this what we're talking about is when the boat smashes into land.
Right. They direct the boat into like a little
There's got to be 5 minutes before that where they're like, we're going to crash, though.
No, there is. That's when they're hitting all the boats, and by hitting the boats, they're slowing down inexplicably.
And by the way, they're dropping the anchor for the first time. This is actually...
That was a brand new idea.
Yeah. Oh, hey, what if we drop this anchor?
Oh, wait a minute. Drop the other one. Oh,
why don't we drop both at the same time, you fucking idiot?
It's stuck.
This movie, it cost $25 million to do this sequence.
Just this sequence.
Just this sequence.
What?
$25 million. It took 6 months to build this town that they crashed through. They built 35 buildings.
Ugh.
And then the boat... basically the boat, it's the whole front of the ship, and then they CGI'd in the back of the ship, runs through the entire town like on a track.
Thousands of people must have died.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like hundreds of people were killed if this was real.
If it was real, but that's the point is like every single time it crashes into anything, it's like an episode of the A-Team. You see someone jumping out of the way.
Yes.
You know,
every cliche.
No one dies in this movie.
Every cliche you could possibly ever see in this final boat thing, like people having sex and
the open close sign.
Oh yeah, open close.
The guy like flips a close sign to open, sees the boat, flips it back to close.
The guy who has a brand new car who's like, my car!
Which, by the way, I have Kulop's sister's son staying with us, who's 2 years old, and he was running around during this movie. And, you know, it was a pretty grim viewing. None of us were laughing at anything. The guy says, my car! And then the anchor drops into his car.
And then the dog
He bursts out laughing like it's the funniest thing he has ever seen. And he doesn't really understand comedy or anything, but he just knew the cadence that was a joke.
That's amazing.
And I believe that guy was a cameo from the first movie. Like he I think had his car also destroyed in the first movie. I think.
Okay. Well,
it
during
seems
that
like
sequence, we also follow that little dog.
By the way, he's coming out of he's also coming out of a 7-Eleven, which is like in this weird island. Like everything's like really rustic, and then it's like this weird 7-Eleven.
I wonder if 7-Eleven paid for that at all.
But yeah, that little dog who we watch try to escape pops up out of that car and makes it in the end. Thank God.
But the guy's not excited. He wasn't like, my dog. He was like,
I don't think
my
that was his dog.
My wife.
The mom and the son who are looking at an apartment with a real estate dealer, and the boat. The cruise liner plows right through their prospective home. Like, those people are without a doubt dead.
No, they jumped out of the way.
Nope, they jumped out of the way.
I was curious about those two because they're looking at an apartment in this resort town. There's no father figure there. Like, I wanted to know about their story.
What's their story?
Let's follow them.
Oh, and also, I want to point out that at one point the ship knocks over a giant champagne bottle, and when it knocks it over, like, champagne comes out of it. Right. As if they would make a giant sculpture of a champagne bottle, and they're like, well, we got to fill this up. We got to make this seven. Like it's.
Why aren't the young street toughs who live in this town like going and poking holes in this thing?
It's not like a
trying
water.
To get wasted.
Oh man. Oh. I forgot about my favorite action sequence in the whole movie.
Okay.
The turn the wheel sequence.
Oh, underwater, turn the wheel?
The most boring action of all time. Basically, Jason Patrick and this other guy, Dante, have to unscrew a wheel, and they can only do it at 15-second intervals, and they just keep on cutting back to them, like, turning it for like 3 turns, and the other one comes out and turns it. Then the other one comes out. Like,
I wonder if Dante's camera got messed up.
You know, it was waterproof.
Oh, it was? Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Oh, thank goodness.
So the whole city is destroyed. The ship stops. It hits the bell on a church.
Bong.
Everything is okay.
And the guy
relatively.
Well, but first they plow into the city and the ship stops, and we think everything's okay.
They would have killed so many people on the beach, let alone in every building they destroyed.
Oh yeah, I mean structurally,
the ship starts to fall over too.
Oh, yeah. And that would have killed another 100,000 people, at least.
For sure.
And then they have to go back and basically Jason Patrick is like, jumps out the front window of the ship.
Which, by the way, the Willem Dafoe had left the ship on the dual jet skis that we all know and love.
Yeah.
With Sandra Bullock, probably 3 hours earlier.
Yes.
Jason Patrick jumps off this boat that's just crashed, gets into another boat, catches up with them in 90 seconds.
And he's like, gotta find my girlfriend.
Time is pretty elastic in this movie, though. Like it's dinner time when when Willem Dafoe, I think, starts evacuating people, and then he goes on a walk through that ship. Then they walk outside, and it's morning.
Yeah.
It's like 11 a.m.
This is a dream.
Yeah.
The whole movie
Dafoe
is a dream.
Still walking
That's
around.
true. The whole movie is kind of just a dream. It's like the movie is 2 hours and 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a long movie.
I lost my mind.
Yeah.
I was like, come on.
Before Titanic?
It was, yeah.
2007, I believe this was.
Which,
sorry, not 97.
Titanic actually just, shows you how a ship crashing, you can actually have tension because
so well.
There would be people drowning. It was actually really good in telling you how people were going to die and be in peril in that movie.
Well, let's take a commercial break. We'll be right back. And now it's time for a commercial break. And this is actually a commercial break that's very easy for me to do because I love the product. Who here is fans of Comedy Bang Bang? Everyone, right? If you're an Earwolf listener, you know what we're talking about. It's one of the best comedy podcasts out there, hosted by Scott Aukerman. And guess what? Now it's an actual live TV show. That's right. On Friday, June 8th at 10 p.m. on IFC, you can watch Scott Aukerman with your eyes, not your ear eyes. And you can see his brand new show with amazing guests, people like Zach Galifianakis, Seth Rogen, and even me. I am on the show. The music is done live in-house by Reggie Watts. It's really, really good. There's a sneak peek of an episode with Amy Poehler on IFC.com, and you should definitely check that out, or check out IFC's Facebook page. And then stay tuned afterwards for Bunk, which is also a really funny game show with a bunch of improv comics doing absurd challenges and getting ridiculous prizes. It's funny. It's good. I guarantee it. This is not me selling you on something that's bad. I'm not telling you to go watch something that you're not going to like. This is quality entertainment.
Welcome to the Pepsi Next Audio Taste Test. The next best thing to trying it in real life is trying it through your ear holes. Pop, says the Pepsi Next can, as you tilt it back and sip. A whiff of effervescence softly whispers, relax, my dear taste buds, relax. Together we can beat thirst. Instantly the taste registers. A sweetness Lady Justice couldn't have balanced more perfectly. And you ask yourself, is this why artists paint? Is this perfection? When suddenly, from the nether regions of your mind, you hear cries of, is this too good to be true? But, like Mother Nature comforting an orphaned lamb, the writing on the Pepsi Next can reassures you, I may have 60% less sugar than regular Pepsi, but this cola taste is real.
All right, so this movie, now we're in the final act here. Willem Dafoe's Getaway. Again, like, now you're just like, when is this going to be over? Like,
So
what is
he
going
also keeps taunting her about her vacation. He's obsessed with the idea that she's on vacation because he says to her several times, enjoying your vacation?
Yeah.
Or he says, like, how do you think your vacation is going to be different now that you're a hostage?
And he also says, you'll never...
Do you think when he's first talking to her at the bar in that opening scene that's what he was talking about? Because I don't think we actually hear dialogue.
You're probably right. She probably said, I'm on vacation. Which, by the way, I don't mean to go back, but I feel like we skipped the worst dialogue in the movie.
Oh, please.
The extended metaphor when he's about to ask her to marry him, where he's saying, can I order a la carte? Well, no, you're going to have to order from the menu. Well, what if I wanted to order something from you? Well, it depends on what section you're sitting in.
How's the service?
Am
I going to get tips?
How didn't they get lost in the middle of that? Because it goes on forever.
I could not follow.
By the way, everybody at the table is watching that.
Yeah.
And like listening. It was like...
Well, his final proposal, though, is no better. When he says, do you want to wear this ring for a while?
And by the way,
the worst fucking line I've ever heard.
By the way, props to whatever pants he was wearing, because that ring...
Props to the pants.
Because that ring stayed securely in his pants pocket the entire movie. Like, he kind of shoves the ring in his pocket very early on.
Mm-hmm.
He has been tossed out of windows. He's been under the boat.
And
he's been
for
fighting
people who
off
haven't seen it, it's not in a ring box. It is in a
it's
pouch.
just a ring.
It is in a pouch with like one clasp and open flaps.
Which is not how, as a man who's proposed to a woman, you want to carry your ring.
Yeah, of course.
You want to be a little more sure of it.
Hey, you want to wear this for the rest of your life?
Or something?
No, do you want to wear this for a while?
Wow. And she goes,
you want to shove this on your finger for a couple of weeks?
And she goes, for how long? He goes, 50 years. Like, that was his... He's like,
we'll be dead in 50
that
years,
was a
probably.
bummer.
What, you want us to die at 80?
He actively hates her.
Yeah.
By the
Do we have to be married after we're dead?
He would rather, like... have his adventures than be with her or protect her.
And she is in danger solely because of his actions.
She's in danger. All they needed to do is get on the lifeboat.
Get on
that lifeboat. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. Something. And she's
Someone's
like, wait, what?
breaking the
He's
law.
like, go over there, do that. Like, he literally, like, throws her away like garbage. Repeatedly. Literally throws her away like
By the way, the only thing that they could really take from the first movie is that...
Literally.
is that famous line, which I'm going to butcher, but is that line, lines like, relationships that start in extreme circumstances don't work. They say that about 4 times in the movie.
He says it to the deaf girl when she tells him that she loves him and will be 15 soon.
Which at the very beginning of this movie,
good to go.
The fact that she broke up with Keanu Reeves proves that to be true. But they keep saying it like it's a cute thing from the movie. No, they don't work. Obviously,
didn't work. Did not work.
That's a bummer for those of us who saw the first movie.
And we're rooting for them.
I've heard that Jan de Bont is making a Speed 3. But the characters in it are Jason Patric and the 15-year-old girl.
That shot when that girl takes off her her jacket is so upsetting. And the sequence when they first make eyes at each other from across the dining room.
What do you want her to do? Make ears?
No, guys, it's a meet cute. Jason Patric, a grown man, has a meet cute with a 14-year-old girl from across the room. He is more interested in chatting with her via sign language than talking to the woman he's having sex with, who's sitting next to him. It is absolutely disturbing. And then when he saves the little girl, she basically is like, I want to be with you. Lolita is already in the mix.
We've already laid down some track here.
I swear to God, Jan de Bont is like, the real couple in this is the girl.
But his response, like you said, is not like, that's not appropriate, that's not possible. It's just like, these aren't the right circumstances now.
Yeah, he's keeping it alive. He doesn't want to close the door.
Let's not close this,
Speed 3, it's Lolita, it's on an airplane.
But the airplane it's a commuter jet, and it only has 30 minutes to get to where it's going. And then the saddest death scene of all time, like Willem Dafoe's plane gets stuck on like an antenna,
which is impossible.
Yes, totally impossible. It gets stuck on an antenna, and
defying the laws of physics and of man.
100% gas comes out, and it explodes, up a giant tank. Nothing in this movie, everything explodes here in this movie. Like, they hit a sailboat at one point, and the sailboat explodes into a fire. It's a fucking sailboat. Where was the gas?
Yeah, but then you cut to a raft where the people who own the sailboat are like successfully.
Don't worry,
rafting
they're
away.
fine. They're fine.
They're okay.
But yeah, so it's the worst.
Wait, my favorite one of those was when they're the boat is screaming through the like where all the little boats are and stuff, running over boats. And there's a dude on like jet skis or a wakeboard rather. A dude on a wakeboard is being towed, and the boat cuts across, cutting the boat and the guy off. And you just see in slow motion as the guy on the wakeboard like jumps up and like clang hits right into the side of the boat of the cruise liner.
But it's also useless action too.
It's useless, and it's also like, how did you not see this cruise liner this close?
Everyone's on their vacation. Obviously, we did not like this movie.
Hippies, get the hippies. I remember the hippies, the hippie boat.
Oh, the hippie
with
boat.
the tie-dye guys.
Yeah.
Peace.
Can I just say, can we talk about
messing with my head, man?
Can we talk about the very end of the movie, the last shot of the movie?
Yeah, sure.
Sandra Bullock is back with Tim Conway. She's in her driver's test again, and they can't resist like adding one more joke because she drives off, it fades out, and you hear crash.
Yes. From a bus.
From a bus. Ostensibly, she is dead.
Yes. She was like, yeah, you hear that crash.
And other innocent people are dead, too.
Yes.
So obviously, we did not like this movie, but some people did. So it's now time for a second opinion. These are reviews culled from Amazon, 5-star reviews. I want to point out that one person who really liked this movie is Roger Ebert. Siskel and Ebert gave
it
this
thumbs up. The only critics in the world.
The only critics. This movie has a 2% on Rotten Tomatoes. Roger Ebert says, movies like this embrace goofiness with a sensual pleasure.
Sensual? Hold on, Roger Ebert.
And so on a warm summer evening, do I.
Ew.
Did he finger someone to this movie?
Grosso.
Yeah, that was that movie's the finger to Speed 2 Cooker's Girl. All right, so these are some reviews from Amazon. This is from S. LeMay. Honestly, this movie is amazing. I'll keep it brief and honest. Patrick, better than Reeves. Dafoe, better than Hopper. Bullock, better than Bullock.
What?
5 stars.
Amazing.
That's a joke review. That's good.
Well, wait. To be fair, he might be saying that she was better than Jim J. Bullock's performance in the first Speed.
In the one where he gets raped in the van?
Yes.
This is another one from Ronnie Clay. Now, these are written back in the day. These are not new ones.
Okay.
America, y'all stupid for not loving this movie. Look up the word talent. It's better than Titanic,
I'll
say.
Up the word talent. Hold on.
And he goes, it was fun trying to see those 2 guys turn the cruise ship hard to the right so it wouldn't crash into that other ship.
No!
What was really exciting was the cruise ship wouldn't stop once it reached the beach, and it kept on crashing into buildings and wrecking little boats. 5 stars.
Oh, God.
I would like to follow up with that person now and be like, do you know that this is what you were doing in 1997?
And finally...
This is how you wasted your time.
Hammy Big Fan writes...
Hammy Big Fan.
Dude, this movie rocks. It's got everything. Sandra Bullock and boats. That is why this movie is
everything.
awesome.
Those are the only 2
5
things.
stars.
It's got everything. Sandra Bullock and boats.
Is there another movie that has Sandra Bullock and boats in it?
He must have been disappointed by...
The Lake House. He loves it.
Hope Floats, right? Or at least he was really upset by Hope Floats. He's like, it seems like there should be Sandra Bullock and something.
There's the 2 things I love in this movie.
So those are some second opinions. If you guys have an opinion about this show, log on to iTunes and rate our show. It helps us, I guess, in the whole world of iTunes. It's an important thing to rate and review our show. And your reviews have been great already, but give us a rating and review. We appreciate that. All right. Now, would you even recommend anyone going to see this?
I don't know. It's so long and so boring for long stretches of time that I would almost say no.
There is zero excitement in it. I saw it opening day because I just saw every movie that came out back then. And I didn't remember any of it. I watched this again with totally new eyes. So there's not a single scene that is exciting. I mean, nothing.
No.
Usually in a bad movie, there's one thing that you go, well, that was pretty cool.
Especially like an action movie. Like you would assume that at least some of the action will sell you on bad dialogue or bad whatever. But
it's
this
bloated.
is just...
It's bloated in every sense. It's a waterlogged. How about that?
Oh,
I'm taking over.
June, what do you say? No?
I don't know. I think it's kind of watchable. It is long.
It's watchable in the sense of it's not like I guess a boring movie. I mean,
I stopped it so many times that I was like, gotta take a break.
fast forwarded because I was like, this is like deadly.
Yeah, the action.
I don't know.
I would say if you want to watch it, just watch Speed 1. You know?
Yeah, Speed 1's better. Yeah. Scott, this is a new feature we're going to do. We'll see how this works. What is your favorite bad summer movie? Like a big blockbuster that you felt did not work. Do you have any things
that's really bad that I like?
Bad that was like that. Yeah, something you might recommend, like a Batman and Robin, a Wild Wild West, anything like that sticks out to you.
I love The Rock and Con Air. Those are actually like 2 really good ones to me. I mean, Con Air is not good.
No,
The Rock is technically a really good
I really
guy.
like The Rock.
The Rock is great. Con Air is great.
Con Air is great while being terrible.
Yes. I mean, it is like...
I love that movie.
We, back in the day when Mr. Show was happening, we would go to...
Here we
Mr.
go.
Show. We would go to movies.
We know you do this guy, Mr. Show, whatever.
We would go to movies dressed as whatever was happening in that movie. So Paul F. Tompkins, John Matta, B.J. Porter, and I went to see Con Air dressed as convicts in prison jumpsuits.
That's amazing.
That's amazing.
Oh man, Con Air. We should watch that. That would be a fun one to talk about.
That's actually really good.
Yeah. We have to get back to Nicolas Cage. I'm a little worried. It's been a while.
It's been some time since we talked some Cage. Scott, you have a brand new show, which I'm sure you just heard in the
Friday at 10 p.m. Comedy Bang Bang. This Friday we have Zach Galifianakis in it, Will Forte, Andy Daly, Gillian Jacobs, myself, Reggie Watts. But every Friday at 10, but I hope people watch it.
It's going to be great. And so if you like the podcast, you'll love the show.
And even if you hate the podcast, I think you'll still like the show.
Hey, look, you may...
Look, I get it.
Yeah. You're open to anybody liking the show.
Sure.
Yeah.
I understand.
Watch it. Just watch it. Decide whether you hate it or not, but just watch it.
Yeah, guys, watch it.
By all means, let me know if you hate it immediately.
Just so people can just tweet at you how much they dislike what you're
That's the best thing about Twitter is it's like everyone has your email.
All right, so definitely watch Comedy Bang Bang on IFC. June, anything you'd like to talk about?
No.
What about Burning Love? You're great in that.
Oh, I forgot. Burning Love is a web series I did with Ken Marino, Janet Varney.
It comes out this week.
It comes out this Monday, June 4th on Yahoo.com.
Yeah, and burninglove.com as well.
Yeah.
I've seen it. It's really funny.
It's really, really funny. If you like The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, you will like this a lot. Jason, you're still in The Dictator.
I'm still in The Dictator. They have not cut me out.
When does that happen? Because I'm waiting until then.
3 weeks in, they're going to cut my part out completely. Yeah, go see The Dictator. It's in theaters now.
I am on a movie that just came out on Friday on video on demand and in 75 movie theaters called Piranha 3 Double D.
I didn't know it came out.
Oh, this Friday. Well, it just passed.
I'm sorry.
So, Prize, you wanted to see what happened to my character and how I became friends with Ving Rhames in the sequel. You have to wait till about 30 minutes into a 65-minute movie. But you can watch it.
65 minutes?
It's pretty short. It's about, I think, 70-something minutes all told. And there's about 12 minutes of bloopers. I do think that Piranha 3 Double D has one of the best lines in history spoken. I will not give it to you, but you can watch it. Said by Katrina Bowden from 30 Rock.
Will you do a podcast about that movie, do you think?
I feel like... I
are you
wonder
staying
if
away from your own project?
I feel like I would get in trouble on some level if I did that.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm going to get that VOD.
VOD. It will not be in 3D, but there are plenty of boobs. Plenty of boobs.
Right. Plenty of boobs.
Yes.
Fantastic.
I love
there you
that.
Go. We're all.
I like at least 3 per person.
It's all like a Total Recall. It's all 3 boobs. Scott Aukerman on Twitter. Miss June Diane on Twitter. At Paul Scheer on Twitter.
I'm not on Twitter, guys.
Yeah. And a big shout out to David Finn, who donated some money to Earwolf. Thank you for doing that. It keeps the shows running. Dave Steffi, thank you for pulling our clips. Cody, thank you so much for being an engineer. Thank you so much. See you later. Bye-bye.
This has been an Earwolf Media production. Executive producers Jeff Ulrich and Scott Aukerman. For more information, visit earwolf.com.
EarwolfRadio.com. The wolf dead.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Let's get a little energy in here. Let's get a little pep. Let's get a little pizzazz.
Money, 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 money. I'm spending money.
Yeah, that's right. We're good to go?
Yeah.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. That's Marcus Parks. I'm Ben Kissel. Big money spender. To my left,
it's Ted Cruz. Yeah, I don't know. I'm Ted Cruz.
Wow, political.
Nobody's going to work anymore. I don't care if the fucking salmonella gets all up in your nose and you're eating your chicken. I don't care. Congressman, everybody take the week off.
That's not so bad.
Is that a Ted Cruz impression?
It was great as far as the overall energy and rage that filled Senator Ted Cruz.
Sounds more like this. I'm Ted Cruz, and everybody, we're just working for the weekend, everybody. Everybody enjoy yourselves.
Working for the weekend.
I just imagine like congressmen running up and down the office, just like playing with volleyballs and stuff like
that. Right. All right.
Fuck
well, let's
these people.
Let's get off the depressing news of the U.S. government and into some exciting news that deals with macabre, ghost stories, spectrophilia, and overall demons.
We accepted stories from you guys this week,
and thank you so much for submitting your stories. They are all incredible.
We've talked to some awesome people today. You're going to hear their stories. A lot of frightening shit. We've all experienced horrible things, and it's nice to hear it firsthand.
That's right. It's been more than a thrill to
God, I
get
love
a chance
October.
to actually speak with you guys.
I love Halloween.
The best. It's really perfect. All right. Well, do we just want to go to our first caller?
Yeah, let's go to our first caller.
All right. Let's start it off. All right. We got Sarah on the line. Sarah, welcome to the show. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. How's it going, guys? Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. I'm full of Indian food and coffee right now, as we were talking before.
Yes, Henry.
It seems spontaneous, but we set this up.
Yes, Henry revealed to all of us that he had lamb curry with iced coffee this morning, and now he's sucking down another iced coffee, so you can imagine the tumbles that are currently going on in his stomach. It's quite disgusting. It's probably slightly scarier than your story, Sarah, but please.
You're our guinea pig storyteller, so let's do this.
Yes, thank you so much for calling in.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so So this is like a story that I don't tell very often because I worry that people think I'm crazy.
You're crazy! Henry, don't judge her. This is a safe zone, Sarah. Safe zone. Continue,
Thank
please.
You. Appreciate that. So when I was in high school, I used to babysit a lot, as a lot of like young girls do. And I was babysitting one night for one of my brother's college professors. And she had 3 kids, and they lived in one of these like super big old houses. Like Buffalo, like it's pretty depressed right now, but at the turn of the century, they had these like, it was like pretty booming, and there'd be these like huge mansions, and now, you know, their teachers can afford them. Yeah. So I was babysitting one night, and I put the 3 kids to bed. They were really nice kids. I put them in bed. They were fine. And I sat down on that couch and I started doing some homework. I remember I was reading a book, and there was a moment while I was reading the book that it was like instantaneous. I went from sitting on the couch to standing in the kitchen.
Wow, that sounds exactly like what Henry does.
Just losing time. But it was like there was no putting the book down. There was no standing up. It was just I was just standing in the doorway of the kitchen, and I was looking at the kitchen, and it's kind of hard to describe, but I was looking at the kitchen and I was seeing it as it was, but I had at the same time a knowledge of how it was supposed to be and where things belonged. And I was sort of confused as to why they weren't like that. Which was a weird feeling, and it's hard to describe it. I was sort of like next to myself a little bit. It's hard to describe.
So did you feel like it was an out of body type experience, or?
Well, I was like, yeah, a little bit. Like I was in my body, but I was also not myself a little bit.
And we have to ask you, were you high?
I wish.
Were you being a bad babysitter, Sarah?
I was a very good girl. I was a very, very good girl. And so I was standing in the kitchen, and I started walking around the house, and I was looking for a child named Mischief.
Okay.
I mean, that wasn't their name.
Which is a stripper name.
Yes.
And also a Tom Waits song.
Ah, yeah.
A child named Mischief.
Yes, child Mischief.
That's perfect. That's a perfect Tom Waits, Henry. So you're looking for this child Mischief. All the kids are asleep. You're in this massive house. And had you been in the house before?
I had, yeah.
Okay.
And I never had really an experience like this before, where I was just sort of like not myself, just sort of like walking around. And I could feel, another weird thing is I was wearing jeans at the time, but I could feel a long wool skirt sort of brushing against my leg as I was walking around. Like I was wearing clothes that I wasn't wearing.
Interesting.
Have you ever, so, and is there more to that before we dive into analyzing your story?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
More to, so anyway, there's just a little bit more as I walked around the house, and I was looking for Mischief, and I walked to the top of the stairs to the second floor, and I stood at the top of the stairs, and I just rested my hand on the banister, and I could feel between my hand and the banister like a leather strap that I had been carrying, and I said out loud, Mischief, and at the end of the hallway a door slammed shut. And that was a moment where I just sort of like became aware of what I was doing, and I went back downstairs.
So were you actually holding a leather strap, or you just felt
No.
as if you were holding a leather strap?
No, I had the sensation, but I wasn't actually holding anything.
This is my question. Have you ever read Missing Time by Bud Hopkins or anything by Whitley Strieber?
Whitley Strieber I have.
Yeah, because it's pretty much identical to his story. He said one of his many abduction episodes was that he was reading a magazine, and basically it was like all of a sudden it was like an entire day later while he was reading the magazine, and basically he didn't know. Basically, he had made I forgot what he was making. He was making food on the stove, and then when he came to, it's basically he was just reading a magazine, and then all of a sudden he looked up, and it's daylight, and the food on the stove had completely congealed inside the pot.
I had a very similar experience with a penthouse.
Yes.
Once, took me a while.
Have you ever had regressive hypnotism done?
I've not, no.
Where did you come up with the name Mischief? It just came into your head and you felt like that was right?
Yeah, I mean, it was just something that I was, it wasn't coming from my brain, which is hard to explain, even though it was like my head.
No, it
wasn't
reminds me
coming
of the
from-
Philip K. Dick experience he had when he believed that he saw ancient Rome superimposed on top of our own times. Basically, then started his series of visions where he was spoken to by an alien intelligence called Valis that told him that the time isn't real.
Henry,
there's a lot that's kind of just
a
lot to kick in.
Your kids are going to be so confused.
Don't get crazy.
Time isn't real, but according to
but
the
it's
humans,
taco time.
It's always taco time at the Zabrowski house. And Henry, you might be able to answer this. Do ghosts sometimes take over a person's, life? It seems like she was like guided by a spirit here, right? Who was like reliving, maybe she was an old housewife in this place, and she's like, they changed my kitchen around, and where's my goddamn child?
It's
I need
quite
to whip him.
possible. Yeah, that could have been a slave leash that you were holding in your
Possibly.
hands.
Who knows what mischief was up to?
My other question is, have you had more experiences like this in the future? Like since then?
No, I haven't done anything. I mean, it's similar to like sleepwalking, and I've never done anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've had sleep paralysis, but I've never had nothing like that has ever happened before or since.
You may have taken a little sidestep into the Twilight Zone.
Ooh,
Twilight Zone.
interesting.
Yeah.
The Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone.
Oh, I love that program. Did the kids think that you were the best babysitter yet? Did they give you rave reviews?
Well, especially because you disappeared for an hour and then they just started drinking all the booze.
Yeah, God knows what they were up to while you were over
having
in
a
your
pizza
second world.
party where you're walking around in a wool skirt in an alternate dimension.
Yeah, we played all kinds of wild, crazy games. No, they were fine. They were asleep the whole time, so they.
Did you report this to the parents? And if so, did they have any sort of like a similar situation with them?
Well, what's weird is I didn't say anything to them because it literally didn't occur to me that there was anything weird about it until like a couple weeks later when I was talking to my friends about like spooky stories, and I was like, you know what?
That's a spooky story.
You know what,
guys? I think I was possessed by a demon.
Honestly, it's almost a stereotypical abduction scenario. And maybe if you apply for Obamacare, you can go ahead and get have a mental health technician take a look at your brain dome, and maybe take you back in the past with some hypnotism and see if you have any hidden memories.
All right, I will do that.
Yeah, do that and get back to us and let us know how your brain's doing.
I'll let you know. I'll give you guys a brain update.
You're the best, Sarah. Thank you so much. That was very spooky.
Hail yourself, Sarah. Thank you so much for listening.
Don't see any ghosts in Chicago, but if you do, take a picture of it and get that proof, all right? Get that money.
Okay, I will. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye, Sarah. All right.
Thank you.
All right, Henry, you're gonna read a viewer or a listener submitted story.
This is one of our many creepy emails we receive. We love your creepy emails.
Yes.
No penises.
Not one.
Not a single penis, which is good, but no boobies.
That's kind of sad.
Either. So
Yes.
I guess if we're going to take one, we should also take the other. So I guess I look at your penis, but I also rather look at boobies.
That's right. Well, we value all life equally here.
All right, so this is a first story from, I forget, we don't have his first name. It's S. Otterstein.
S.
Mr. Otterstein. Or is it Otterstein? I don't know. I'm Roman Catholic.
That's right.
And so I don't care. So this is the first story. I was home alone for a few days. I felt someone was in my room, and I felt a cold hand holding mine. It was your grandmother.
Come on.
Oh, little Scotty Otterstein, I love it when you touch me.
Just read the story. Don't make this guy out to be a pervert.
Thinking it was a dream, I just squeezed right back. All of a sudden, I felt an electrical shock. I opened my eyes and looked at my alarm, 4:30 a.m. I tried moving, but I couldn't. So thinking it was a dream, I closed my eyes. I was still unable to move, so I continued trying to move. I felt that shock again. Open my eyes, 4:40 a.m. It happened a third time at 4:50 a.m. I closed my eyes and just tried to shake my whole body, trying to move any body part. I moved my arm, then quickly my whole body. I'd work in an hour. I went in my basement to get my clothes out of the dryer. It was the middle of the summer, but the house felt cold. Very cold. My pet was nowhere to be seen, which I imagine was some sort of lizard.
Yeah.
Pet.
I agree with that, yeah.
And that feeling I felt of someone there lingered throughout the whole house. There's a small window in my basement the size of a license plate. As I grabbed my stuff out of the drawer, I looked through the window. Suddenly, that feeling of someone being there and being watched reached its peak. There sat a black cat staring at me. I slowly grabbed my remaining clothes, closed the dryer, It kept staring at me. I don't know why, but I walked to the window and started smacking the window, thinking it would scare it away. It kept staring. I finally blinked, then slowly walked away. I got dressed and drove off to work. I don't know what it was, but it was pretty freaky.
That's a scary story, my friend.
And here's another one. He has this other one. He says really quick. Here's another one real quick. I'll let you guys decide if it's related or not. I opened my eyes and saw a deep, dark figure standing in front of me. My room is usually dark, slight light coming off the alarm clock, PlayStation light, etc. The figure was roughly 4 feet. I couldn't see any features like a face, bodybuild, or anything, just deep black. I just remember thinking, who are you? I got an immediate headache and fell asleep. Later that night, I woke up with a hand on my shoulder. I opened my eyes and was facing the opposite direction when I was facing the dark figure. So feeling that hand on my shoulder, I turned around thinking, I heard, "Are you okay?" And then there was the black figure again off to the side where it originally stood was the figure that had its hand on my shoulder. A 7-foot-tall figure. Instead of being really deep black, it was light. Not bright, more of a white. And again, I can't make any physical details. I went to sit up, slowly thinking that I was fine. Then they made for my window, then disappeared. I sat up in bed just staring. Stayed up for a while longer, thinking about what had happened.
Very interesting.
Again, very similar to Whitley Strieber's account of the aliens in his room. Sort of tiny figures. You could have been Terry the Gnome.
I was going to say Terry the Gnome.
I'm going to fucking punch your balls.
Sort of a Danny DeVito type. Little
I'm going to sit up on you and put my gnome ass in your mouth. Oh, yeah, lick my gnome ass. Oh, yeah.
Interesting, Terry the Gnome.
Terry,
Thank you so
being
much.
Inappropriate. And then the white figure also reminds me of the tall whites. That Whitley Strieber immediately believed that one dressed up as a 1920s gangster for him.
So Mr. Otterstein could have been visited by the tall whites, by the alien.
Very much so.
Maybe they were there to protect him.
There's a lot more to this life.
Indeed. All right. Well, thank you so much for submitting that story. And I think, why is the black cat so demonized amongst society? Is there an actual reason? I was thinking about this the other day. I saw a black cat and was like, oh, black cat. But I'm like, why? Who cares if it's a black cat? What's the mythology behind the black cat?
I think it's straight racism.
I think it is racism. That's more of a hair kind of racism. Hairism.
Yeah, all cats are pink on the inside.
That's right, and kind of on the outside if you shave them.
It's funny. It's not in the Great Britain. Black cats are seen as lucky.
Well, everything's opposite over there.
That's the thing.
They call trucks lorries. You know, they eat cakes for breakfast.
They're
Backwards
ridiculous.
country.
Yeah, the idea that black cats are evil comes from Germany, which, as we know, there is a lot of witch folklore that comes from Germany.
Well, I think that a lot of the black cat has to do with they believe that witches and sorcerers always had some sort of animal companion.
A familiar.
Yes, a familiar. And then
Right.
cats are normally viewed as that symbol, especially, I mean, that goes back to ancient
I
Egypt.
just think there were a lot of like lonely women that people called witches that loved cats.
Yeah.
And then they're like, well, black cats, you must be a witch.
And in fact, when some people were caught with black cats, they would kill the person who had the black cat. But here,
That's extreme.
That is a bit intense.
But here is a funny little punishment for that one. As people killed so many cats during the Middle Ages, that enabled the spread of the Black Plague because cats killed rats,
There
and
it
the
is.
rats spread the Black Plague.
Don't kill the cats unless you want the rats, and then you
I-
get the black plague.
God, he's a funny old fella, isn't he?
That's great. They deserve the plague. All right, we got Aaron on the line. Aaron, hail Satan. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you. Thank you.
What's your...
Say hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Another quarter in the jar.
There we go, for the devil.
And guys, I went to Catholic school, so it's like
God,
an
you have such a
extra-
juicy soul. Big, thick, medium rare soul. Straight for the devil.
That is terrifying.
I'm sorry.
That is terrifying.
I'm putting my shirt back on.
I went to Catholic school as well. It just immediately flew off when you started doing that. It's very bizarre. I went to Catholic school as well, so I understand your sick and demented mind.
Yes.
All right, so your story is dealing with sleep paralysis?
Yep, sleep paralysis. It's when your body and your mind are not on the same plane sleep-wise. It's like usually when it happens to me, it's when I'm going to sleep, I'm almost asleep. I can feel myself like kind of descending with that heavy feeling. And then your body falls asleep, but your mind is awake. So you're conscious, but you're paralyzed. You literally can't move at all.
Okay.
That's really intense. I do that, but I do it on purpose, and I do that to myself with weed.
Yes. All right, but you had one particularly dangerous experience?
Yes, it was because because you're asleep, you basically start to dream and you have hallucinations. Mm-hmm. And the first hallucination and the most vivid one I've ever had and the most frightening one is I was in bed. I suddenly couldn't move at all. I had this intense, suffocating pressure in my chest, which just felt like a giant weight. And I thought I was dead or dying. And then I looked in the corner of my bedroom and I saw a tall, thin man standing behind my door in the corner, staring at me and smiling.
Could you make out any other features other than the smile? Was it a full-figured man, or was it more shadowy?
It was very shadowy. It basically just kind of like at that moment in the corner, it looked like a shadow with a face.
Really interesting. Now, a lot of times, when you say it's smiling too, would you feel like you saw a full like corporal smile, or was it like you just knew what it was doing, like your brain was just finishing the equation for you?
I think it was probably my brain finishing the equation because he did not have distinct features. Like I couldn't tell the color of his eyes or anything.
And who wouldn't be happy staring at you sleep? It sounds like a wonderful thing to do.
It's just so relaxing to do.
Yeah. And so when you saw this shadowy figure, you attempted to move, I assume?
I thought somebody had broken in my house. It was like it felt that real, but I couldn't move. And that's when I put it together kind of in that way that you sort of can when you're asleep, where you're like, dream, or is it a ghost? Or like, I had no idea what was happening. And then he crossed the room, flew into the air, and landed on my back.
On your back?
On my back.
So you were lying on your side at this time?
I was lying on my stomach.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually sleep on my stomach.
Right.
And he landed with like a thud on my back, knees digging into my rib cage. I felt like physical pain, and the pressure in my chest became even more intense. And then he started touching me all over and making me touch him, and I still couldn't move. And like,
are you sure this wasn't like the landlord, right? In a Scream outfit?
I don't have a landlord, so
all right.
Yeah, I have like my
Holds up.
building is run by a corporation, so maybe it was like the incarnated.
Yeah, because corporations are people now. Thank
That's
you,
true.
Mitt Romney.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it had anything to do with it, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Did this take place in Brooklyn?
No, it took place in Manhattan. I live in Manhattan.
Well, that scratches Eddie Murphy from Vampire in Brooklyn off the list. Hello. How are you? So he's on your back and he's pawing away at you. How did you manage to get this entity off of you?
Well, I basically just had to wait because I couldn't move at all. And I just kept thinking to myself, okay, well, I don't know what's happening. And I was just terrified. Like all of this is with the benefit of hindsight. I'm sure at the time I was just like screaming internally just because it was just so insane. Nothing like this had ever happened before. And yeah, so I thought, like, am I going to be raped? Am I going to be like, what's going to happen?
Right.
And then I just took a huge breath of air, sat and just moved all at once. Like I did a full body jerk, and then he was gone, and I was awake.
Well, there was. I'm reading your email right now. There was one other detail. I think the most disturbing detail that you told us about. There was something that kind of sexually happened, somewhat.
Yeah. He did touch me like between my legs, and like it wasn't like having a sexy dream. It wasn't like I felt
awesome about it.
No, it was not at all awesome. It just felt like when somebody touching you, like I could just feel a hand. Like I couldn't feel any pleasure or any stimulation, just like a hand there.
So did you feel flesh touching you, or did you just sort of feel like someone just had a wooden board smacking at you?
I felt flesh. It felt like a person.
So have you had experiences like this since then?
Not as intense. Never a physical person jumping on me, but I hear things like just the other day, a few weeks ago, I felt somebody grab my throat and squeeze me.
You probably should maybe start doing something along the lines of like tarot or something like that, because you probably have some sort of like mediumistic skills.
I was to a psychic, and she said that I have past life memories that are very dark and that attract these dark spirits to me.
So this is a haunting situation.
Possibly, yeah.
Continue.
Although these kinds of, what I find really fascinating about sleep paralysis is that there's a kind of universality to the hallucinations.
Mm-hmm.
If you read, like, because I've done like a bit of research about it, because like the first thing that morning I was like, what the fuck was that?
Right. Was Henry Zabrowski over here?
No, she said a thin man.
I know, it really ruined. Because I mean, honestly, the
you would have been
pressure
delighted if you saw a little chubby Shadow going, "Hey,
hello."
And like everybody, like there's a lot of everybody feels suffocating pressure in their chest. Everybody feels something on their stomach or on their back, and several people have reported there being sexual stuff happening.
I actually, because I've read a lot about sleep paralysis, it seems like there's a lot of sexual encounters that happen with these types of hauntings, and I really wonder what it is. I wonder if there's some sort of tie-in to how someone feels about sexuality and when these episodes happen, and I also wonder if it's just sort of where the archetypal like incubus or succubus came from, and it's also just a sign of vulnerability to be touched sexually.
And it's also an attacking force with the sleep paralysis. If you're a woman, you're being attacked by a man. If you're a man, you're being attacked by a man. Very rarely do you have a man who has sleep paralysis that has these sexual feelings. Very rarely,
like a big-titted, like blonde woman, like from planet Venus, and she's like, "I'm here to drain you, Zabrowski."
This is great.
You know, and I'm like,
great.
"Oh, I'm being haunted. Oh no, oh no."
I'm so scared
not
of the
like,
stars.
It's not like Dan Aykroyd in Ghostbusters. It is a demon coming to rape a man in the ass.
Right.
Like I've seen this time and time again.
Aaron, did you check to see if like your windows were closed and all those things? Your door was closed. There's no way anyone was in your apartment.
No, my door was locked. Nobody came in through the window, and it was literally like 1 second he was there, and the next he was gone.
My other question is I know because we talked. Erin actually took the Murderfist sketch writing class, and she does improv at the Pit, and she's great. She's super funny. My question to you is, we talked about how you've had a lot of vivid nightmares as well. Do you think that ever did the thing that you saw match any imagery you've seen in your dreams?
Honestly, like he wasn't that. No, I'm gonna say no, because I've had like dreams involving rape before, but never to such a vivid extent, and it was not like a recurring character or anything. Like, oh hey, it's you again.
It's Mr. Domino, the night rapist. Yeah.
Mr. Domino. He's one of the nicest of all the night rapists.
Yeah. Exactly.
Do you have, and sorry to get personal, but is there a history of abuse or anything?
No, not at all.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, that is
great story.
terrifying.
Thank you so much, Aaron. That one really is terrifying.
You're also a horror writer. Please,
yes.
plug away your source material.
I currently have 4 stories out in 4 separate issues of Dark Moon Digest. Issues 1, 4, 12, and Dark Moon Digest presents Ghosts.
Awesome.
And yeah, you can get them on Amazon.
Awesome. That's Dark Moon Digest. Check it out on Amazon. Thank you so much, Aaron.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Have a good afternoon nap. I
don't know.
Say that. I'm so sorry.
All right. Thank you, Aaron. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the show, Amy, everybody. Thank you so much for calling in, Amy.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Hail Satan and hail yourself.
Hail Satan, hail myself.
Yeah, hail Satan. Hail Satan. God, I feel like I'm growing more back hair every time I hear a hail
I
Satan.
believe that you probably
God,
are.
I love it.
I'm not sure
Hail
if it is.
Satan.
I'm a human hedgehog.
Yep, you are slowly turning him into a beast, Amy. Thank you. All right. What's your story all about, Amy?
Well, as we mentioned previously, I've been a comic for about 11 years, and about a year after I had started
a fellow comics brother was at our shows a lot, and he was a photographer.
Oh yeah.
And he mostly did boxing photography. I'm in Phoenix, and Vegas is so close that, you know, he spent most of his time working there. And he came to a lot of comedy shows, and he volunteered to do all of our headshots.
So he was a nice guy. He volunteered to do them for free?
He volunteered to do them for free. He asked me out on a date, and I said no because I didn't want any drama, you know, if it didn't go right or whatever.
You just got to get these free headshots first thing. That is what is mad there.
Headshots is the best part of this story.
Yeah,
so
you could date any dude on the street. You know what I mean? You could date thousands of men, but free headshots are very rare.
That's right. That's right.
Well, as a comic, you know that stuff can be expensive.
Absolutely. All right. So
you know, and it's not like we get paid all of them that much. And I was still new, you know, like maybe a year into it. So I was like, yeah. So he did our headshots. He asked me out, and I said no. And then all of a sudden on the news, we were hearing stories about in the Southwest Valley here in Phoenix, all these animals were getting shot, like dogs and horses at farms. And then a couple Walmarts were set on fire. And we actually had 2 serial killers. One started as a serial rapist, but it was like the summer of Sam up in here.
Okay.
And what year was this?
We had,
this, according to
had to be
my research,
2004?
2006 is when it all came to a head.
Oh, okay. When it all came to a head, but it started around 2004, 2005. We had the baseline killer who started as the baseline rapist.
Okay.
And then we had the serial shooters, and these serial shooters were going around mostly on the east side and like Scottsdale and Tempe, shooting random people, like at bus stops and just random people walking down the street or riding bikes. And
very Zebra Murders esque.
Yes,
definitely DC Sniper esque.
Yeah, that's for sure. And how many?
I wonder if they're all inspired by DC Sniper.
That's a good question. How many people died during these random shootings?
You know, I believe that I think it was 7 died. I'm not as good on the statistics probably as you guys are.
But Phoenix was gripped
died,
with
8 died. 29 were injured.
29. So we're talking
shot. Yeah.
Wow.
And
so Phoenix was terrified.
Crazy summer. Yeah, it was terrible. Like, I was afraid to take my garbage out at night, you know, because we had these 2 crazy people in all of this stuff. And then it was coming out that, okay, it's different. I'm driving to work one morning. I'm listening to the radio, and all of a sudden they say Dale Hausner has been arrested for being one of the serial shooters. I just got chills and my nipples got hard.
And how did you know? Wow, nipples got hard. How did you know who Dale was?
Dale was the photographer who was the brother of one of my fellow comics who did my head shots.
Unbelievable.
Oh, God. Well, what is it? Did he take it with a giant, like, rifle with a camera on the end of it? It's like, yeah, bam, yeah. These are beautiful. These would be great for commercials.
High, I don't know much about guns, but they had some pretty wicked guns.
Right.
And immediately I sent a text to one of the other comics. I'm like, do we know this guy? He's like, yep. I mean, what are the chances of 2 Dale Hausners being in Mesa, Arizona? I got a chill, like my whole body went cold.
Right.
Oh my
and
God.
Then I was like, oh my, like, I didn't know how to feel because this was a friend of mine who was very nice to me and he didn't shoot me.
He did not shoot you.
You were on his good side. He wanted to date you.
Yeah, but I mean, she turned him down for the date. So, Amy, you were very lucky that this man didn't take that extremely personally.
Exactly. I mean, and I had a blog on my MySpace page. Of course, the old MySpace is gone, so the blog is gone. But I was very torn because, you know, you had a valley of people, especially family members of the victims, hating this person. And, you know, I sent I knew the whole family. I sent his brother an email. Hey, let your brother know I'm thinking of him. I didn't want to get too much into it, but I felt so terribly for the whole family.
Well, I mean, you are put in a very interesting position. And this is, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer had a father. Jeffrey Dahmer had a couple of friends. I mean, it's a difficult place to be in because you know this guy as a good person. He gave you free headshots. And next thing you know, he's murdering a bunch of people. It must be a very conflicting mental headspace to be in.
It was terrible. It was like, I think it's on the Dahmer Files. The black lady who lived in his building would give a sandwich to everyone.
Oh, yeah,
Amy,
absolutely.
Amy, what do you think?
I ate human meat.
Yeah, I've been discussing this on stage recently, and I'm fairly certain we can all agree she ate penis sandwich, right?
She ate
dick
Asian
sandwich.
penis sandwich.
Asian
it had
penis.
soy sauce on it.
Yeah, it's called it's a dong me.
The dog meat sandwich. I love that sandwich. Where can I find one? We've got to go to this random
do you think
apartment
that
in
maybe
Milwaukee.
if you could have just kissed that guy once, you would have stopped a lot of people from getting murdered?
Do you blame yourself? And should you?
You know what? A lot
Jesus.
of people have said, "Oh my God, it's your fault," but he actually had a breakdown. I think his daughter died. He started his Sam, his roommate. They started doing meth, which is huge out here.
Oh yeah,
right.
I'm from upstate New York. We never had meth.
Right.
Here, it's everywhere. So he had a breakdown, and
no, it's not actually your fault. It's not really your fault. Yeah.
I can't. No, I would never take credit for that. It would be cool every once in a while. I'll be like, yeah. And actually, when I tell that joke on stage, I tell the story, and they do end with, I probably should have said yes to dinner.
Yeah. It might have saved a lot of lives.
Yeah.
Well, here's what this guy was charged with. He was charged with 87 crimes attributed to the investigation, including 8 murders, 19 attempted murders, numerous aggravated assaults, drive-by shootings, firearms charges, cruelty to animals, and arson. He was convicted of 6 murders and was sentenced to 6 death penalties.
Whoa!
And now is he still
incredible
alive, or is he-
headshots though, which he also was guilty for.
He had a mandatory appeal, of course, as they have in Arizona,
And
then
he didn't want those.
He did not want them, and after his first appeal, he waived all future ones and said that he requested to be put to death, quote, as soon as possible, and on June 19th of this year, killed himself in his cell.
He died. Yeah, he was hoarding prescription medications like the antidepressants, and I'm tearing up right now thinking about it because it's hard for me to see that side of him, but he was hoarding the prescription medications and not taking them, how they check under your tongue and everything. He somehow was hoarding them and overdosed on the medications the prison was giving him.
He was going for one big hit. One big final.
Yeah, and he had already tried once. He had taken handfuls of Benadryl a few years ago.
Okay. Turned out it was just
this whole thing killed their dad.
Oh, of course.
The dad, the stress. Like he went through open heart surgery and never recovered.
Is the brother still a comedian?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, you got to be. You have no choice anymore.
I mean, now,
when I perform with the brother, because the brother, his name is Randy. He has a joke that says, "Now my parents can't say, 'Why can't you be more like your brother?'"
That's a good point. That's a good point. Amy, how many times do you think your name has been scrawled on that prison wall of Dale? Is it Dale?
That would be Mr. Hausman.
I'm going to pretend that it's not, because I really don't think that he even thought of me after that. But when I had told you I emailed the brother to say, hey, let him know I'm thinking of him, he emailed me back a couple weeks later and said, I let Dale know that you were thinking about him. He said hi, and he always really liked you. And I'm like, delete.
Yep, delete. That's the deal breaker. That's the deal breaker.
This guy
right there.
felt pretty bad about it afterwards. He said that he ruined the family name as people would hear Hauser's name and think of Charles Manson.
See, I just think of Doogie Howser.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Dale Hauser.
Yeah, Doogie. Yeah, Doogie's still got it, but Dale Hauser's close.
He did have a bit of a head on himself. He said that when you think of Manson 50 years from now, you'll think of Hausner.
I don't know.
Are you on the Wikipedia site right now? Because I'm reading exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't know if people even really know about Hausner outside of here. Did you guys know of him?
No, never heard of him before.
Never heard of it. And you'd think this is, like you were saying, Ben, this is kind of the same type of thing as the zebra killings. Like, why don't we know? Why wasn't this national news when the DC sniper was such huge national news? I mean, I guess that had more to do with 9/11.
That had a lot more to do with 9/11.
Yeah,
now it's like, I honestly feel like they try to deflect as much attention as they can from random shootings. That they can't just, like, if they don't immediately catch the guy and have, like, a good, neat little a thing to pin to him.
Right. It wasn't like the Gabby Gifford shooting where it's like one.
Nothing romantic about this one.
No.
Oh my God! And Gabby Giffords, of course, is our hero here. But
another Arizona.
Did you know about the baseline killer? Because I'm just curious about outside of here where it was news every day.
Right.
Did you guys know about the baseline killer?
Never knew about the baseline killer. I mean, it's a great name. It's a fantastic.
Well, that's because we have a road called Baseline Road here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And
it sounds like a trance album.
So, Amy, how has this affected your life? Are you more aware of random acts of violence that might possibly, go after you? I mean, are you more, Do you walk with a little bit more of a scared step than you did before this?
No, because you know what? I'm a New Yorker, and you guys know that we have to walk a certain way, and people never mess with us. Nobody messes with me. I don't.
Right.
I don't.
No, I mean, honestly, they do the opposite. They ask you out on dates. It's like everybody else is getting killed in Phoenix, and they all just want to bang you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they
I mean,
all
it's
wanna
amazing.
bang me anyway, but
Yeah.
it's I don't really think about it because you can't live in fear because then you let the terrorists win.
That's right. That's
Hell yeah.
right. And we're not doing that. We're not doing that at all.
But I mean, how many people can say they know a serial killer?
It's an amazing story. Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
Thank you so much, Amy.
And Amy, would you like to,
thanks, guys.
as a comedian, I know we all like to plug something. Is there a website or something like that people can go and find a little more information on you?
Well, actually, the comedy I do once in a while, but the movie I just made that I told you about is called Social Media Stole My Kidney.
Great.
I'd love people to be more aware of that because it's live organ donation, and that's what I'm all about.
That is great. Absolutely.
I just signed up to be an organ donor on my last driver's license renewal.
Oh, everyone's going to want those. That's going to be like
they're going to want your ruined spleen and horrible
Exactly.
liver.
What's
my
that
black,
movie where the person
my black lungs and enlarged
when I come to
liver?
the city next year?
What's that, Amy?
Does that mean I gotta blow you when I come to the city next
You
year?
don't got to. You don't got to. But, otherwise I might become a serial killer if you don't.
Oh, yeah, stay away.
So, please. All right. Social Media Stole My Kidney. Check out that movie. Thank you so much for calling, Amy.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You
All
too.
right, you as well.
All right, Benjamin. Freak us out with another spooky internet tale.
Oh, yeah. Patrick, you're the lucky listener that gets me to read it. Everyone loves that so much. And I love this intro. Sometimes Last Podcast needs a hero. And I tell you, our hero is Patrick Lorpe. There's Torpy. Patrick Torpy. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I would say your Torpy is a better name than Lorpe, so you win. You're fine.
Yes. If you're ever upset with your last name being Torpy, just be like, at least it's not a Lorpe, because that gives you a lazy eye and a limp immediately. First slide of Patrick's email. I'm here to answer the call. Sadly, I have no ghost stories to share with you, but I hope this possibly demon-esque story is up y'all's alley. I'm a 22-year-old guy from Louisiana, Kentucky, and I've experienced very little paranormal activity up to now. Well, I'm a solid guy who has always participated in sports. I have never been violent, never even thrown a punch. I am, however, a very potent sleepwalker. I'm the type of sleepwalker who can perform any task while sleeping. Also, sometimes I wake up in a terror, and I'm convinced there is something in the corner of my dark room. So one night, I had a dream that I viciously smashed my bedside IKEA lamp against the bedside table. It's nice to know he's a wealthy man.
If there's one thing that I've noticed, one thread running through all of our listeners' emails, it is the presence of IKEA.
Yes. And by the way, I mean, I would love to smash every IKEA lamp that I've ever seen. I woke up remembering glimpses of a powerful rage and images of a broken lamp. Surprise, it lay next to me on my bed, completely destroyed. This happened again 2 weeks later when I broke my folding closet door out of its track. I remember doing it, but I was not in control, and it was absolutely necessary in my dream world. So he had a dream where he had to break his cabinet, and he did it, or his dresser.
Maybe the same thing happened when you shit the bed.
We're not talking about that story because it was an
toilet.
exaggeration, and we're not talking about the poo-poo gate anymore. Thank you.
Who said we're not talking about it?
I did, because I had too many. I have had multiple listeners are just like, it's not.
I had a dream that I was sitting on a brownie.
You know what? We're dealing with Patrick Torpy right now. Okay, he just broke his dresser. All right, this freaked me out a decent amount because I have a roommate, and I would never want to break down his door and scare the shit out of him. That would scare the shit out of him. The next incident was the least destructive, but the most telling. I would read from a book every night before I went to bed, but one night I dreamt of a great struggle involving the book. So upon waking, I checked it out. A stack of pages was lying next to the book on my desk, but they were all still binded together. In my slumber, I had grabbed a large chunk of pages, about 200, from the book, and with great strain, ripped them from the rest of the book. The back, that's difficult
that's
to
really
do.
That's difficult.
Extremely difficult.
Yes. The back cover was still in place, so when I opened the book to check it out, I noticed the last page remaining in the book. 666.
Hail Satan, yeah!
Oh, the beast!
I'm no expert in demons, but this might be a sign. and a key to the changes in my nocturnal activities. I'm slightly worried. This is a real story. Thank you so much, Patrick.
Fuck yeah.
That's
Absolutely,
amazing.
page 666.
666.
When I write my biography, it's going to have exactly 666 pages, 40 pages of dialogue, and then 626 pages of silence.
Wow. That's exciting.
Just pictures of my butt Xeroxed over and over.
Oh, I love that
and
chapter.
you're going to pay money for it.
I don't know if they will, but we'll see. Our next caller, Andros. Thank you so much for calling in, man.
Absolutely. I'm such an honor to be on the podcast. Listen about 12 hours a day.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's
hail
great
Satan,
to have
man.
you. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
All right, dude. What's your story all about?
Well, like Marcus, I'm Texan.
All right.
And like Marcus, I had to get out of the state for quite a while. So I lived in Japan for 5 years.
Wow,
and,
awesome.
I was dating a girl
Because it seems like the Japanese women love American men, right?
Oh, and I think the idea of most American men are what Texans are.
Yeah.
You know, cowboy hats.
We can really play it up.
Indeed.
And it works really
I
well.
just say you might need to spend some time there, man. They yeah.
I'm excited.
I'm always in the wrong place.
Was there a what was the reason you had to go to Japan for 5 years?
I was an Asian studies major in college, so it just kind of worked out.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Asian butt studies.
That's good. Yeah, of course, naturally. I guess I was an Asian studies major then also in college, if that's what it is.
I think we've all studied a lot of Asians.
yeah, I'm fairly certain. All right, so you're in Japan.
I'm in Japan. I was dating a girl whose grandparents lived in Nagano Prefecture, which is kind of it's on the western side of Japan. So there's this thing in Japan called Obon. And it's basically like a Japanese Halloween. So it happens in August. And it's when all the families leave the big city, they return to their old hometowns. And they do a lot of stuff like they give offering to their ancestors.
And what are some of these offerings?
They'll go to the graveyard and clean the family gravesite.
Okay.
They typically do things. They'll like leave out food offerings and alcohol and stuff at the gravesite.
Okay.
And they do a couple other things that I'll mention specifically during Obon. So we were all sitting around the house one day. It was me, my girlfriend, and her grandparents, and they basically said motioned to me to go put on my shoes, followed them out of the house, went down the road, went to what looked like an old graveyard, right? Mm-hmm. So the grandpa kind of approaches one of the graves there and starts praying in front of it. He goes on for a bit, and then he lights a bundle of flowers that he's had in his hand. I didn't notice it until then, but so he lights the flowers, and we start walking back. I'm not really that good at Japanese at this point, by the way. I'm not really sure what's going on.
Right.
So I'm just kind of I'm just trying to follow the family to the graveyard and coming back. So once we get home, it's just a normal day. You know, we're having dinner. We wash up. Yeah, go ahead.
What was the mood at the gravesite? Was it something? Was it happy or was it somber? Was it?
It was eerie. I mean,
it was eerie.
This is like way up in the mountains. There's not a lot of people that live there. A lot of the buildings are kind of dilapidated at this point.
Mm-hmm.
How many generations are buried in this place? Is it from a long time ago?
Yeah, it's pretty big. So some of the grave sites, like you can't even see what the names are anymore. You can't tell what year they died. It's all kind of been washed away by the rain and everything.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so you have this eerie experience.
It's creepy as shit.
It's like hundreds of years old.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Right. It's just way out in the country, and people have lived there for a million years, but it's almost abandoned. The only people that live in these towns now are just old people that aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, it's like Ames, Iowa.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, so you had an eerie cemetery experience. Now you're back at the house. You're eating dinner.
Yeah, so we just have a normal dinner. We wash up, go to bed, and anyway, so that night I'm sleeping in what I think is the spare room, right? And I'm awoken in the middle of the night by something I can't see. It's pitch black. It's out in the country, right? And I couldn't move, but it felt like there were hands on my chest. and they started at my chest and went up to my neck, going back down to my chest, to my neck, and it's just like this sort of weird patting feeling. So I really didn't understand what was going on, but it was obviously really freaky, right?
Right.
I remember thinking, because also I had just woken up. I remember thinking, man, if I just go back to sleep, it'll stop, right?
Right.
So evidently that's what happened, because I woke up the next day and I barely remembered it. I don't think I remembered anything in the morning. It was only later that it was Obon, so we were doing Japanese stuff. We were visiting temples. We were out in the forest, but it was Obon season, so one of the temples had this dance performance going on.
Okay.
And this princess is trying to coax the spirit of the mountain out of its dwelling place.
Right.
It's kind of bizarre to describe, but it's basically just this dance, and she's sort of like, dancing around and bringing. I just realized how weird this sounds.
No. It sounds Japanese. Yeah.
Seats, yeah.
It's Japanese. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the best way to describe it.
It's perfect.
So okay, it puts me in this sort of metaphysical sort of mood. And then I remember what happened the night before.
Mm-hmm.
So I told
that's
my
kind of what
girlfriend-
that's for. The point of ritual is to create the mental state that you'll be open to receive, I guess, gifts from spirits or ideas from spirits. That's so they did it well.
Sure.
That could have been it. I think at the time, remember, I just didn't have any idea what was going on. That's just what they explained to me. Is like, oh, there's a princess, and so
Right.
Don't give the American the full
works, but,
story. He's going to rip off the thing and send it to fucking 30 Rock.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, so I tell my girlfriend about it, and she goes white. She whispers something to Grandpa, and he turns around and just kind of smiles at me, and he says, so I know you didn't catch much of what was going on yesterday, but you know that Obon is a time when we Japanese, we honor our ancestors.
Right.
So yesterday, the grave we went to was the grave of my mother. She hasn't been dead very long, and I often feel her presence around me. I love my mother, and I always want to make her feel special. So I make sure that, every Obon, I say a prayer at her grave, and I light some marigolds for her. So I ask him, what are the marigolds for? So usually the last thing that we do for Obon is we celebrate a night together with our departed loved ones. But they're in the grave and no longer know the way home. So we light the marigolds so they can follow the trail of smoke back to our house. And I'm thinking, I say, wait a minute, you think it was your mother last night in the spare room?
Ooh, this is getting hot.
And he looks at me and he says, the spare room, that's not the spare room, that was her bedroom.
Oh, man.
Wow. Did you feel like
wondered who was asleep next to her?
Did you feel like it was a feminine presence when this entity was pawing all over you, touching on your back and your neck?
Yeah, it wasn't a very strong feeling, but I mean, you can feel fingers, right? It wasn't
right.
Yeah, you can feel the fingers on my chest, so it
Interesting.
was pretty.
That's amazing. And had anybody else experienced a similar thing? Was that something that the grandfather had heard of in the past regarding that room and his mother?
I don't, the way that he was looking at me, I don't think it ever happened to him, but I don't think he was surprised. I mean, Japanese people really believe in this stuff, right?
Well, I know that there's you can marry a ghost. You can marry a really good.
Oh, I cannot believe it happened to you. All I ever wanted is for it to happen to me, which is why I put the marigolds out to fry my pants.
That's perfect.
It sounded just like that.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
The Japanese do like ancestors, and ancestor worship is a gigantic part of their religion.
And so how much longer were you staying in that house, in that bedroom for?
I was just there a couple more days.
And did you experience anything else in those couple of days?
Well, you know what happened, because I was pretty freaked out about this. I didn't write Marcus about this, but the next day I went with my girlfriend to the Japanese people have like a family shrine usually in the middle of their house, and I said a prayer and like rang the little bell. So that she wouldn't do that again. I said, "Hey, I'm here."
I appreciate the gesture, but you scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, you know what?
To be able to go back to sleep.
No offense, I just need my rest right now. That's you handled that perfectly with respect.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Well, all right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for telling us that story, Andros.
Oh, yeah, guys. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
All right, welcome to the show. Thomas, everybody. Thomas is here all the way from beautiful Los Angeles.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Yeah.
Hail Satan, Thomas. All right, man. What's your story all about?
Well, this took place around 99, 2000 at my old house.
Where was your old house at?
Close by the current one. It's semi-close to Los Angeles City.
Okay, so
Cool.
Los Angeles City.
So, my old house, it was a small apartment, 2 stories. The previous owner was a woman who apparently died before we moved in there.
Okay.
So,
was she an elderly woman or was it an unexpected death?
elderly woman.
Okay.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Love
every night. I'd hear when I was a kid, I used to love the paranormal, so I was kind of hoping for something to happen when I heard there was a woman there dead before.
That's my whole life.
That tends to be the kiss of death, though, for actually getting haunted, because I want to be haunted so damn bad, and ghosts are too scared of me.
So, one night I was sitting in the living room watching TV, and then I was wide awake. The windows are completely closed. The doors are closed. There's no vents or anything. I'm watching TV, and to the corner of my eye, we have this plastic tree sitting in the corner. All of a sudden, it just starts shaking violently. And I double take. Like, did I just see that? I can hear it clearly, like the rustling.
Right.
And I just curl up to a ball, like, oh no, what's happening? I wanted this to happen because I love ghosts and all that.
This is the problem, though, is you don't always get what you want. Because in the end, you want a ghost, but in the end, what you really want is just friends. This is our problem. This is our problem when we want ghosts, is that what we mean is friends. But we say when we're children is that we want ghosts.
That's right. So this image of the tree shaking, first of all, it was enough for you to look away from watching Home Improvement.
Yes.
And stare at it. And then you immediately curled up into a ball and you were just gripped with fear?
Pretty much. I was like, what could that have been? I know the windows are closed. If it was a cockroach or something, it had to be a pretty damn big cockroach.
It wasn't one of those fake trees that you put batteries in and sings like "Take Me to the River," was it?
No. It was a plastic tree. That was about it.
And was this this was the only ghost activity you saw in that house?
No, another time I was in the restroom, and to close the door, you kind of have to pop it shut, like pull it all the way till it snaps.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting in there, and I just hear that sound. And I'm yelling, hold up, I'm almost out. And then I finish, I walk out, like, okay, come in. My mom just stares at me, like, what are you talking about? And
I'm sorry, what sound did you hear in the bathroom?
The door popping in and out.
It was an old door, so you have to, pull it completely so it pops.
Right, okay.
Snaps into the lock.
Sure.
So I'd hear that, and I just walked out like, okay, Mom, you can go in. She just kind of looks at me like, what are you talking about?
Right. At least it wasn't the tree standing outside the door. That would have been terrified. So you're hearing...
Oh, get out of the bathroom. I've got to take a shit.
You're a fake tree. I would understand if you were real. So you have two different incidents of paranormal activity going on in this house.
Yes.
And when you explained what happened to your mother, had she experienced any of these sorts of activities?
Not at all.
And so she just kind of looked at you like you were crazy.
Yes, she still thinks I'm crazy because she's devout Catholic, so I'm...
Oh, there's nothing crazy about her. She's a devout Catholic. She just believes that
you
bread
just
turns
eat
into
Jesus' meat every single day. Yeah, you don't think that ghosts can exist. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I imagine that freaked her out a great deal because she probably thinks that you're consorting with the demon himself.
Probably. She knows I'm into that kind of stuff, too, because I would used to go outside with the video camera and record the sky looking for UFOs.
That's great.
That's awesome. I used to do the same shit, but it was more like I just had a whole... I remember my mom found my folder I had full of clippings from the Unabomber case. I had all of these articles cut out from the Unabomber happening. And she was like, what is this, Henry Thomas? And I was like, research, mother.
Yeah, exactly.
And I put my fucking Phantom of the Opera mask back on.
Yeah. I think we all, Marcus, you used
Totally
to
alone.
have, you had Ted Bundy's death picture after he was electrocuted.
Yeah,
on your wall.
I had a copy of the Weekly World News where they ran a picture of him right after he was executed, and I cut it out and put it in my wall right next to my bed so I could say goodnight to him.
That's so great. I used to hoard Weekly World News as I hoard my papers now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's great. So these are 2 incidents in this house, and did you ever find out, was there anything that occurred in that house that would have led to these things?
Nothing at all. Just random occurrences.
And then you've moved out of that apartment, right?
Right.
And now your second place, you were saying there's something happening there as well?
Oh, that was my friend's house. My friend's grandmother's house.
Your friend's grandmother's house. What happened there?
So, the way he told me the origin of the story before his grandmother moved in there was a man who would perform satanic rituals in the living room.
Fuck yeah.
Love it.
Yeah. That's what they're going to say about my fucking house. When they move into my house after I die.
I think they're going to have to tear it down, Henry. I think that's
the old owners, they would, apparently the story was that he'd sacrifice dogs in the living room.
Wow.
And,
Satan wouldn't enjoy that, though.
He showed me, you could see, like, old blood splatters in the wooden floor. So I kind of knew about it. And he told me certain nights he'd see a large black figure, like, pacing back and forth there was a back wooden patio. He could just see this figure walking.
That's so much fun.
And what did he think the figure was? Did he feel a presence with the figure, or he just saw it?
He thought it was the old man who lived there.
And that old man who lived there previously, who did the satanic rituals, he died.
Yes.
You know, LA is rampant with satanic activity. I remember I was out hiking in what's its putts over by
where Manson was, right?
Yeah, like where Manson was. There's several different places where you can go hiking. When you go out there, I was talking. I think it was somewhere near Runyon. They were I was talking with a park ranger, and he was saying, like, if you go through here at night or in the morning, sometimes they clean up debris, and it's all satanic ritual. I mean, a lot of times it's it's just shithead teenagers just like with skulls, like fucking with incense.
Right.
But every once in a while, you'll get some good old school, like you know, blood and bones and fucking pentagrams drawn into the sand, and that fucking rules.
Definitely. Thomas, did you and your friend ever try to do a seance or anything like that, try to conjure up the spirits of the house?
I would have wanted to, just to see if anything would happen. I have a Ouija board, but I've never used it.
Oh, you have to get on it.
Yeah, I know. It's somewhere in the back.
Yeah, you have to like practice at it.
I'm looking at mine right now.
Yeah, it's on the floor. With a bunch of feathers on it, and then another picture that's drawn in blood. What is that?
Yeah, that was a flyer I made for my band.
Yeah, very cool, Marcus. Very cool. Well, you're always going to be healthier than Marcus, Thomas. So that's good, right?
You're right.
That's awesome.
Don't say it with so much confidence.
All right, Thomas. Well, thank you so much for calling in, man. Those are truly spooky stories.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, dude. Hail Satan to you.
Hail yourself, buddy. Well, let's thank everyone who called in.
You guys have been awesome. We had some great stories today. I'm going to say again, this last story that we're about to hear is my favorite email we've ever received.
Yes. It's
here
incredible.
At Last Podcast.
And it'll be read by Mr. Marcus Parks. And I say Mr. Marcus Parks because that's how the man addressed it. And I will say, a little too much respect. And I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
And this is another reminder. We have our next live show, October 26th, here at the Creek in the Cave.
That's right, 10 p.m.
10 p.m. It is for free, unless you bring nugs, and then you get a kiss from me.
Well, that's going to really not...
I bite, and I kiss.
There'll be no weed at the show then. Thank you. Thank you so much. October 26th, 10 p.m. here at the Creek in the Cave. It's always a wonderful experience. All right, Marcus, let's read the final story of the day.
All right, the subject line to this is Secret Things. Mr. Parks. First, let me say that you shouldn't try to email back to this account. I'll be deleting it shortly after I finish this message. Right now, I'm writing this in my car, outside some person's house and leeching off their Wi-Fi so I can't be tracked back to this. Normally, I'm not someone to get very cloak and dagger, but what I'm going to tell you has me worried that I'll disappear if I'm tracked. With that warning, I'm hoping that you can help get the word out about this. 5 years ago, I was enlisted in the U.S. Army after some bad decisions. Nothing illegal or anything in my life. I've never been perfect, but the Army offered me a shot at a new life. After 4 years, I
Sounds
had
like he
made
did something illegal. It sounds like he did something
It
illegal.
does sound like yes, he does.
After 4 years, I had made good and signed on for re-enlistment and was shipped out to Fort Bliss. No offense, but I was never a big fan of Texas. It's fine. But you don't get much of a choice on where you go. As you may know, Fort Bliss is right next to the White Sands Missile Range.
Fuck yeah.
What ended up happening is that I wasn't working at Fort Bliss, but rather living there with a falsified garrison job at the base commander's office, when in actuality, I went to White Sands every working day for a 10-hour shift. To get to my area that I worked, we didn't take a normal road. Rather, we had to use a GPS unit to find a specific set of coordinates, since there were no roads to speak of leading to where I worked. The coordinates were around 33.0032 and negative 106.5426. This led to a small metal door, like the one that you might find that leads to a basement. Once in, the door opened to a cavernous system of tunnels that I had to use a bike in to get to my area of work.
Really interesting. Also, when they say the way they describe like the research facility, same thing, a full long an S4.
Yeah.
What is it technically? What Area 51 is called?
These tunnels all went continuously down, so getting to the site was never an issue, but on the way back it really sucked. This was done partly on purpose. I'm apparent at the end of the story, they didn't want anyone to have access easy ways out. My shift was a half mile down the tunnel and then left, around 200 feet down, and then my area was on the right. Once there, I did my normal sign-in on the wall outside and stood guard outside the door. That's really all I ever did for the job. I was never told what I was guarding. It seemed like normal, if secret operation. I kept my mouth shut and did as I was told. Everything was normal for the first couple weeks, but then I started hearing the noises from inside the room. I normally heard the sounds of electricity coming from the room, that low hum that you hear near transformers. Sometimes it was enough to put my hair on end. I just figured it was an electrical workstation or something like that. What I started to notice was voices in the electrical hum. I brushed it off at first because I was standing in a tunnel underground all alone for hours on end. I thought I might have been hallucinating, but they got clearer with each passing day. 2 weeks in, I got orders that I had an overnight shift. I got to my station and set up for the 24-hour. The day seemed to progress fine, but at 10 p.m., I started to notice the voices and the electricity again, and the lights started to flicker on and off, which scared the shit out of me. There was a scream from inside the room, and all the lights for 50 feet burst. That's when I heard something. I don't have any good way to describe it, but it sounded like a wet static noise, if that makes any sense. I debated for a few moments on going into the room. All I had was a small flashlight that was standard issue, and everything seemed dark. I decided to open the door to make sure everything was okay. Once inside, I pointed my light around for signs of life. It looked like a lab with a bunch of computers hooked up to the ground. Huge wires all led from giant boxes into the ground from the room. There didn't seem to be anyone around, but there was another door that had a wheel on it, like you might find on a ship. It was slightly open, and there seemed to be a bit of light coming out of there. Inside the room was a grate on the floor that was emanating the light. I looked down inside and could make out what looked like 6 glowing water tanks. Each looked to have a glass cover over it, and I could see glass on the near one of the center ones and liquid all over the ground. That's when I saw something move. I couldn't tell what the hell it was. It moved by way too quickly, and it seemed blurry. After I saw it, my head started pounding and I got a nosebleed. I felt like I had a chainsaw burrowing into my skull. I ran out and closed the door with the wheel on it and got the hell out of the lab area. Once I got on my bike, I hightailed it out of there. It wasn't until I reached the night sky that my head stopped hurting. Other troops were already there, and I was quickly taken away on a stretcher while multiple troops began their descent into the tunnel. After a week at the hospital, I was told that I was going to be honorably discharged for medical issues. I also had to sign my life away to not talk about what I saw. Considering I really didn't know, I agreed. I just wanted the hell away. Around 6 months later, I started having seizures. The doctors told me there was something off with the way the synapses were firing. I think whatever it was, it got in my head and left some damage and some residual thoughts. Some days, I dream of being in a water tank with wires hooked up to all parts of my body. I can't move, and I can feel power surging through my body. I get these dreams more often than not nowadays. Honestly, I wanted to let someone know what's going on, even if it's meaningless. If I don't get found out for sending this, I'm probably going to die soon from everything going on with my head. Again, please don't try to contact me back. It won't work.
That is one of the best stories I have ever heard in my life. It makes my
one of these.
Yeah. Thank you so much for submitting that story, and please, I hope you stay alive.
We have,
longer than you,
just live
expect.
to tell your story. We're going to spread it to our small population here.
Yes.
There's of course a lot of things going on that we don't know about with our government.
Yeah.
And they're taking a week off, so
fascinating. And I almost want to hear. I want to hear those coordinates again. So maybe if a fan wants to do a little research and figure out where the hell this thing actually is.
Yeah, you guys, we have the best listeners on the face of the planet.
They're amazing, and thank you again, everyone who called in and everyone who submitted stories. And we'll do this again. And I hope to. We hope to hear from more of you people. From more of you people. What do you mean, you people? Last podcast. On the left list.
And now, and another week off of our checklist on our way to the rebirth of our Savior.
That's right. That's right. When we summon the devil, our Lord and Savior, Satan. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. We will talk to you soon. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. Hail me.
Algeen.
Hail yourselves.
Megustalations.
Yeah, Megustalations. And again,
yes.
October 26th, Creek in the Cave, 10 p.m.
from the Figure 4 Online Studios in beautiful Bothell, Washington, exclusively at WrestlingObserver.com. You're listening to The Brian and Vinny Show with your hosts, Brian Alvarez and Big Vinny V.
Craig's already got that look on his face. It's the Ryan and Vinny and Craig show, everybody. Vinny's here.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Craig's very sensitive ears are here.
That's untrue.
And we're all ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have to worry about it, Craig, because
What's that?
I have a limiter. Your headphones are connected to that limiter.
Brian, I never said I was worried about my hearing.
So there's no way, no matter how loud Vinny screams when he alerts us that he's here, it's limited before it hits your headphones.
Brian, I never said anything about my hearing.
So fear not, my friend, fear not.
Vince, did I ever say anything about my hearing?
I was listening.
Or you didn't hear?
You didn't hear.
I may not have heard.
Craig always waits till the very last second to put his headphones on.
Headphones are warm, Brian. I don't like putting them on.
Oh, well, if that was all, do you know that I could get you refrigerated headphones? Do you want me to get you something to cool the ears?
Yes.
They got to make them. My car's got
I just wanted Craig's looking at me like, why? And I was like, honestly, I just wanted him.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I just can't believe you're going to use the jaws of life and get your wallet open and actually.
Well, I ain't going to do that. I was going to send you an Amazon link and you could do it. My car actually has a heated steering wheel. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Why?
Mine has it as well.
Why? What person gets in the car and they're like, oh, I got to warm up the car. I can't touch the wheel yet. It's like ice. Nobody. Heated seats are like for your glutes and your back.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I got calloused hands. Oh,
I do.
Many people do, actually,
This heated
carpenters,
steering wheel is really going to make them feel
musicians,
better. Yes. Yeah, sure. It's bullshit. Well, anyway, on that note, let's get this show on the road because we have two bad shows to talk about.
Some of the things that set you
Am I the only one?
No, these are bad shows.
These were terrible, were they not?
I found stuff to like on both of them.
Well, I found stuff to like too, but they were largely terrible, were they not?
I don't know.
Nitro especially, a lot of talking.
Well, yes, that is for damn sure.
How about we talk about, very briefly, what a fucking clusterfuck Raw was?
Vinny didn't watch it, I'm sure.
He didn't watch Raw?
Last night's Raw?
No, this Raw we watched today.
Oh, okay. My bad.
You geek. We had Undertaker, Mankind, the New Age Outlaws, Steve Austin, Undertaker, and Vince McMahon all in the ring, and nobody in the crowd gave a fuck. Why? Because it was such a clusterfuck of a show.
There was, yeah. The theme of this Raw, as I noted several times, and I liked a lot of the wrestling, but every finish had to have 47 things going on at once.
I am convinced that if Vince Russo hadn't left in 1999, this company might be dead today.
Hey, you know?
I think they got to get rid of the guy.
His track record for killing companies is pretty strong.
Well, he went to the other company and they died.
You know what he did? But he's all over the show, and the show is horrible. The only good thing about the show is Vince and Austin and Mankind and some of the stuff that they're doing, but Brawl for All and this stupid storyline with this stupid tag team match and this stupid pay-per-view, it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Am I the only one?
Well, let's get into it. We'll get it point by point. Shawn Michaels came out to open the show. His first appearance since losing the world title to Steve Austin at WrestleMania. Got the old sexy boy music, not the DX theme. Total babyface.
Terrible haircut.
They had the Page Boy haircut going.
Zero acknowledgement of anything that happened when he left or that is going on right now.
Yes.
This was bizarre.
The closest it came, he has said nothing about getting revenge on Steve Austin or anything. They asked him about his current relationship with DX, and he refused to answer. That's what it came down to. So he came out to do commentary for the entire show.
For the entire show.
Mm-hmm.
Not a fan?
Whoa.
Undertaker versus Vader. Before they could start, Paul Bearer, Mankind, and Kane came down to ringside. This is a very important match for all wrestlers. Young, old, male, female, US, Japan, Mexico, wherever. All of you should aspire to run the ropes like The Undertaker. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's very good.
All the spot was switch, duck a clothesline, hit the big flying clothesline. I watched it over and over and over. I said, I got to make a GIF of this. I GIFed this, I tweeted it out, and I got responses saying, I can't stop watching this. It's awesome.
So Undertaker was a good wrestler.
As it turns out, The Undertaker was good at professional wrestling.
I'm writing this down.
Well, back in the day, people would hit the ropes.
He'd hit these fucking ropes.
Nowadays, people are afraid to hit the ropes.
No one hits the ropes like this. Not close.
No.
God, it was awesome.
Because the ropes hurt.
That's true.
And
That's
back
true.
in the day, if you complained about it, you just had to hit them more often and harder.
That's right.
Now, I think these guys just go to the main roster and they're like, let's sort of hit them.
I got a catchphrase and a t-shirt. I don't need to hit the ropes.
Yeah.
All of you should run the ropes like The Undertaker.
Well, no one's gonna, so you better not get your heart set on it.
Well, The Undertaker's gone. That's true. He also used a fame asser in this match. Wanted to point that out. So let's
You ever see Shawn Michaels hit the ropes?
He was also very good.
There's another guy that hit the ropes.
Yes.
I'm writing this down as well.
Okay, there was a lot going on here. So Taker won the number one contendership last week. He is going to get the title shot at SummerSlam. However, before then, he and Austin will team against Kane and Mankind at the next pay-per-view. Kane and Taker were staring at each other. A lot of us says this proves they're in cahoots. In cahoots was the vintage of 1998. Must be one of Vince's favorite terms. It was used 97,000 times in this show.
Well, that and they're out of their element.
A lot of that, too.
Oh, my God. Has there been one Brawl for All where Jim Ross has not told us they're out of their element?
I doubt it. So Taker sold a bit and then just hit the chokeslam and tombstone and won. I would like to point out here, Mankind did all the fans a favor because his goal was to waffle Undertaker with a steel chair. But he let him get the pin first. There was no cheap running and crappy DQ finish. The Star won, and then they did whatever they were going to do next. It's not that hard.
Well, I will say that Vader looked horrible in this match.
That is true.
I was going to say terrible, but terrible came out. Fine with me. He was horrible and terrible. I don't know why. It led to Undertaker, aside from his rope running, being a little bit unmotivated. It's some of the laziest kickouts I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, I don't know what was going on here.
Does anybody else cringe when The Undertaker picks up Vader for his tombstone?
No.
I'm scared he's going to fall.
I see both of your points.
But he's never hurt anybody ever.
I understand, but I'm still scared.
Not me.
Yeah. He's great. He's The Undertaker.
And by the way, the whole rigmarole at the end, nobody, including Shawn Michaels, had any idea what was going on.
No. Mankind goes to hit Taker with a chair. Kane takes the chair away. Kane hits Vader with a chair. Undertaker grabs a chair, but then Kane and Mankind just leave.
Right.
You know how I know when Vince Russo is writing a show?
It doesn't make sense?
No, when I can't write everything down.
That too.
When there's so much stuff happening that when you try to write it down, you just can't. This happened several times on the show. It used to happen all the time on Impact. I would eventually just give up.
Yeah.
I use the pause button a lot.
I don't bother.
Yeah.
Like, if it goes too fast for me to take notes, then I'm not going to bother.
So, yeah, 19 years ago, I never understood this. Are Kane and Taker on the same side now? Especially because the match has already been booked. This is the key. Taker is going to get a title shot. Whether he is friends with Kane or not seems totally irrelevant.
Because, Vinny, the storyline sucks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Speaking of things that suck, Brawl for All.
Oof.
Bart Gunn versus Bob Holly.
This was the best of them, though.
No.
Sort of.
Well,
if you like dudes hitting each other.
They tried really hard.
I will say, Bob Holly, you could tell right away he had zero training. He may have never punched anything before in his life, but still, for zero technique, he was waffling this guy. I mean, spoiler alert, he punches hard.
This match was like, every time I see Brawl for All, I just think back to, isn't this supposed to be like professional wrestling? Like, you start as an amateur, and then you go pro? Like, isn't that the storyline of pro wrestling?
Sure.
Yeah.
These fuckers couldn't wrestle to save their lives.
No.
No one could do a takedown except Dan Severn, which we'll get to his takedowns.
Oof.
And then they're just out there. I mean, they're out of their element, as we noted.
Mm-hmm.
But boy, was this an expose.
It was two big weightlifters fighting. I mean, honestly, you take the size away, this is like two 7-year-olds slapping each other in the backyard.
I've seen way better fights with 7-year-olds than this one.
You probably have, actually, yeah. So, it was just a bunch of punching, mild boos. When it was over, Bart was determined the winner based on landing the most punches. And then they did a wacky pull-apart brawl because they were tag team partners who were now breaking up.
So Dave seemed to think that this one had to be a work because of the angle at the end, but I don't think so. I think that the whole thing was I think they figured that nobody was going to knock each other out because no one's been knocked out yet. The gloves are huge. And I think they figured that whoever loses, that person is just going to shove the winner.
Yeah.
That's it.
I believe that. I believe you're right.
Yeah.
Jerry Lawler got a dig in on Bash at the Beach saying the mailman did not deliver.
They were talking about, well, and this may have been it. Somewhere in here they were burying the pay-per-view, and Sean says, yeah, I wasted my money. Oh, wait, you bought it?
His buddies are on there.
Well, I guess that's true.
Listen, I'll bury the pay-per-view from Sunday. So Bart won, and then Holly, the loser, was a poor sport and attacked him after the match. Who's the babyface here?
Well, Bart.
Well, in WWE today, it would be Bob Holly.
Yeah.
Because wrestling sucks.
It does. So it was not a double turn?
No, it wasn't a fucking double turn. Well, I mean, I'm sure Strowman turned, but he hasn't been seen.
I see.
He'll return next week. But Roman's the same Roman he's always been. Okay. He justified it saying, don't you guys remember the Attitude Era?
Seriously?
That was his justification. I swear to God that was his justification.
That's what he said.
Look at what everyone did in the Attitude Era. Therefore, I should be able to commit 8 felonies. And by the way, we had a public defender email today with all 8 of the felonies.
That's tremendous.
And by the way, he noted I didn't consider it attempted murder. If I would have, it would have been worse.
Well, sure, it was a different felony. Assault.
Oh, he had 8 of them.
Vehicular assault.
There were 8 felonies. And there were a couple he wasn't sure
Kidnapping?
about. Like, is it worse if you steal an emergency vehicle? He couldn't find a statute.
I hope they don't.
I love that he took the time to check.
Oh, he did.
I hope they don't have a show in Canada anytime soon.
They showed the... What?
Can't get across the border with a felony.
I see.
Dude, Roman would never get out of this country again. He can't go anywhere.
They showed the DX skit from last week, including almost all of Jason Sensation's Owen Hart bit.
It's very good.
It is. And then he joined the announce desk.
He is very good, but he's out there, and Lawler's egging him on to do more of them, and he just keeps going, and he keeps going.
Well, there was a point.
By the time Owen came out, Owen was the babyface. I was like, can you come out here and beat this guy's ass?
By the way, Jason kept referring to Owen's huge nose. Did he not see Triple H?
I know. I don't get that. Hunter must have told him make fun of his nose. So he comes out. He does Owen. He does Brett. He does Shawn. He does Taker. He does Austin. And then Jason says, I'm a huge fan. I have tremendous respect for everyone. It's all in good fun. Then the Nation does a backstage promo. And they talk about the DX skit. And each person in the Nation calls out the specific guy in DX who made fun of them. And Owen goes last. And, of course, Owen calls out Jason Sensation. And they go back to the announce desk. And there's this tiny little, frankly, puny 20-year-old scared witless. But then Lawler says, hey, do Owen again. And Jason wants to be liked, like all of us. So he tries to do Owen again to make the king happy.
I did love that the Nation is very mad at him, and he looks very, very concerned.
Oh, yeah.
But then Lawler says, hey, do another one, and he does it, and then smiles.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, you're asking for it, dude. You're going to get it.
Well, he did. Owen Hart ran out, slapped him in the face, threw him in the ring, put him in the sharpshooter. The Nation runs out to pull him off, although Rock is laughing his ass off. Rock thought this was... And then DX ran out, and there was a brawl. And
Shawn just sits there.
Shawn don't care.
Oh, man, it's funny, but you deserve it, kid.
You also made fun of me. I thought it was a fun little segment. Rock and Owen versus Hunter and X-Pac. X-Pac had months and months to plan his comeback. He couldn't have gotten some green gear to fit in with the crew.
No, of course not.
Had to be red. Shawn referred to them as 2 click buddies. Said they were whipping ass and also said shit's going to go down. And he said that and his hand shoots to his mouth, and I think he and I are the only ones who noticed. So let's see. Here is where he talked. He refused to answer questions about his relationship with DX. All right, here's the finish. 47 things. Rock hits a low blow. Chyna grabs the ref. The ref misses Rock's cover. Hunter hits Rock with a title belt. X-Pac rolls over. Rock kicks out. Rock kicks Hunter off the apron. Rock turns around. X-Pac hits an X-Factor and pins him.
What I wrote down is X-Pac never even made a hot tag. They distracted Rock, turned around into an X-Factor for the pin. That's all you needed. Mm-hmm. But they made sure they did a bunch of extra bullshit because, they got a writer now.
Yeah.
He's got to write some stuff.
He's got to write stuff.
Fuck.
I was confused because I had forgotten what title Triple H had.
I just wrote a belt.
What title does he have? European title?
He's still a European title. Yeah.
Wow.
He hasn't defended it yet.
The illustrious.
Prestigious
European title. There's a lot about this show that's not very good.
No.
I don't know if anyone's noticed yet.
Sable came out to join the announce desk. They asked about the bikini contest.
Oh, my God. Sean is such a pig. Like, at least I apologize for being a pig, and it's more like it's a bit.
Sure.
I mean, if Sable came in here, I wouldn't be ogling her boobs here on the air.
Why?
I do interview female wrestlers. I'm a total gentleman.
They're not in the room.
Sean's out here. I swear to God, his question was, have you ever seen a grown man naked? That's what he asked her.
I don't know what was going through Sean's head.
I do.
But, okay.
Boobs, ass.
The question before that was, do you like gladiator movies? He was quoting Airplane.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Well, maybe there was a large bosomed woman in Airplane.
There was, actually. I don't think it was the same scene, but
the most appalling commentary in reference to Jackie you've ever heard. This was atrocious. Sean's like, I'd like to see you wearing less.
Yeah.
Just like, dude. You're lucky Whisper's dancing right now, or you'd be fucked.
To be fair, her exact words were, the bikini I've picked out for this contest will make what I wore at the Slammies look like an evening gown.
Right.
And what she wore at the Slammies was essentially dental floss.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I recall, what she ended up wearing here actually covered more flesh.
It did, but it was body paint.
But it was, it was more revealing.
Finally, she tells Sean, I'll talk to you later.
Right.
Which I think was designed to just shut him up.
May have been.
Because he just wouldn't stop.
So, Mark Merrow versus Steve Blackman was the match. A pro wrestling rematch of a Brawl for All fight.
This is dumb.
So, here was where we had the Airplane quotes. And then 47 things going on. Jacqueline gets into it with Sable. This distracts the ref. Merrow hits a low blow. Jacqueline goes up top. Sable crotches her on the ropes. Blackman hits Merrow with a bicycle kick and pins him.
That's what happened.
Don't look at me, dude. They're lucky the other show was so horrible.
New Age Outlaws versus Kane and Mankind. As Kane and Mankind finally get their title shot after winning that tag team Royal Rumble a few weeks ago.
I totally forgotten about that.
Mm-hmm. Taker comes out to watch. Rock and Owen come out to watch.
Oh, God, now I remember. The tag team Royal Rumble.
It was terrible.
Yeah, did you say Royal Rumble or Battle Royal? There's a big fucking difference.
It was a Royal Rumble.
It was a Royal Rumble. If you would have said that, I would have remembered.
Mm-hmm. So Foley here, 2 weeks removed from Hell in a Cell. Not only is he still wrestling, he's doing most of the work. Gosh. Road Dogg gets a hot tag, makes a comeback, which is difficult because Kane won't sell anything. Not that he should have. He's Kane. He had a job to do, but this match could have been put together better. Breaks down into a four-way. Hunter and X-Pac attack Owen on and Rock on the ramp. Road Dogg hits Kane with a Russian leg sweep, but D'Lo Brown appears out of nowhere, hits him with a frog splash, and then Kane finishes Road Dogg off with a tombstone to win the match and the titles.
You got all that, everybody? I zoned out. I wrote down that D'Lo hit the low down with the chest protector. Kane tombstoned him for the pin.
Yes, the announcers put over D'Lo's chest protector as lethal.
Fucking lethal.
Road Dogg is dead now.
But you can wear it.
Sure.
Why didn't guys wear more dangerous stuff? It seems like it's totally okay.
I remember watching a Battle Royal.
Why didn't LOD wrestle in their spikes? Why'd they take them off?
I don't know.
Is there a rule?
There was a Battle Royal in Tacoma when I was a lad, and it was a lumberjack Battle Royal. You come to the ring with weapons and whatnot.
Oh, Lanny.
Stop. You like a street fight Battle Royal. Lumberjack Battle Royal would be you get thrown out and the lumberjacks throw you back in.
Sorry.
Street fight.
Don't give Russo any ideas.
I apologize.
Well, he's out of the business, so go for it.
The reason I said lumberjacks is because Billy Jack Haynes came to the ring with a chainsaw.
Okay.
But then put it down and got it in wrestling.
Yeah.
They're talking about the genius in the suit of armor.
I remember there's an Dean Ambrose interview, shoot interview. He's talking about some of the death matches he did in CZW, and they used a Sawzall on him. And in the interview, they asked him, did they take the chain out of that? And he says, well, I'm alive. Do you think they actually used a chainsaw on me and then I'm still here?
Yes,
talking?
Leatherface chased all the fans around in Japan with a chain on the chainsaw, I'm sure.
Oh, sure, yeah. Anyway, DX is bitching to Vince backstage. Vince admits they've been screwed, and they replay the finish.
Are we not going to mention Hunter just saying, why don't you be the referee? You're all jacked up. You're big and strong. I was like, dude, this is horrible.
Too much in Taka Michinoku versus Kaientai.
Oh, my God.
This was not good. This was the worst Kaientai performance I've seen.
Especially when you know where it's all leading.
Yes.
Yeah.
The choppy.
So at least they acknowledge that Brian Christopher and Taka Michinoku had feuded for months, and by the end they did not get along here. Christopher totally screwed up a reverse monkey flip, damn near killed Funaki. Everyone did 4,000 moves in 3 minutes. Nobody cared about any of them. A zillion pins got broken up. Sean's out there bitching about guys doing kip-ups. Eventually, Taka gets pissed at Taylor and dropkicks him, and Togo finishes him off with a senton. Christopher attacks Taka, destroys him like a geek. Val Venis comes out and says, I have a video. He apologizes to Yamaguchi-san, says, no man should mess with another man's wife. To offer my apologies, I have a video to show you. At which Sean starts to clap, says, I love these things. We get a heavily pixelated image hovering over Val's crotch in bed, to which Shawn Michaels, in the best line of his entire career, says, why did they blur out the agents?
Mm-hmm.
The pixels disappeared. It's Mrs. Yamaguchi-san under the covers. Yamaguchi-san, of course, is furious, has to be held back by Kaientai, and Val says when they get a taste of the big Valboski, they never go back.
Did you have coffee before this show?
I didn't have a Diet Dr. Pepper. There was some caffeine.
There's no caffeine in Diet Dr.
No,
Pepper?
there was some caffeine.
Oh.
Vince came out for a promo. Promptly brought out The Undertaker. Says, you nearly killed Mankind to Hell in a Cell. You've been chokeslamming everyone in sight. Last week you pulled that stunt of dressing up like Kane. That was a stroke of genius. You even fooled me. But now we all must know if you and Kane are in cahoots.
Who gives a shit?
Exactly.
Like, what does it matter?
You have not answered anyone else, but you will answer me. Are you in cahoots with your brother Kane? Taker told him to go to hell.
Like, honestly, who cares if he's in cahoots?
I don't know.
What the fuck difference does it make?
I don't know.
He's the number one contender. He's facing Austin. Who gives a shit?
What impact does Taker's relationship with Kane have on Taker's?
What, he thinks he can control The Undertaker unless The Undertaker's in cahoots with Kane? Then he has no control over the guy? Is that his concern? Because it's pretty clear he has no control over Undertaker ever.
Austin comes out. He respects Taker for challenging him face-to-face, but they have to team up against Kane and Mankind at Fully Loaded. He demands to know, is this going to be a tag match or me against 3 guys by myself? Taker tells Austin to go to hell. DX interrupts.
That was when I lost it. And then Hunter comes out and he says, you probably did a better job, but I'm going to try and at least keep it quick so then we can try and figure out what the hell's going on. Hunter says, we are going to get our tag team title rematch tonight. I guarantee that in doing so, we'll find out where Undertaker's allegiance lies. I guarantee it, he says.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do the match. We'll have 3 referees, Vince, Austin, and The Undertaker. Vince decides this is a great idea. Signs the match. The key is, Austin is furious at this. I'm sure Undertaker doesn't give a fuck about this. I don't know why Kane or anybody else. What is going on?
I don't know.
Well, he assigned Taker.
I know what happened, but what's going on here?
What's the motivation of anyone involved?
Why are we supposed to care about this?
Okay, that's fair.
Thank you. I mean, that's a big question in everything anyone ever does in wrestling, right? Why would anyone care about this?
Yes.
I guess because the fans are concerned if Taker is heel or not? Question mark? That's the best I can come up with, brother.
Huh. Wow. Well, the fans weren't asking. Vince was.
Well, he's a fan.
We need to know whose merch he can push.
This was such a clusterfuck. I couldn't even believe it.
Not to mention, you lost the tag teams tonight, and you want a rematch tonight. That's weird.
Because they just got to get everybody in the show a million times. They got to do a million things. They got to make sure that you don't turn the channel. It's that old bullshit, that Crash TV. There's no way no one's going to turn the channel. We'll just do 8 billion crazy things.
On that note, it's time for Brawl for All again.
This match.
This was bad.
Dude.
This was bad.
So.
It's Dan Severn and Godfather.
Would it be that hard to get like someone who knew what was going on in the commentary booth for the Brawl for All matches?
Apparently.
No.
Sean has no idea what's going on. Lawler has no idea what's going on. Jim Ross at least can recognize takedowns. Dan Severn has taken this guy down. I think he took him down at least like 7-8 times.
Right.
Sean didn't think he got one takedown. No, there was one. There was one takedown that he ignored. Apparently, they knew what a double leg was, but they never saw a single leg in their life. So Dan Severn's in there, fucking taking this guy down, getting his back, riding him on the mat, and Sean's like, I'm not sure that's a takedown. I'm like, what the fuck? And then the scoring, like Dan got 2 takedowns in the first round. One of them was counted. No idea why. Lawler thought there were 0 takedowns in the round. Second round, Dan got 2 more. Every announcer said, those are questionable. Lawler says, I'd like to see more punching. Third round, once again, they give Severn points for one of his takedowns. Somehow, the Godfather left the second round with 10 points. How the fuck did he get 10 points?
I have no idea.
It's 5 points for whoever lands the most punches, right?
Yes.
So the only way to get 10 is Godfather must have gotten one of the takedown points that Severn scored on him.
I guess so.
What?
Not to mention the graphic they put up between rounds. Jim Ross came out and said, this is perceived. These are not official.
By who?
I don't know.
Who the fuck is perceiving who's winning this fucking contest?
The guy doing the graphics.
I don't know who could have watched this fight. I mean, to be honest, Godfather did a lot better than I thought he would. And I know
he's a legit bouncer.
And he's wearing the One Kick Nick t-shirt. I know he knows what he's doing, but it's Dan Severn.
Yeah, Dan's just...
He stuffed takedowns better than I thought he would, but he didn't stuff them all.
He had a decent sprawl, but Dan got at least minimum 6 takedowns, maybe more.
Now, on top of all the weirdness, did nobody bother to tell Dan Severn there was no ground fighting?
Well,
he kept taking him down and going for, I don't know if he was trying to pin him or tap him out, but the rest like, Dan, get up.
You know, there was part of me that thought, I mean, Dan is a worker, and I mean, he is the ringer so far in this tournament. I forgot he was even in the tournament. I thought they didn't let him in. So he gets in there, and the only thing that I can figure is he knew that he was just going to run through everybody, so he decided that he was going to make a little bit of a show of it.
I guess.
And he let the guy sprawl a couple of times. He pretended like he was going to do stuff on the mat. He was just kind of playing it up a little bit because he had nothing to lose. He wasn't losing to the fucking Godfather. Although, let me tell you, at the end of that third round, when the announcers are acting like Severn got 0 takedowns in the whole fucking round, I was like, they're going to give this to the Godfather. They're going to screw Dan Severn here. But they didn't. Severn won.
All I know for sure is this was the worst, ugliest, least entertaining fight of Dan Severn's career. New Age Outlaws versus Kane and Mankind, take 2.
With Vince, Austin, and Undertaker as referees outside.
So, Road Dogg, during the intros, apparently gets in Sean's face. Sean fires back. He threatens to beat him up, or I'll beat up the Bullet. The Bullet fired me. I'll beat you up for what your dad did to me, boy.
What is happening?
No fucks given Sean is awesome. Not that he ever gave a lot of fucks in the first place.
Do you know how long he lasted as a commentator?
I think one show.
Well, now you know why.
Oh, let's see. They brawled everywhere.
Nobody cared. Can I hammer that home? Nobody cared. Which goes back to my question, why should we care? Well, the answer is nobody did. Nobody had an answer.
They brawled everywhere, got the heat on Road Dogg eventually, and then everything got fucked up. They had to do a ref bump spot. Billy goes charging into the ring. He starts brawling with the guys, but he shouts to the ref just to get in the corner. And the ref goes in the corner, and they whip somebody into him, and the ref went down. Rhodey hits Kane with a low blow, hits a small package. Austin goes to make a count, but Taker pulls him out of the ring. Kane hits a chokeslam. Taker goes to count. Austin pulls him out of the ring. Kane goes after Austin. Mankind goes after Taker. Nation runs out to attack DX. Everyone forgot the no bumps in the Battle Royal rule. Everyone's falling all over the place, and the show ends with Taker and Austin chokeslamming and stunning everything that moves.
I thought this show was terrible. I hope it's better next week. I got to really think about whether it was better than Nitro. I think there was definitely more that I liked on Nitro. But I think Nitro, there was also stuff that was even worse than on this show.
All I know for sure is that this Nitro felt every bit of 3 hours, maybe more.
Yes.
I'd like to say something, by the way. So, I go on Apple TV.
Uh-oh.
I go to In-Ring, which apparently is different than Vault.
Mm-hmm.
Have I ever ranted about that? I'm not going to waste my time today, but someday I will.
Good.
I find the Raw replays not in Vault, but in In-Ring. I go back to 98. I scroll down. I find the July 13, 1998 Nitro. Now, for some reason, there was something about it when I was getting ready to load it up that I thought, this doesn't seem right. So I made sure to look at the little graphic on the side of the screen, and there was Jericho, and there was J.J. Dillon, and J.J. Dillon was holding the top of his head.
It was a hysterical screenshot.
I was like, okay, this has to be it. So I turn on the show, and they're talking about DDP and Malone or something. So I start watching the fucking show. I watched 40 fucking minutes of this show. And then out comes, for a match, Buff Bagwell.
What?
And I was like...
That's wrong.
Okay, so I missed something on the pay-per-view, or I missed something on Thunder. The fuck is Buff Bagwell wrestling for?
Apparently magic healing powers of some kind.
So, sure as shit, I was watching the wrong show.
99.
No, 90-fucking-7.
Oops.
So little had changed in a year that I watched 40 minutes of Nitro before I figured out that I was watching the wrong goddamn show. And then I went back and I found the right show, and it was the same J.J. Dillon holding his head with Chris Jericho. So I don't know. I do not know what happened.
That's tremendous.
My fury.
This is a good review right now.
My fury.
So what happened?
I went back and I started watching the right show.
No, I mean on the show.
Do a review of the 40 minutes you watched.
Dude, it was the exact same show. There was, Nash was turning on Giant, which I'm pretty sure was happening in 98, right?
Sure.
Except he was dressed up as Sting. But that happened so fucking often that I just thought, I guess the guy was dressed up like Sting at the pay-per-view. I didn't watch the fucking pay-per-view. I don't know why he was dressed up as Sting. And then I was going through, because I went back to the Observer, because I was like, seriously, I've been watching the wrong fucking show. And they mentioned that there was an Eddie Guerrero Chavo hair match at the pay-per-view. And then I suddenly remembered, dude, I just saw Chavo on this show, and he had hair. I must be watching the wrong show. I'd never been so mad.
Yeah.
But it was worth it to realize that I could watch 40 minutes of Nitro in 1998 and not realize I was watching a show from 1 year earlier. That's mind-boggling.
Well, they were in a rut.
I mean, the same thing would happen today probably on Raw.
Oh, I guarantee it.
I mean, 20 years from now, if I go back and I watched a year earlier, I wouldn't know the difference.
We should go back and see what was on Raw this week in 2016. I bet Roman was involved and people hated him. In the meantime, we shall discuss this here episode of Nitro, number 148, July 13th, 1998. I'm going to repeat that because apparently people get confused. 148.
You know what's funny,
July
by the
13th,
way?
1998.
You know what's funny also? Is I was 40 minutes into the show, and it was before Bagwell came out healthy, that it struck me, we've gotten 40 minutes, and there's been like no mention of Goldberg winning the title at the show. Now, granted, they did open this Nitro with Goldberg winning the title, but then we had 3 hours of television that was not devoted to Goldberg until the last 2 minutes of the show.
Right. Yeah.
This was the Hulk Hogan show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I knew that, but it was like even wackier looking back in hindsight. They put the title on Goldberg, and the whole show was built around Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
And Goldberg came out for one match in the final 2 minutes of the show as champion.
Uh-huh.
Dude.
Well, 3 hours to kill, so we got a very long edition of the Nitro Girls dancing. I was fine with this, by the way.
They were in Vegas, by the way.
It was great.
Yes.
Announcers bragged about the most watched wrestling match in the history of cable television last week. Fans were just demanding flair. And a video package devoted to Goldberg's win last week.
Thankfully, 10 minutes of the show was nothing. I fast-forwarded like crazy.
That's true. Now, we talked about Hogan last week doing everything he could to make Goldberg a star. We did not give him a credit for this pinfall. This is not just a 3 count. Goldberg covers him. The ref counts 3. Goldberg pops up. The ref pops up. Everyone's cheering. Hogan just lies there. He was down for like a 10 count or more. He did everything he could have done on that night to put Goldberg over. So Hogan and his crew come out. Says Goldberg's a flash in the pan. He loves his brothers like a family, but it's only Scott Hall's fault he was in that situation to face Goldberg in the first place. And as he's running Scott Hall down, Kurt Hennig and Rick Rude apparently just ad-libbing.
They were the best bouncers of all time.
Rude, in his suit, just kind of walks over and puts himself in a position to be behind Hall. And he looks at Kurt, and Kurt looks at Rude, and does through body language, give him an elbow. Nothing happened, but Kurt wanted Rick to lay out Hall from behind.
Well, I just loved that everybody was fine, and then Hogan blamed Hall, and as soon as he put the heat on Hall, that's when they realized, we better get behind this guy, because we're about to kill him.
Shit might go down. We should be prepared.
Oh, they were excited.
Oh, yeah. So Hogan challenges Hall to a match tonight.
That's why they're great heels. Like, they're all buddy-buddy, and they all talk about how it's for life, but the moment Hogan put heat on Hall, they didn't even blink. No. They were like, well, we got to take this guy out.
Do what the boss says.
He's out of here.
Yep. Says, I did everything you asked me. Goldberg beat you too, and I accept your challenge. Hogan refers to himself as the big bad creep.
Oh my gosh.
Then turns and asks Bischoff what he's laughing at.
He had so many horrible lines here.
He's laughing because you just called yourself the big bad creep.
And he referred to Nash as Little Bo Peep, and he was the big bad creep.
That's what he said.
That's gross.
Well, he also, when he told Bischoff that he was going to referee tonight and call it down the middle, he said we'd find out who rules and who drools.
Yes.
That's what he said, Craig.
I know.
So Hogan insists Bischoff is the ref for the match. Hall throws his toothpick and shirt in Hogan's face. Everyone faces off. It's Hall on one side, everyone else on the other. And Hogan says, let's watch the disciple take care of business.
You know, the disciple was standing there, and
that's what he does best.
Showed the back of his head.
Oh, yeah.
And if you recall in like 92, 93, Brutus and Hogan, or no, something happened with Brutus. I don't think they were together. There was another accident. They were together. But anyway, Brutus was like parasailing or something, and he got his face just destroyed.
Yes.
So they show the back of his head, and there's this fucking gigantic, like 3-inch long thing on the back of his head, and I was like, can't believe all these years I never noticed that giant scar he had on him from that accident. But then I realized those are fresh stitches.
Yeah.
Turns out DDP whacked this guy with the chair. They claimed 47 stitches.
I claim BS.
I'm not sure that's true, but this was a disaster. The back of this dude's head.
Gash.
Yeah.
And Disciple was not happy. So what do? They sent him to a match.
Oh, yeah. So Disciple is rambling on. It was a fine promo, but he calls Page a coward, hit me in the chair with the back of my head, left me with 47 stitches. I want a match with you tonight, Dallas Page. And this is going, Scott Hall in the background just waves his hands and walks out of the ring. Just had enough of this shit. And Hogan and Disciple just ramble, and eventually I stopped paying attention, and the next thing I knew, it was done.
You know, we should keep in mind, by the way, that DDP hit him with a chair, and he required 47 stitches or whatever the night before. You really think he got out of that without a concussion?
Oh, of course not.
Back in the ring here tonight.
He didn't do anything, but...
His first match. They waited to make him wrestle until after he'd been concussed. They let us know Hogan and Rodman had beaten Page and Malone at Bash on the Beach after Disciple had laid Page out with the Apocalypse.
Yeah, the Apocalypse.
Which is a stunner. Horace versus Barbarian.
This match went... It was 28 minutes into the show, and we had our first wrestling match. That's nuts.
I hope you were keeping track of how much wrestling we got as this hour went on.
I didn't, actually.
Match was not very good. I like when... I guess they had a spot planned where Barbarian was going to, there'd be belly to belly, and Barbarian would overhook the arms and do a suplex.
Yes, I noticed that too.
Only the spot somehow ended up with Horace having the double overhooks. So Barbarian just threw him off, grabbed his arms, and threw him anyway. And they did some stuff for a while. This also had 47 things going on. Jimmy Hart got involved, the stop sign, and eventually Barbarian kicked the stop sign into Horace's face and pinned him.
Well, at least it was poetic. Horace hit him with the sign behind the ref's back for the heat, and then he tried to use it again. Barbarian used the kick of fear to the sign for the win.
Sure.
Then I got so mad.
I bet you did.
I got so happy, and then I got so sad. Rarely does it happen in such short order.
The flock runs out to attack the Barbarian. Who should make the save but the monster Meng?
Yay.
Meng cleans house like only he can do.
You're saying yay? I think the key to this show is, this happened twice on this show. Once with Meng and Barbarian.
Oh, yeah.
Once with Hall and Nash.
Yep.
And you know it was the same in both situations?
Nobody cared.
The fans were so furious.
Yeah.
Because the fans would love to see Meng and Barbarian together. it's not like they're it's not like they're the best team in the world. I mean, they are, but the fans didn't think so. But the fans knew that they were better together than doing these bullshit matches apart.
Yeah.
And obviously, they loved seeing Hall and Nash together. So you teased the fans with two things they wanted to see, and then you took it away from them. It was like I was watching Raw today.
Yes. So Meng cleans house. We don't talk enough about, of all the many reasons Meng is awesome, he's got this kick that's like half big boot and half super kick.
Mm-hmm.
It's great. It's fucking great. And he cleans the house.
There's no technique involved with it.
It's just throw the foot up
But you
there.
believe that he'd kill you with it.
Oh, sure. And Barbarian thinks they are friends again, but then Meng drops him with a Tongan death grip.
I did like that the Barbarian obviously was close to Meng. They were buddies. And boy, did he sell this death grip.
Oh, yeah.
He laid there like a dead body.
He'd been killed.
Yeah.
It's the death grip for a reason. Had pics of Goldberg beating Hennig at Bash to the Beach.
I loved Hennig's promo when he came out.
Hennig and Rude did a promo.
Hennig comes out. And first off, Rude says, I wasn't at the pay-per-view last night to watch your back because somebody canceled my ticket. He flat out blamed Goldberg.
Sabotage.
Like Goldberg had called the airline. Hello.
I'm Rick. Cancel my flight.
My name is Rick Rude. This is pre-9/11. Can you just cancel my flight?
Here, let me comb my mustache.
In fact, I got a new mailing address and a new name for you to send my reimbursement check.
Straighten my tie.
Same abs, though.
So then Hennig comes out, and he says, I lost to Goldberg last night, but I learned his weakness.
It's even funnier in hindsight.
Tonight I won another match, and I'm going to exploit that weakness. And Rick, you know that if I think I can win a fight by myself, I want to do it by myself. And I think I can, so I want you to stay in the back. I'm going to exploit this weakness, and I am going to be the new WCW World Heavyweight Champion. And because I did it by myself, Goldberg will have nothing to cry about.
I had to laugh because
it was awesome.
I had to laugh because Hennig was the tannest he's ever been on WCW. He's like, I'm in the main event.
I guess so.
I got to look good.
Rude asks, are you sure? Is really what you want to do? But he reluctantly agreed. Had a special bonus match at the pay-per-view.
And I'm pretty sure that that's exactly what happened, by the way. Hennig wasn't even screwing with us. Rude never came out.
Oh, no.
Hennig really thought that he knew his weakness.
I guess so.
What an idiot. I love stupid heels. They're way better than stupid baby faces.
That's true. So a special bonus match at the pay-per-view was Rey Mysterio Jr. making his surprise return to challenge Chris Jericho for the Cruiserweight title and win the title via some sort of interference from Dean Malenko. It looked like, by countout, honestly, he'd won. But they gave him the belt. So Mean Gene's there to interview JJ and Ray. Jericho soon interrupts. Produces the WCW rulebook.
That's a goddamn thick rule book.
It's just like War
There's
and Peace.
no way there's that many rules in WCW. That's impossible.
It gets thrown out every night.
He turns to page 257.
I was hoping it was Death of WCW with the dust jacket off. But then I realized it hadn't been published yet.
That would be quite a feat.
That would have been pretty awesome, though.
Let's go back to the future, Marty.
Have to get the new breed on.
That's how we know there's no time travel. Because what a rib that would have been.
Because if we had time travel,
that's first on my
the
list.
The first thing we would do is plant books in the future on old TV shows.
Wrestling, specifically.
This one. I'd go back, I'd switch this book out.
So page 257 in the WCW rulebook states, if a suspended wrestler interferes in a match, the result of that match will be rendered null and void. Why isn't this the rule for all interference?
Here's the better question.
Suspended or not?
Why would a suspended wrestler be in the building for a wrestling show?
Well, who the fuck knows, but it happened.
I know.
So it's a good thing that rule was in there.
I'll tell you.
So, Dylan admitted this rule is true, and technically the match last night never took place, and technically Chris Jericho was still champion. And then he went on and on and on. Malenko comes out. You'll never get away with this.
Worst supervillain ever. Or superhero ever.
No, you're right the first time, really.
Okay.
And Jericho says, you guys should wrestle each other for a title shot at me. And Ray and Dean are competitors. They agreed with that. And
oh, I forgot to mention this in the Raw report. Because it kind of plays into Jericho, who they both hate, signs a match, and they're like, okay.
Yeah.
On the Raw show, Hunter comes out with this fucking convoluted gobbledygook idea about, let's have a match And Steve, you're going to be at ringside as a ref.
Sure.
Undertaker, you're going to be at ringside as a ref. And I mean, Steve Austin makes it patently obvious in the ring that this is a stupid idea, he doesn't want to be part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then he comes out and does it. What? Why did his character come out to referee that main event? Why did Undertaker's character do it?
He didn't have a cooler full of beer.
Not to mention, Vince signed the match and he hates Vince. That's double reason to not do it.
I guess you got to pick your battles.
It was stupid is what it was, Vinny. Don't defend it.
Pick your battle, Vinny.
Yeah, this is a bad one.
Move on.
Don't die on this hill.
So this Nitro party. Was this the worst one yet?
Yes.
You say that every time.
No, this one was really bad.
These dorks.
Oh,
These
wow.
dorks.
By the way,
it's the worst one ever.
Vince Verhey calling somebody a dork.
When Vince is appalled at the dorkiness of these guys, it's got to be the worst ever.
Oh, my God. Hacksaw Duggan versus Rick Fuller in a match that actually happened in 1998 on Nitro.
Funniest part was I thought it was Hacksaw Duggan versus Wrath. And it was a good 2 minutes into the match before I realized it was Rick Fuller.
Rick Fuller was probably better than Wrath.
Oh, yeah.
It was definitely better than Duggan.
Well, yeah. When this started, I thought, God, maybe Fuller will win. I couldn't figure out any other reason for this to happen. Because Fuller, as we've noted, was good and big.
Yes. I can't believe that Hacksaw was able to win without the taped fist.
Hacksaw won without.
That's the most amazing thing.
He squashed Rick Fuller and won with a 3-point stance and the knee drop. Why is Hacksaw Duggan winning squash matches on Nitro in 1998?
Fair question.
Well, they were paying him hundreds of thousands of dollars. He hadn't worked in a year. We got 3.5 hours, so let's have him do a move and win with the old glory.
Hour number 2 officially started.
Here's Bagwell again. This time he's hurt.
Before that, the pyro's going off. They're saying, it's hour number 2. Here's where it occurred to me. In the first 60 minutes of the show, we had seen 2 matches that went 2 minutes each. What a Nitro. What action.
I didn't even notice.
Speaking of pyro, we totally glossed over Undertaker almost losing his head.
Yeah, Taker was on the before his match, he goes up on the steps and he goes to shoot off his pyro and the fire shoots up essentially in his face.
Kane's pyro went off instead of Taker's, basically.
Yeah. And Taker kind of leaned back because it's fire and then just went on with his life.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you actually set him on fire, you won't break him. And we've seen that too.
Sorry, go ahead.
Nothing to apologize for. They recap Buff Bagwell's appearance in promo last week.
Guys are so polite. It's ridiculous.
Very friendly. So Buff comes out again. I remembered his appearance last week, and of course I remember where the rest of Buff's career goes. I totally forgot this incident here ever happened. Buff is pushed out in a wheelchair by his doctor. And Gene says, Buff, I got to ask you what's going on with the NWO. And Bagwell says, so much has changed since I've been gone. There's black and white. There's red and black. I got to move on with my life. Scott Steiner's got to move on with his. But before I move on, I got something to say to Rick Steiner, the man who did this to me. Because I've always been a guy, when I fall off a bike or fall off a horse or crash a bike, I always get back up. I always move on, but I can't move on until I say something to Rick Steiner. So Rick Steiner comes out, his arm's in a sling too. And then before Buff can say anything, out comes Hogan and the Disciple. Buries him, calls him a couple of cripples.
He says the only thing I hate more than cowards is cripples.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Yes. He buries Buff for crying and whining, and the next thing you know,
he says he's sick of all this babyface crap.
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Those were his exact words.
That's funny. Then he tipped the wheelchair over, and Buff and his near-paralyzed neck go tumbling to the floor. People are outraged. Buff is down grabbing his neck. Rick can't do anything. His arm's in a sling. Hogan walks to the back. Crowd's telling him he sucked. All I could think was, oh my God. If Buff came back for this, and they did 6 months of Buff beating NWO guy after NWO guy, leading up to a match with Hogan, giant business.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking this as it's occurring to me, thinking, and it's not what they did. It's not close.
It's not even close.
They didn't try.
I realized that Hogan was sabotaging the show and hijacking it and making it all about himself.
You don't say.
But with that said, this was such an amazing heat angle.
Oh,
yeah.
It was so good. And I thought, Bagwell's got to come back and beat Hogan for the title. Of course he didn't.
We know that.
Yeah.
Watching what didn't happen, but we can't help but think it's what had to happen.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's just staring you right there in the face.
It was just, I couldn't even believe it. I was like, this is the greatest setup for this comeback.
Yeah. And it's not like Buff wasn't a babyface for years.
No, and he was a
awesome.
babyface here. He was a babyface last week.
Jesus.
Yeah, they're idiots.
Oh, it would have been so great. I've mentioned this before. They gave millions and millions of dollars to Bret Hart. And then have done nothing with him except for that one match with Flair.
Mm-hmm.
Bret Hart wrestled Booker T at the pay-per-view. In the weeks leading up to that show, they do one thing to tease that happening on Nitro. Anything to advertise that Bret Hart's going to be wrestling on the pay-per-view, perhaps you should purchase it to justify our pay of his salary?
No. That wasn't the...
I knew it was happening.
But hold on. Let me defend it.
I think so, yeah.
But it didn't matter
It's like 2 weeks
because
ago they did something for
it wasn't selling one additional buy over the Rodman, Hogan, DDP, Malone thing. I mean, the show did enormous business. They didn't need to promote this match.
That's true.
The bigger issue is he's just out here having a very good match with Fit Finlay.
That happened on Nitro,
And it was like a really fun match.
Yes.
But I watched it and I just thought, cool.
Yeah.
You paid this guy $2.5 million a year
to be a good mid-carder.
To just be a fella that comes out and does matches. I realized that like they kind of had a long-term deal. Like eventually he was going to split from Hogan, feud over the title and everything like that. And that's obviously a long time coming. But man, just had nothing for the guy to do.
No.
On paper, this looks like a dream match. Finlay and Bret Hart. And they went out there and
I thought
it was okay.
Great for the time they had.
It was good.
They had a professional wrestling match.
They did.
They went back and forth a bit, and then Bret caught him in the sharpshooter, and Finlay tapped out. The end. It was much better than 47 things going on in every show on Raw, every match on Raw. It was much better than Stevie Ray versus Rick Martel.
Oh, poor Rick.
Well, here's the story. Martel blew out his knee, was gone forever, after he'd had a really good run and was looking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He heals, he gets back in great shape, he comes back here.
Giant knee brace.
They say, you're going to be working Stevie Ray your first match back. Gets in the ring. They give him 9 minutes. He's doing this match.
With Stevie Ray.
He puts him in like a crab or whatever. God bless Bret Hart. When I was a kid, I loved Bret Hart. He was one of the wrestlers I emulated. Bret Hart has always claimed I never hurt anybody.
Wrong.
He comes out here with a steel chair and he fucking whacks Rick Martel right in the back of the head.
The back of the head.
Martel's like on Dream Street. And then Stevie Ray grabs the guy. I think I mentioned this last week. Maybe I didn't. Why the fuck did you give this move to Stevie Ray? A double underhook elevated pedigree. Drops Rick Martel right on his fucking head. 2 segments after Bagwell was out there with a broken neck. And Rick Martel fucked up his neck and never wrestled again. That was the story of the return of Rick the Model Martel.
Sad.
That fucking sucks.
It sure as shit does.
Start to finish.
One thing he did leave out, Stevie Ray came out with the television title. Apparently he's holding it for Booker T.
Well, we'll get to that. Yeah, before I should add, by the way, that in the 10 minutes prior to the end of Rick Martel's career, this match was awful. They did a bunch of arm bars. The crowd let them know how boring it was over and over again, and then tragedy struck.
Stevie was terrible. Not as terrible as The Disciple, for example, but we'll get to that. Or Barry Darsow.
Oof.
Or a half dozen other guys on this show.
So, after the match, a blown-up Stevie Ray does a promo. His Booker T is in the hospital. Has given me power of attorney to defend the TV title. He promised to bring documents proving this next week. He rambles on about being a fighting champion, and Gene tries to wrap it up, and Stevie takes the mic back and says something else, and Gene tries to wrap it up, and Stevie takes the mic back, and oh my God. Eventually they finished. It sucked.
Show did.
Pics of Conan beating Disco Inferno at the pay-per-view. Then we had Conan versus Barry Darsow. And I thought, you know what?
Dude.
If Hacksaw Duggan can get a good one on this show, maybe Smash can too.
No. Less said about it, the better. Conan won.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, that all happened. DDP came out for a promo. Apparently, Mike Tenay was legit scared out of his chair by Paige's pyro. Paige accepted Disciples' challenge. They did a match.
You know, Old DDP did the best he could here, and the fans loved it. And I guess it was a good match as a result, but my God, was Disciple terrible.
Yes.
He was so horrible.
Was he ever really good?
No.
No, he was not ever really good.
Right. So why do you expect anything else?
Well, because they're professionals.
Not to mention he probably has
and
a
he's in there
concussion.
with DDP, and it was scripted move for move, and it was like 2 minutes. I mean, how can you fuck that up?
Well, he did. So, Rude comes out. He crotches Page in the apron, but then Page throws Disciple into Rude, wins with the schoolboy. And then as Page is going to the back, Hogan jumps him with a chair, and then NWO all gains up.
Hogan is working so hard to get his heat back. He's working so hard. He's working overtime.
Canyon versus Raven versus Saturn. How much better does Saturn look in wrestling gear?
Yeah.
That was great.
He looked great in this match.
That too.
So this was a triangle match?
Yes.
That's what they said.
A hardcore triangle match?
No.
Kinda.
Well, I mean, they used every hardcore thing they could think of.
Well, that's true.
How the fuck do you have a count out
I don't know.
in a three-way hardcore match?
I don't know.
This was bullshit.
I always thought triangle matches didn't have
I don't know.
There were no countouts, no DQ in a triangle match. Is
The
that
action
correct?
here was really fun.
Yeah.
They did a lot of stuff the fans had never seen before.
Canyon did moves.
Canyon did all kinds of moves as
Everyone
he's
you
wanted
could think of.
Raven suffered some sort of serious injury in this match, like cracked ribs, or he went to the hospital after this match. I don't even know how. The other two guys did all the work.
Saturn's elbow, maybe?
They did the cool... There was a cool spot where Saturn and Canyon were on the top ropes, and Canyon tried to splash, and Raven rolled out of the way, but he rolled right into range for Saturn to hit a splash instead. That was a great spot, and it should have been the finish because it was awesome. They did some stuff, and then Canyon and Saturn just brought up the aisle and got counted out.
Yeah.
Dean Malenko versus Rey Mysterio Jr.
This was good.
This was
spectacular.
This was great, and it was so great. It looked like it was so easy for them.
It was.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah.
But like, if they had finished this great match and gone to the back and they said, "Guys, we need to do another great match," they would have said, "Okay," and gone out and done the exact same great match again.
There was one thing I must criticize, though, in this great match. So they do a deal where Ray goes running, and Malenko vaults him over his head, and Ray's supposed to land on the top rope.
Yeah.
And he slips, and because Ray is like a professional and a really great wrestler, he wraps his knee around the top and middle rope, aiming and grabbing his bad leg.
Yep.
Dean Malenko looks at him, lifts him up, and shoots him off the ropes for a high spot.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, Ray just gave you on a silver platter the opportunity to work over his leg for a little bit and turn it into a spot in the match so people would know that it was an obvious fuck-up. But no, you just kept doing your moves. It was a very unveteran thing for Dean Malenko to do.
Well, Dean Malenko's kind of a robot.
He was very robotic in this match, but he was a hell of a wrestling robot.
Oh, yeah.
He was way better than Dasha.
Again, let me write that down.
These are important notes to be learned. Bobby Heenan was blown away by this match. I could legit tell how impressed he was.
Bobby Heenan so wants to watch good wrestling and good storylines.
Who doesn't?
Well, like the other announcers just kind of go along with everything, but Heenan shuts off when it's terrible, but then he turns it on when it's good.
He's like weeping with joy watching this.
He was so happy to be calling something good.
Yes. So Dean hits a top rope gutbuster. Jericho runs out, hits Dean with a belt, and Ray rolls over and gets the 3 count. So Jericho is afraid of Dean. He'd rather fight Ray. A tremendous wrestling match. Disco Inferno and Alex Wright came out for a promo. A notorious moment in Nitro history here.
I do like the storyline that he's afraid of Dean, but he wants to fight Ray.
He's smaller.
Who beat him the night before.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. He's a stupid heel. So Disco and Alex here have formed a team called the Dancing Fools. And Tony is talking about them. He says, these dancing fools or dancing dildos, whatever you want to call them.
Is that what he said?
Oh, yeah.
I missed that.
Oh, it's a famous moment. The same night Sean talked about a lot of shit going down on Raw.
I remember
Tony's here
this
on
now.
Nitro talking about the dancing dildos.
That's right. I wonder what he was trying to say.
Well,
Dingbats?
I'm wondering if it was an accident.
That's true.
Is that something? I don't know if that's one of the 7 dirty words or not.
Oh, crap. We're on the air.
So Disco lost to Conan at the pay-per-view. He blames this on Wolfpack interference, and he's right. So he demands a rematch tonight, the Dancing Fools against any two members of the Wolfpack. So it's Kevin Nash and Lex Luger in this match. Now, like a month ago, Sting won possession of the tag titles and got to choose a partner.
Right.
And he picked Kevin Nash.
Right.
So Sting and Kevin Nash are the World Tag Team Champions. Since then, we've never seen those two wrestle as a team.
Mm-hmm.
But we have seen Sting and Luger twice, and now Nash and Luger.
Right.
What is the point of the Tag Team Championships?
I don't know.
Did they come out wearing their belts?
You may have missed them on Thunder or the pay-per-view. They're doing the Freebird rule, I guess. All I know is...
Then why do they do the big angle where Sting had to choose a partner?
Who the fuck knows? All I know is at the end of this match, Sting is so happy about something.
Oh, dude, he's happy from the time he came out.
He's laughing with Luger, and he's patting him on the back, and I'm trying to figure out what's so funny. Here's the only thing that I could figure out. The finish of this match is Luger puts Alex Wright in the rack.
Yes.
And Nash
You're
is supposed
exactly
to
right.
boot Disco and give him the illegal powerbomb, which apparently is now legal. It takes Nash so fucking long to just boot this guy and lift him up and powerbomb him. Luger had this guy in the rack for like 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure that Sting is just howling and his buddy having to rack this guy and rack him and rack him. And of course, Luger doesn't just hold the guy. He's got to bounce up and down.
Oh, yeah.
And he's bouncing. And Alex Wright's just flopping all over. And he's bouncing. And he keeps bouncing. He's
getting more blown
And
up.
Nash is trying to figure out how to kick Disco. I was like, Jesus, this fucking Monday Night War is killing me.
So Nash eventually hits Disco with a massive powerbomb.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Disco is way over Nash's head at the highest point. And pins him, and the Wolf Pack is the happiest bunch of wrestlers you ever saw.
They made them look like complete, fools.
Dancing dildos.
All I could think was, the Wolf Pack came in here, clearly the dominant team going in.
Yes.
Cheated to win, copious interference, all four guys getting involved. They used an unfair advantage, was totally unneeded.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone loved them.
That's true.
It was all right. Whatever. Okay. From Thunder, we had a clip of Mongo showing a clip of a classic Arn Anderson promo. Mongo said this relit the fire under me, and he asked Arn to think about it. And we had Eddie Guerrero versus Mongo. Chavo came out bald, wearing a cowboy hat, riding a hobby horse.
I can't take much more of this.
Eddie Guerrero, arguably one of the greatest wrestlers in the world, and he's stuck in this stupid storyline gimmick.
Yep. So Chavo wants
like, until about 2 months ago, I always read about how the cruiserweights were so wasted in WCW. And up until 2 months ago, spring of '98, they weren't used that badly.
No, you're right.
And so I don't know.
We've had this argument before.
I know, but now I realize exactly why everybody left.
Yeah.
It's totally fallen off the cliff with this fucking hobby horse. It's in the last month or two, like it's fallen off a cliff. And I really saw it here. I was like, how could these people be working here? Eddie's feuding with Mongo. This fucking idiot's on a hobby horse. Like, it's so bad. This stuff with even Jericho's trying so hard, but this stupid storyline is just like a mess. Malenko, Eddie's gone, rule books, things flipped. It's just bad. No wonder they left. I'm ready to leave. I can't handle Raw.
So Eddie goes up top for the frog splash when Chavo hits the ring, rides his horse around, and the ref says, that's a DQ. I'm just fucking done. Eddie dropkicks...
Join the club.
Chavo into Mongo. He leaves. Mongo kills Chavo with a tombstone. This was a huge waste of time.
Not only that, you're underselling this thing with the ref. Chavo gets in the ring. I gotta sneeze. It'll be better than this show.
Look at the lights.
Not gonna do it.
Look at the lights.
Look at the lights?
It does help, but I'm not going to do it.
If this was Triple H, we'd be doing shoulder rolls.
Chavo's in the ring writing
Looking at
this.
the lights helps you stop sneezing?
No,
it
it
helps
makes
you
you sneeze.
Ah, wait, what?
Yep. Next
Doesn't
time
make
you're
any more sense.
Next
How old are
time
you?
you're about to sneeze and you feel like you got to sneeze, but you just can't look at the light, you'll sneeze.
Yep.
Really?
Every time, yeah. It's weird.
I never heard of this. Go on your
Well, we
ring.
got 2-1 here, so
He's Googling it now.
I don't care what Google tells you.
And
It's a fact.
Sneezing, it comes up.
Yeah.
And it also helps snort pepper. That'll help you sneeze.
That I buy.
Yeah.
Photic sneeze reflex.
Thank you.
Also known as photoptomasis.
Yep, exactly.
Or autosomal dominant compelling helio-ophthalmothic outburst syndrome.
That's what I usually use.
Or
Sure.
which goes to a chew.
Only in, casual conversations.
So anyway,
this is my favorite part of the whole show.
Chavo's
right
out there on this stupid hobby horse. He's in the ring on a fake horse, yelling at Mongo about what's to be in the Horseman. How long did this go on before the ref rang the bell?
A while.
At least a minute.
Hours.
He did several laps around the ring. In the ring. Around the... Yeah.
It's garbage.
There's a lot written here about sneezing. Let's see.
Can we just get going?
Hogan versus...
I'm sick of this show.
Hogan versus Hall with Eric Bischoff as special ref. Hey, Brian, what's your favorite wrestling gimmick of all time?
I hate the heel ref. Why didn't they just screw him immediately?
Hogan's cheating and choking and blatant interference in front of the ref, and Bischoff doesn't care. And Hall drops to make a cover, and Bischoff won't count. But then Hogan goes to make a cover, and Bischoff counts one, and Hall grabs the ropes, and Bischoff says, oh, sorry, he's got the ropes.
You know another thing about this heel ref gimmick that's so stupid? It makes the babyface look so dumb. Like, Hall's in there. You know the guy is not going to count a pin for you. You know he's going to side with Hogan. You know that he's allowing Hogan to cheat, and they're just in there to screw you. Why don't you just leave?
Okay, let me counter.
Please explain.
I'm not going to defend this, but they wanted to teach Hall a lesson. So in this case, I can almost look past the bad, stupid heel ref thing.
Why didn't they just beat the living hell out of him like they did at the end of the match? What lesson are they teaching him?
If they stopped the match, they couldn't get their licks in.
Yeah, they could, because they got their licks in after the match.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Craig, I'm laughing at your argument.
What? They can't get their licks in without the match?
They had already signed the match, right?
Sure.
Okay. If they didn't have the heel ref, Bischoff, be the heel ref, Hogan couldn't get his hands on Hall.
Because no one in wrestling has ever beaten somebody up after a match.
I understand.
Why didn't they beat him up and not sign the match?
That would have been better.
This is so stupid.
Like I said.
Do you know this company died? Do you know that they went out of business just scant years later? Are you aware of this?
I read that somewhere.
I got a book about it.
Yeah.
It's called The Death of WCW. It's available on Amazon.com. Audible.
You still have time if it's Prime.
Hey, listen, Audible, any day you want, you get an Audible free trial, and you could get the book for free. You don't even have to pay for it. Do the Audible free trial. There's a link up on my Twitter, and read the damn book or have me read it to you for free. In case you're unaware, this company went out of business due to incompetence such as this.
Can you grab the book now and I'll lay on the couch here? And
It's right there. It's around here somewhere. It's in there.
Let's look at the bookshelf.
Yeah, don't get that one.
I found it.
There's one book on that. Never mind.
So, he's brawling with Hogan. Nash runs out. He goes after Hogan. He checks on Hall. Hall and Nash are buddies, but then as soon as Nash turns his back, Hall jumps in from behind, and we get Hall and Nash in one corner, Hogan and Page in the other, and it goes on and on and on.
No buys.
No buys. Main event was Goldberg versus Kurt Hennig.
Beautiful.
First
Really
of all,
was.
I have a lot to say about this 40-second match. How great did that belt look around Goldberg's waist?
Yep.
Look, he was born to wear that thing.
Yep.
You don't say.
You recall earlier on this program, Kurt said he had found Goldberg's weakness. And you know what he did? Goldberg has no defense for a slap to the face. It's the crack in his armor. Hennig slaps him in the face, scores a perfect shot, direct hit, bullseye. And then Goldberg no-sold it, and his spear and a jackhammer and won.
Well, then apparently that's not his weakness.
No, blocking it is.
Oh, I see.
Absorbing it is a strength.
I thought when he meant his weakness, it meant his overall weakness, not a weakness.
Either way, he was wrong.
He was definitely wrong.
He did not win. He did not end the streak.
I loved this. I loved everything about it. I loved the setup. I loved the match.
You know who else loved it? The tens of thousands of people in this building.
They sure did.
They went crazy for seeing this champion win in 2 moves.
That was the one thing I noticed. As bad as WCW's been in the last 6 months, that arena was packed from the floor to the rafters.
You know how many times, and they were talking about sellouts too that they were having on the road.
Yeah.
You know how many times I've had people say, I heard this forever, and it never happened. You know, people are going to stop buying these Ronda Rousey pay-per-views. They don't like spending $60 for a main event that goes 30 seconds. You know how many times I heard that?
That's such BS.
The shorter they went, the more people purchased.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Goldberg. These fans sat through the most horrendous 3-hour show. They paid all that money. All they needed was 2 minutes. All they needed was a spear and jackhammer, and they went home happy.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing. This guy was a treasure. Let's play a song. What do we got here? From Johnny.
I talked your mom into taking us to Baker, where I was born.
I heard.
And we're going to go out 10 miles east of Baker to see what's left of, where we live.
10 miles east of Baker appears to be a town called Plevna.
Plevna. Plevna.
Plevna is the name of it. And that's the part that's exciting. That's part of my bucket list that I had.
I've never heard of this word before. Don't ask me where it came from.
Plevna.
Huh.
Plevna.
Okay.
Plevna.
Brian, don't say that. I'm stressed out enough about it.
There you go.
Are they there yet?
Apparently Granny's having a time.
Have they reached Plevna?
She's alerted me that some of it's good, some of it's bad.
If you see the picture, it looks like all of it's bad.
Oh, Craig, she's going to be appalled.
They don't look happy in the picture, Brian. That's all I'm saying.
We're going to call her on Thursday.
That's awesome.
And see how she's doing on her road trip.
You should call your mom and check on her.
Well, I've been contacting her. Don't fear not on that one. All right, everybody, that's it from here. We're going to wrap it up.
Hey, by the way.
Yes, Craig.
By the way, if you happen to be in the Seattle area and you're not doing anything Friday night, go down and watch NXT at the Paramount Theater. You might run into...
we're all going to be there.
Us 3 dorks.
Yeah, 3 of us and Kenneth.
Am I going?
Kenneth Nita.
Yes,
yeah, you
you
idiot.
are.
Oh.
Where the fuck have you been? I texted you about this months ago.
Well, that's why. It was months ago. I forgot.
All right, you're out. I'm going to bring somebody else.
Well, it's Friday, Vinny, so...
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, Jesus.
Let me know. I got a little kid that wants to go.
Do you?
Vinny, go to the damn show. We're going to need to do a show on it anyway.
There you go.
Remember how much fun we had last time?
It was a blast.
It was great last time.
Yeah.
Maybe Nakamura will be there again.
No.
Dude, I'll bet you Heavy Machinery is going to be there.
Ooh.
Bobby Roode's going to
be there.
Sold.
Who cares? Heavy Machinery.
All right, everybody. Well, on that note, we're out of here. We'll see you Friday at NXT. And, of course, all the other shows as well. Check it out, and we'll talk to you again after a while.
Good night.
That's actually gay.
It's actually
I don't like it.
It's actually one of the gayest things we've ever
It's
seen.
one of the gayest things on record.
What
They're
many
calling it
experts
being gay.
many experts are referring to the gayest thing they've ever seen.
Yeah, I was over here, and apparently when you go on YouTube, you gotta sign in. That's fucking gay, yo.
They're calling it one of the gayest things of all time. It just gets funnier the more you say it. What
Are we
many
live?
are referring to, yes.
Oh,
Many
hold
are
on.
calling.
Let me sign it. Let me use my official background.
Wait, hold on. I just posted it, so nobody's watching it yet.
Oh, okay.
And then we got to switch to gallery view here.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Well,
Oh.
I just kind of.
What? And you had a sign made?
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Well,
make.
yeah. Every doctor told me, and
It
they
doesn't
sent me
make-
this sign.
Yeah, well, it doesn't make any sense. And then you had a sign made.
I had to tell you to just for
Hold on.
information.
I can see now here that when you move your hand, it's the background is fake. So
No,
yeah, it's a
it's not
virtual
fake.
background. Whereas you could have just made a sign.
No,
You could have
This is
very
digital.
No, you could have very easily made a sign, hung it on the wall. You didn't do that much, which means the sign is fake.
That's not how that works, brother.
Absolutely.
We live in a digital world.
Fine.
We live in a social distancing world.
This is a digital sign, pal. There's no
That is.
string. There's no string. There's none of this. Whatever's going on over here.
Yeah,
What
it
you
looks
have
nice.
No,
I dressed it up.
What you have is a fake sign which
That speaks
extends-
the truth.
That extends the
Us-
information on it.
All right. Well, you know what? I actually bought a program that tells us the most true statement in the world. So why don't I run that program?
First
real
of all,
fast?
for starters, we'll just. I'm not going to refute all of the information, but I'm certain that every doctor in the world didn't tell you that.
Every single one, man. I don't know what to tell you.
And why would you wish it wasn't true?
Because I don't want you to have a small dick. You're my friend.
But you're my friend, and I want you to have a small
Well,
dick.
that's what we're different kind of guys. I root for my friends.
I root for my friends too. I want you to triumph over hardship.
Well, I know you don't have it in
Nothing
you.
to root for.
That's true.
Who the fuck is rooting for a guy with a big dick?
I want my friends to have every advantage in life.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy I am. I know you couldn't handle having a small dick. You couldn't live in this world.
I'm quietly praying for all of my black friends to become white and privileged. I just want them. Dear God, please fix Marcus's skin.
Please, his skin, it's too much melanin.
Make him white. So
Mhm.
that, yeah.
Well, speaking of that, cops have been murdering people, and also they got that sexy birder guy.
It's funny that that's like the only thing from the pre-corona world that's still going on. Every other bullshit type of news story that like everyone stopped caring about, it's like, because 7 months ago it was like, stop the presses. Leslie Jones tried on a miniskirt.
Yeah.
And then nobody cares about that anymore.
No, not
None
at
of
all.
that stuff's happening. Like, a trans kid fucking like did
Having a lemonade stand.
Tiananmen Square to fucking a picture of Donald Trump or something.
Yeah.
But now the only thing that's still going on is the cops are like, let's just keep doing it.
It ain't no problem. I've been cooped up too long. My murdering finger's itching. Yeah. Cops are like, look, the world's got to go back to normal. Why not us? We'll start it off, and it'll be a beacon of hope that things will get back to normal as they were before the pandemic.
Yeah.
We'll get to keep murdering people.
It's funny they're just doing that because they're bitter that, like, once again, 9/11 happened and everybody's talking about the first responders, and they're talking about firemen.
Right.
And then
True.
cops are like, that's, come on, say us too.
Yeah.
Say it. Well, we're putting it on the car anyways. We're putting it on.
Yeah. We were there, sort of. We were driving around.
And now this happens. They're like, now it's our turn because we got to be out here. And then it's like grocery store guys.
Yeah, dude, they got jumped completely. Nurses, of course, but then even grocery store guys, delivery guys, they're more heroes to me than cops. Easy.
This is like Copland happening to them. Sylvester Stallone, who they thought was a retard.
Yep.
The retard bagging groceries at the grocery store. It's like, I wanted to be a cop, but all I can do is, because I'm deaf in one ear. All I can do is, which it's like, that never made sense to me. It's like, I feel like you could be a cop if you're deaf in one ear, especially considering that like he knows all these cops.
Yep.
They're covering up for their friend who murdered somebody.
That's right.
And they're like, what are you talking about? Rig the system to let a deaf guy in? We'll get 30 years. There's no way we could get away with that.
Hey, we got to do things by the book. Now help me grind up this child's toes.
Yeah, what if somebody whispers something sensual into his ear and he doesn't hear? And then everybody thinks we got gay cops on the block. We can't do that.
We couldn't have that. What if somebody tries to bribe him and he doesn't accept it?
He doesn't hear the bribe.
Because he can't hear it.
He can't hear it because he's a fucking eartard.
Damn, salute. Copland, I enjoyed Copland, but it was a movie I saw just high as shit.
Yeah, I mean, that was like part of when I was a teenager. Was that Michael Mangold? Is that who did that?
Just Jewish Michael Mann? Yeah, Michael Mangold.
So, yeah, James Mangold.
Mm.
Hold on. Mangold director. I think that's who it is.
It was a solid. Michael Rappaport plays the guy who killed someone. Yeah, he was cute in it.
James Mangold. Yeah, somebody told me that. James Mangold did Logan too.
Oh hell yeah, best movie of all time, bro. Fuck The Godfather 2, Logan. That's the best movie.
Yeah, and then Ford versus Ferrari and Walked Away.
Oh, dude, this man has nothing but bangers.
No, he's a good director. He's made some good movies.
Heaters from Big James.
Yeah, Copland, Girl Interrupted, Kate and Leopold, Identity, which was kind of a piece of shit.
What's Identity?
The 310 to Yuma remake, which I liked.
People say that's good. I should watch it.
Yeah, Bell's great in it.
I fuck with Russ.
So is that the other guy, the fucking wormy guy, Ben Foster.
Oh yeah, whatever happened to Ben Foster? What's he up to these days? He must have gotten some kind of strange put. All those guys got pussy they didn't deserve. I wonder who he fucked.
Yeah, he died of coronavirus.
What? This would be a really convenient way to double up on conspiracy theories, and I guess that is what they said was going to happen, right? That they were going to kill all the pedophiles or something, empty the jails.
Yeah, I mean that's got to be the end of QAnon. That's the point where you got to be like, okay, this is fake.
Yeah. I feel like they're gonna marshal on, brother.
I don't know. What could they possibly, just pay attention to the clues? I know we said that there were underground tunnels where they were arresting. They're going to arrest all the pedophiles, and it didn't happen. But that's just one of the clues.
It's part of the clues.
It's part of the clue-tality. The clue-tality of a Q genius.
Yeah, shouts out to QAnon. They really are all keep digging, brothers. You're almost there.
People keep saying this Karen thing is like they're like it's basically like using the N-word.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, can we start using it that way?
Yeah, because I've seen Karen fly. If we can say if it's like the N-word, then what the hell?
Yeah, there was a couple of oh shit.
I got you, man.
I knew I forgot something.
I got you, bro. Go ahead.
I don't know what I forgot to do was record the podcast.
That's all right. We can get it off the feed. What minute is this? Minute fucking 7? I clapped hard as shit.
We'll get it off the feed.
We'll just get it off the feed.
We'll just wait until somebody else steals it and
we'll just take one of the stolen ones and re-upload it.
Yes, sir.
Damn. Honestly, it's crazy how quickly something is a word becomes fucking horrible and useless. And
yeah,
Karen, I don't want to hear about Karen anymore.
Mm-hmm.
People say what
put
else?
It this way, I don't Karen.
The only Karen I'm interested in is the big titty bitch from Will and Grace.
How about Care Ends? And it's CARE hyphen and then N and then an asterisk.
Okay.
Like we got a bunch of Karens all over the timeline complaining about something again.
Because they care.
Yeah.
So caring N-words. Caring is what you would classify them as. Someone who cares about anything.
Karens, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
something.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you say Karen, you should have to post a picture of Megan Mullally with her tits out. Because I'm thinking about her from Will and Grace, and I want to see them. I want to see the fucking girls. The big fat titties.
Yeah.
The bird guy was hot, though. I will give him credit. Even though he was
guy?
a nerd. You see him?
Which bird guy?
Well, so because the cops murdered a guy, they upped the racism times 1,000 versus that lady who was going to tried to essentially get the cops to murder that.
Oh, the guy that made the video.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that he was a bird watcher.
He's a bird watcher. He's a fucking nerd. But he was hot, dude. He was ripped.
That's what I was thinking. It's so funny. Is like we see the other side of the video, and that guy's like 7'3", and he looks like Ronnie Coleman. And he's just like
he's like, I was doing my knife tricks.
He's just got like a kente cloth shirt on that says, I eat white bitches for breakfast. And he's just taping her. He's like, can you put your dog on the leash, please? And she's like, please get away from me.
Please.
Yeah.
This guy's just the scariest looking dude of all time.
But with such a cute voice.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, because the voice makes you're thinking like, fucking CeeLo Green.
Yeah.
That's what I was picturing. Just a guy with like a scarf on and a little like session musician hat.
Hell
like a
yeah,
little
dude.
like a fucking pork pie hat with feathers on the side.
Yes. A little fat guy that loves watching fucking hummingbirds.
Right. He looks like he's just wearing nothing but samples from Diane's Fabrics. He's just sashaying around the park. I'm trying to watch birds. Can you make your dog, please tell your dog to stop. He's scaring the birds.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what are you going to do, man? Shouts out to America.
That story,
racist.
that video is great. That's an all-timer.
Yeah. I'd actually watch the whole thing.
There's an African-American man threatening my dog and my life.
Threatening my life.
Yeah.
What a dumb bitch.
It's great because it's like just this fucking like storm of the worst kinds of people in the world all tattling on each other to death.
Yeah. Truly.
It's just the natural end to the tattletale Mexican standoff.
Yeah, yeah.
Because honestly, it's like even if that woman had not made that call, then that guy's a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
You
He's
give
a
a shit
nerd.
about like who cares whether the dog's on a fucking leash?
Well, apparently the reason they have to be on a leash is because they eat birds.
Or dogs eat birds. So her dog was eating a bird.
I didn't actually read anything into it, but apparently it's the reason those leash things are there because dogs go buck wild and fuck up birds.
Even if, and let me ask you, if you were walking through the park and you saw somebody without their dog on a leash,
No,
would you start making a video and trying to shame them on social
100%
media?
no.
Of course not. So that's
so he just made the video without even asking her beforehand, or
I have no idea, but I mean, even if it's like
truly, I would not. Yes,
I wouldn't even
Now,
say
if somebody was cutting in line for eclairs.
Yeah.
For something near and dear to my heart, the way this man cares about birding.
Yeah.
If somebody stole one of my tokens for the Getting Pussy Factory,
yeah,
which is something I hope exists, yeah, maybe I'm taking my phone out. I'm saying, excuse me, I was in line to get pussy and eat eclairs before this person. Maybe I would.
I mean, because the other way that video goes happens probably all the time, which is like fucking him making that video, putting it online, thinking he's going to shame her, and it doesn't take off. But it's still causing all this fucking undue stress to this woman that's just like, just walking her dog and letting the dog off the leash in a fucking empty park.
Yeah.
There's nobody there.
Right.
I mean, it's like you are being a fucking tattletale, and the dream was you got exactly what you wanted out of that lady.
They're beautiful. It's Jordan and Pippen, dude. They were meant for each other.
It ends with him going, "Thank you," because it's like, oh, now I get to be famous.
Yeah,
he just. I'm sure he was like fucking. It was Christmas morning the second she said, "There's an African American man threatening my life."
Oh, dude, absolutely.
Mhm.
That's tattletale. That's the tattletale fucking. You batted for the cycle there, dude. He hit a fucking tattletale grand slam with that one.
You hurt me. It's all the same people. It's all the same fucking people. And they created a tattletale world thinking that there was more than one spot for the teacher's pet.
That's right.
Doesn't exist.
Nope.
So you're going to have to, yeah. You wanted it. You wanted the gauntlet, and you got it.
Yeah. It is funny how racist you have to be to make people side with a fucking tattletale nerd. Who loves bird watching.
They're all the tattletale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, but her tattling is racist, dumb bitch tattling versus his.
I mean,
being,
she's fucking stupid.
threatening my life.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a card you ever pull. Like, if that. Even your mind would go there.
She got mildly inconvenienced. Yeah. She was like, I'm going to get the cops to kill this mother.
Mm-hmm. You threaten the person with your fucking dog. That's as far. If you want to be a piece of shit, you go like, get him, boy. Sick him. You fucking sick the dog on the person.
And if the cops had killed that guy, she would have been crying and been like, he tried to rape me. Can you imagine what would have happened? How much she would have lied if there was no fucking camera, if there was no video, dude.
Yeah. I mean, she made that call, and the cops were in Prospect Park like 2 minutes later, beating up a 14-year-old from Sri Lanka. Like, we got him. We found the guy.
Yeah, we got him. They just go to a fucking a jungle gym, a small community jungle gym, just beat up a child, a baby, a black baby.
Mm-hmm. They got a super soaker filled with piss, just spraying a baby in the face with urine. We're responding. We're first responding. We're doing essential work.
We got
him.
Here. Yep, we got him. Check. I'm sorry. Hold on. Yep, we got him. We're fucking up little black boys. We got a super soaker full of piss, and we're gonna shoot it into his mouth. Also, Nick's gay.
What was that last part?
Well, cops are liars. Everyone knows
you're
that.
right.
Yeah.
We meant he was straight.
Oh, what the hell? So if they lied, yeah, fuck that lady. It is funny. She was like, she worked for an investment bank, and they were like, "We can't have a racist here at this investment bank. At this fucking, we're yeah. Only we only want the most upstanding people, fucking getting people out of their homes."
Upstanding. I don't think we have a read today, but I finally got the Mac Weldon finally came through with the shits I was talking.
The check,
not the check. The
underwear.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, they were supposed to give me a code a couple weeks ago when they did the other read. It didn't happen, but I got it now.
Hell yeah, dude.
I got some underwear company, and we got a new sponsor. I gave them your address. It's a surprise.
Oh, really? Hell yeah.
I don't know
can't
if it's
wait to
something.
see what it is.
It's probably the least useful thing for you, but
what is it?
Well, you'll see, and we'll do the read. I'm sure you'll find a creative way to use it.
Okay.
And it's only just recently become a thing that I can use.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. It's something to have gay sex with because you just became hot enough to have gay sex.
I just became hot enough to have gay sex.
I get it. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I won't have any use for that. That's for sure. That is interesting though, because I actually bought a program for you. I got something for.
It's
everyone.
nice to just be like just getting my foot in the door into being gay hot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean,
how's it feel?
Like it took a decade to become to cross the boundary from like regular hot to now just being like a gay 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, come on, man. You're a gay 6.
Yeah. just like working in the mailroom at Gay Inc. Like, yeah. Here, first thing in the morning, ready to work, boss. Anything I can do for the company, I'm ready to move up.
Finally, you don't look disgusting. And then he spits in your mouth.
just filing letters in some 1930s fucking just some big building. There's steam. It's early morning.
Yep. Just taking big scoops of cum and putting it in different fucking pneumatic tubes to go into different different gay bosses' cups of coffee.
Now I want to rewatch Hudsucker Proxy.
Mm-hmm.
With my shirt about? Tim Robbins invents a hula hoop.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's the whole movie?
Yeah, that's my synopsis.
Pass.
Yeah.
No thanks.
It's one of the shittier Coen Brothers movies.
Oh, that's them?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I just watched Barton Fink.
Love it.
Solid ass flick.
It's one of my top 10 movies.
Love that. Love Fraser's dad in there too.
Yeah.
Love to see Fraser's dad cutting loose, being a good actor.
Yeah.
Not just being like, boom, my sons are gay.
Yeah, him as that fucking Faulkner character is like amazing.
Yeah, he rules.
When he's just fucking throwing up in the bathroom from alcohol poisoning, and then he comes out, a good afternoon.
Dude, that was the dream. Imagine if that system existed, dude. Somehow off the strength of this dumbass podcast, we get to just have a contract with a film studio, and they just bury all our work and just pay us to do nothing.
Yeah, I don't know if Faulkner actually wrote movies and if that's based on like a true story or something, but there was a period where it was either like Fitzgerald or one of those, that era of like esteemed writers had a period where they were just writing pictures. But yeah, you just go out to Hollywood and just pump out garbage.
Yeah.
Just
like literally because they couldn't have algorithms. If they had algorithms, they would just use that.
Yeah.
But it didn't exist.
You're like, listen, Faulkner, we need a wrestling picture.
Yeah. He either needs to get pussy or he's got to have an adopted child.
Yeah.
Love that, dude.
Yeah.
I wish I could do that shit. And then get pussy from my secretary.
There's so many great performances. That fucking scene with, I don't even know that actor's name, but the producer, the big studio head when Barton first gets.
Oh, that guy rocks, dude.
Yeah.
That guy is so fucking good in it.
Yeah, and
he's unbelievable.
That's such it's such a Hollywood vibe, which is like, we love you. Everyone's obsessed with your shit.
Right.
We can't wait to see what you do. And then in the second, it's not like
exactly what they want.
Yeah. What the fuck is your problem?
You're actually my enemy, and I will fucking kill you. I will kill your family.
Yeah.
I loved it. I loved all the internalized anti-Semitism. That was a nice part of it also.
Yeah.
Them just saying it to each other. The K slur.
Mm-hmm.
That guy rules. What else? Yeah, where is it? What else has that motherfucker been in?
I don't know. Probably on Wishbone.
And Tony Shalhoub out there. Tony Shalhoub. A lot of people are horny for Tony Shalhoub, I feel like.
What do you mean?
I think that's out there in the zeitgeist.
Is that a Nazi word?
Zeitgeist?
Yeah, I mean it's German.
Mm-hmm.
But
no, I don't think it's Nazi. I think it just sounds cool. Zeitgeist.
Were the Nazis using it ever?
No, it feels like too about gay stuff for the Nazis. The Nazis weren't about culture and stuff, you know? Mm-hmm. They were all about, killing gay guys and Jews and gypsies and stuff.
Okay, Michael Lerner is an American character actor.
Nice.
Nominated for an Academy Award for Best
Michael, I'm a learner how to suck this dick.
Barton Fink.
He got nominated for that?
Yeah, he got nominated for Best Supporting Actor. For
Respect, he deserved it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, what else is he in here? He's in a movie called Busting.
Woo! Hell yeah!
Yeah. It's a 1974 film directed by Peter Hyams and his theatrical debut starring Elliot Gould and Robert Blake as Los Angeles police detectives.
Oh, hell yeah.
And is the inspiration for Starsky and Hutch.
Wow.
But let's see, at what point do
a couple of detectives that could not help but bust in their pants.
Yeah, I'm hoping
they were famous for coming.
Is it a comedy? Do they bust? What is this?
Do they bust?
Do they?
Elliot Gould looks like he busts.
Mr. President, do they bust in the movie? In the movie Busting?
Yes.
Mr. President,
let me be clear. Yes, they bust, and they're gay.
Michael Butt Cheeks Liano, Channel 6 News. Do in the movie Busting, do the characters bust in their pants?
Yes, they do. And also, Michael, you're gay.
Dude,
I actually talked to Barack Obama, and I asked him what's one way that we can solve the what are two things we need to solve the pandemic? And you know what he told me, Nick?
What?
Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
What? Like, wow.
Nice.
That's really interesting, Mr. President.
What is that from his book?
No, I don't know. I just saw it on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Gotta have them ribs. And pussy too.
And honestly, I respect that's what I think you have to have too.
Somebody should teach Donald Trump to get him to do like a perfect Barack Obama impression. And then he's just doing Obama every presser. How funny would that be?
He just breaks into it.
Oh, I don't know about the virus, but I'm gay. Hey, everybody, it's me. Who remembers me?
You know he's sucking dick, folks. You know he's being gay. That's good. Is that your Obama face? What is that? Is that De Niro Obama?
Hey, it's me. I'm fucking the parents over here.
Hey, I'm fucking meeting the parents.
Yeah, the parents. You gotta meet them. You gotta.
Ben Stiller's gay.
You gotta meet the parents.
De Niro Obama, everybody.
You gotta when the parents show up, you gotta meet them. Okay, it's that simple. You can't go away with not meeting them.
You gotta meet the parents.
You gotta meet the parents.
Speaking of one of the gayest De Niro movies, not even a good De Niro movie.
You gotta.
And I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'm a dirty grandpa.
Yeah.
I'm getting pussy. From that one bitch who's in every comedy for 5 years.
You got Rocky and you got Bullwinkle. And they're friends with each other, and there's bad guys. Bad guys in the movie. You can't be a bad guy. You can't be a bad guy in Rocky and Bullwinkle. You can't be.
Did you see Rocky and Bullwinkle?
No.
He's in it. He's the bad guy.
I think so. Yeah. Hold on.
Nice. That feels more like Danny DeVito to me, but probably not. He's probably too slight. Oh fuck! It's hot as a bitch, dude.
The movie, yeah, it was him and like Famke Jensen as the bad guys.
Why don't you funk my dick?
The Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle, 2000 American live actors. Robert De Niro, who also co-produced the film.
Oh, look at Bobby D getting in the mix.
Boris Badenov with Jason Alexander and Natasha Fatale, Rene Russo.
Okay, Renee.
I don't know. Yeah, it was not Famke Jensen.
Who's not Famke?
Yeah, she was so hot, dude.
I don't know who that is. I don't remember who that is.
Yeah, you do. You know exactly who Famke Jensen is.
Let me find out right now.
It would have been nice to have been married to her from like 1999 until 2003.
Oh yeah.
And then I go back to rehab.
Oh damn, she's hot as hell.
Was.
You wouldn't smash now?
Absolutely not. She went off the rails with surgeries and stuff.
That's a big shame.
Mm-hmm.
That's a shame. Going off the rails surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, just age gracefully. We'd still let you suck us off. Guys like us. Good guys.
Guys like us. That's our movie.
Mm-hmm. Just a couple fellas.
Letting old women suck us off.
Yeah, provided they haven't had any fucking plastic surgery, I'll tell you
Too
that
bad
much.
you got plastic surgery and ruined it. You can't get plastic surgery.
If a bitch gets plastic surgery. This is a very visual impression because it's just Obama.
Yeah.
But you're doing your eyes like De Niro.
You talking to me? No, but it's Obama's. He's just mentioning Robert De Niro. Are you talking to me?
Are you talking to me? I don't see anybody here. Else here.
You can't talk to me. You can't be talking to me.
Did you fuck my wife?
Yeah. It's all the suggestions when you tell you Famke Jensen. It's Jean Grey, Star Trek, Sophie Turner, James Marden, actress, Hansel and Gretel, height, beautiful, surgery, The Faculty, wallpaper, Taken, The Wolverine, thigh. What's wrong with the thigh? Yeah.
There's some nice fake nudes on here from her.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is that so?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's some good fake nudes on here. Yo, Famke, come over here and suck me off, please.
Famke Jensen, how about fuck my assin'?
Mm-hmm.
Funk.
That is correct.
Funk my assin'.
That's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Oh, fuck,
Yeah.
dude.
I love these. I love the way you Google any female celebrity, and it's like no matter what, there's always exactly what comes up is Famke Jensen, completely unrecognizable as old bitch.
Some dumb bitch got old.
Jane Fonda, absolutely, you will be shocked to see how much of an old bitch she's turned into.
Who she once had a juicy pussy, now dried up and no good to anyone.
Yeah. She was married to Todd Williams.
Who the hell's that generic ass name?
He directed Paranormal Activity 2.
Wow. Damn, dude. Famke fell off. She should have gotten married to somebody better.
Somebody better. That's why she had to get those surgeries. She wound up not even the first Paranormal Activity.
Dude, that one was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Fuck Famke, dude. I'm out on her now.
Yeah. Yeah, she's canceled.
She's a dumb bitch.
But they should let guys do some canceling, and we're canceling women
absolutely.
for getting old. Can you imagine that? The New York Times headline: controversy surrounds Famke Jensen looking gross now. And so we've talked to everyone in her life to demand accountability.
we've quoted powerful men. We've quoted everyday men as saying, "Yeah, I don't know, just I can't even get hard anymore when I jack off to her pictures.
I can't get hard to her pictures anymore."
When is she going to be held accountable for me not being able to get hard when I look at her pictures anymore?
Yeah,
that's what I want to fucking know.
When are we going to get It's our turn.
It's our turn to cancel.
It's our turn to cancel.
For Sandra Bullock, you better keep it tight. You're on my radar.
The summer of guy canceling.
I found out somebody was a lesbian. Canceled. Yeah, I was trying to fuck that girl from Twilight. I was going to put vampire teeth all on my shit and have her suck my dick. But turns out she's a fucking lesbian.
There was something, I don't know why, I was trying to look something up when I looked up Famke Janssen, and now it's
escaped you, my brother?
Everything, I've had a lot of things escape me today.
I feel that. I took some Adderall to clean my room, and honestly, I just got very focused and just beat off to one person. Like, when you're scrolling X videos, then you go through a whole, like, let me find this person's entire body of work.
Yeah,
jack off to the best picture.
Not in a long time. I don't do much beating off anymore.
You don't beat off anymore?
I'm too subdued. I've been getting up early.
You can't use any of your life force to beat off?
No. Now my new thing is I wake up ass early, 5:45 a.m. and I start doing yoga.
Whoa, what are you doing?
I'm doing whatever. I got some Down Dog app that everybody recommended.
Okay. Is it good?
We'll see. I mean, I'm so inflexible or whatever that I just need to see establish some kind of baseline to progress from, because just everything's fucked up. I want it so when quarantine ends, if I can ever get back in the gym, to make sure that I'm as lean as possible and then also as mobile as possible.
Love that.
So because I'm in my 30s, it's I can't really get away with gyms are back open, now I'm gonna go in, I can't touch my toes and I'm fat, and I'm expect anything other than to just get slightly less fat or more and then injure myself.
Right.
So
you're trying to be flexible. You're trying to have a dancer's physique in your 30s.
Yes.
I love that. Just a little ballet, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You start wearing tights everywhere. Start putting a little salami at the front of it to make your dick look bigger.
Yeah, but a salami that goes all the way up to my chest and pokes out of the top of the
taking bites throughout the day.
The leotard, just sucking on the tip of it. It's where I keep my meal. I'm on a diet.
My lunch.
I'm on a diet. I'm getting lean. I'm fucking.
Yeah. I can't eat it.
It's a snack.
You're just sucking the juices.
It's to keep me on my fucking diet because I'm getting lean for when the gyms reopen.
In line at the fucking post office wearing nothing but ballet tights and a fucking big ass, a fucking 6-foot salami.
No, I don't have anything to mail. I'm just hanging out.
It's under your mask.
I'm just hanging out.
You're sucking off a big pepperoni under your mask.
Yeah. And people are like, New York's back. We got New York back.
I love that guy.
Nature's healing itself. New York's turning back
Nature's
into
healing. A guy deep throating a pepperoni.
A guy in a ballerina outfit hanging out at the post office, sucking a salami out of his shirt.
Hell yeah. I decided I would have sax. You have the guitar, I get the sax for a good riff.
Yeah, my soundboard's busted.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, it would take 2 seconds to fix, but I have it in 3 weeks.
It's all right, man. Don't worry, I got it.
Nick is gay.
That's cool.
The Nick is gay computer.
Yeah.
Should I run that again?
This is the most work you've done for the podcast in 4 years.
Do you want me to run the computer again? Because it might have been wrong.
No, it's cool. You should make music. What did you get? Like a little vocoder? Or is that just all one app?
It's one app.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting a vocoder to plug into this thing.
I would love a vocoder.
I'm going to get a whole Aphex Twin set up.
Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The fucking technological fucking arms race has begun.
Yeah.
I want to get my big star.
That's like an 80s style, you know?
That's cool.
But so this is just standard.
Just regular.
I can't wait, dude.
Yeah.
Hold on, dude. I want to run it again because it said you were gay, but I just want to double check. You're my friend. I want to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
I just checked again. He's even gayer than I calculated the first time.
What? I'm sorry, dude.
How many? Is that? It says a soundboard. What do you got on there?
Yeah, I got a soundboard.
Damn.
I got a soundboard.
That's a full featured soundboard, man.
I know, dude. It's fucking tight.
That's very nice.
Gotta have them ribs.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
pussy too.
Yeah, hell yeah, dude. That's great.
God damn, I
Those
love
are
the
really
sex the
those are
most.
really good soundboard selections.
Thanks, dude.
I want to do it, but I want to have like an iPad that plugs into the board.
Yeah,
And
it's
then I can
it's
just-
like a whole separate thing. An iPad would probably be good.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Yeah, it is the most work, but you know what? I enjoy. This is fun to have sounds.
Yeah, because it's like that's how we do. You know, we're living in a digitized world now.
Digital world. For example, you get digital signs that are true.
It's funny. It's like we're finally living in like the technological dystopian nightmare they predicted in all those 80s science fiction movies.
Mm-hmm.
Except
seems-
nobody says, gay 80s slang.
Yeah, that's true.
And TVs are flat.
That's true. But it is basically this. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know they're gonna track us on our phones, dude.
That was the thing too. Is like they in the 80s they could make the world look like a dystopian technological nightmare only because the technology at the time sucked.
Right.
So they would project their own shitty technology into the future.
Yeah, big ass fucking cathode
Yeah,
TVs and
right.
shit.
They're like, imagine you just have to talk to your family through this shitty box, and it's like, okay, well, my regular TV is like 8K, so
Yeah.
I have a
I
70.
can see the pores on my grandma's face.
Yeah, I have a 75-inch screen. I can get closer to my grandma than I could in real life because she would die from the disease, and also she smells bad. She smells like she already smells like death.
Them teeth are looking fucked up. I'll tell you that much.
Last time I saw my grandpa, he asked me to fix his vacuum.
Nice.
And it's just filled with death. There's just like decaying, just skin that came off of them, and it's just
Old man, dead skin. Ugh.
Yeah, it's like, no. How much more vacuuming can you possibly have
Come
to do?
on, man. Stop
Eventually,
vacuuming.
you're gonna suck yourself into this fucking thing.
That's right, brother. Just chill. You're done.
Yeah, you've got maybe 3 more vacuums left in you, and you want to fix this thing.
Get into a boat and just fucking set sail, never come back. That's
Dude,
it.
It's crazy. You get to that age and you're still doing bullshit chores.
Ugh, I barely do chores now. I'm not doing chores no more.
You can count the days you have left. Probably 78, and you're like, oh, fuck, I gotta go get stamps.
It makes you feel. Well, people also say like it makes you feel vital. Some people can't retire, but believe me, I'll be able to retire, dude. I'm the king of not doing shit. I love
Yeah.
not doing anything.
I
Shit
hate
rocks.
it. I'm gonna be one of the people that goes nuts. But I'll probably just have a heart attack when I'm like 55.
True.
And I live in the woods and no one's around, so I just die from like a very mild heart attack.
Yeah, if you just chewed an aspirin in time, you would have been fine.
Yeah.
But you have no more aspirin because it's all owl feed.
I do want a young child around though, somebody to cry and try to resuscitate me.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Look-
I'm not even dead yet, but I'm still pretending to be dead.
Yeah.
I die eventually, but even
Right.
even leading up to that, I'm like, let me just scare him a bit.
Let me just test it out.
Yeah.
This child I stole from an orphanage.
Yeah. Oh wait, nope. Goodbye.
Psych.
Yeah. Now I'm
Well,
gone.
I'm dead. No, I'm really dead.
Yeah. I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
I'm dead. I'm gonna make him an offer.
Yeah.
And don't refuse.
It's me, Nicholas Cage Obama. I'm bringing out the dead. It's a national pussy and barbecue is a national treasure. Nicholas Obama.
Nicholas Obama.
Cage Obama.
Pussy and barbecue.
Pussy and barbecue. There's only one national treasure. It's pussy and barbecue.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true, Nick. Nick Cage.
The founding fathers, they drew a picture of pussy on the back of the Constitution. It was originally written in
They were
barbecue
really
sauce.
busy. They had to jack off to something.
That's the original Constitution was written in barbecue sauce. Thomas Jefferson actually fucked so many of his slaves he became black.
You won't find that anywhere.
They're like, most of National Treasure 3 was ad-libbed by Nick Cage. The budget, the studio, they knew it would be a smash hit, so they actually gave us $8 trillion to make the film. And we let Nick Cage riff it out for 17 hours straight on a Pez binge. He fucked up his insulin he found a whole lot of vintage Pez dispensers complete with candy on eBay. He ate them, went into diabetic shock, and had a fever dream and just ad-libbed the entire movie. And then we CGI'd it around him.
Mm-hmm. We spent most of our budget on blackface CGI so you could play Black Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
But it was worth every penny. Smash it.
The only way to get around
in China.
We have to get around the security cameras is I have to dress up like Thomas Jefferson in blackface. It's the only way to do it. If you get around, there's lasers.
Only one man's face was programmed not to set them off, and that's Black Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah. It was crazy how there was like laser grids in every movie
I know.
It's so funny that like the entertainment industry is like hyper obsessed with intellectual property. And they had like a whole decade of like maybe we should put grandmas in jail.
Yeah.
For their nephew downloading fucking Oops, I Did It Again.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, every movie is just stealing fucking like 19.
Every movie has a grid. Every movie did the Matrix thing for some are still doing it.
Yeah.
Then every comedy parodies it, and every parody steals everything.
Yeah.
How many times have you seen Say Hello to My Little Friend in some form or fashion on a fucking movie?
Yeah. Yeah, things suck.
Fuck that, dude.
It's so funny. It's like to think back. It's like, did I have a good time ever in my life? No.
Yeah,
No,
I think so.
Not consuming anything. Because we were talking about it, it's like, was it the thing? And then you go back and it wasn't. Actually, that's not true with comedy. Comedy did definitely get fucking worse.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, you go back and you watch stand-up specials from like 2001, 2002. They're just infinitely better.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's actual jokes in them.
Yeah. Oh, and then that's got to use some new shit. Douglas, dude.
Yeah.
Douglas is popping.
Have you seen the trailer?
No. I saw someone screen capped it, and it was like she was going off on Hogwarts.
Yeah. Well, she's like, if I had known trauma was such a marketable blah, 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 I would have gotten raped more than once. I mean, she doesn't say that, but,
I would have been, that's funny.
To paraphrase. No, it's
she says she got raped twice.
No, she just like has run out of. She has nothing to complain about. Yeah. She has no point to make, so she just has to go into her material, which I'm assuming predated Nanette, or it's really? Like because Nanette was supposed to be Nanette for her is like this Jerry Maguire moment. I guess it's for comedy in general, like she's like.
Where you get pussy from Renee Zellweger.
You get pussy from Renee Zellweger. No, I said that, and then I kind of forgot with the plot of Jerry Maguire, but what I recall is that it's about a sports agent who like stays up all night doing cocaine. And it's like, you know what? Fuck this job. And he like wrote a book report on,
I don't remember. I just remember he's getting pussy from Renee Zellweger.
He writes this whole fucking like essay in the beginning of the movie. He stays up all night sweating at the computer, and it's like, how to fucking fuck. Your job, like just like motivating people to be better sports agents. Gotcha. And then he like comes in the office and he's like, read it, and people read it, and then like unlike the real world where people would be like, you need to be in a mental institution, everyone's like, wow, Jerry did it, and then he gets pussy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, then Cuba Gooding Jr. helps him get pussy. I've probably only seen the first 7 minutes of that movie.
I thought Jay Moore's involved and he backstabs him or something.
No, you're thinking of the movie Fluke, and it's not Jay Moore.
Jay Moore is in there somehow.
Yeah, but that's Jerry Maguire.
I'm pretty sure Jerry Maguire, Jay Moore's in Jerry Maguire.
I'm sure you're right, but. Let's see here. Jerry Maguire is a glossy 35-year-old sports agent working for... It's crazy, too, how young Tom Cruise is.
Yeah.
And
I
it's
I hate realizing how old I am and how I've done nothing with my youth.
Yeah, Tom Cruise is 57 years old.
Yeah.
So you
Probably
go
made
back.
movies.
Yeah. Well, I guess he's a little older than. It's just there's some people. How young Usher is insane.
How young is Usher?
Usher's like our age.
Damn. Shouts out to Usher having herpes.
Yeah. No, you would be surprised at how young Usher is. He is 41 years old.
Damn. That is
Yeah.
pretty young. John Legend is 41 also. Chris Brown is our age. He's 31.
Yeah, but that makes sense. It's like, but Usher's around since we were like very young,
Yeah, 10 years older. Yeah, actually, that checks out. The one that's weird is Pharrell is like old, but he looks young and he's been around forever.
Yeah. And
Got
Pharrell's
that big-ass hat.
63 years old.
Pharrell's 75 years old.
Somebody started a rumor that Doug Benson was like 68 years old. Like 10 years ago, people were like, Doug Benson's like 65 years old.
Doug Benson's old as fuck. Dude.
He is old.
I do actually remember hearing that Doug Benson was older than he said.
Yeah.
Like way back in the day.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just you being drunk and telling me that.
Yeah, probably. Maybe when I said there was a rumor going around, I meant I was saying that to people.
I literally think I heard it from you. He's 55. No spring chicken. Shouts out to Doug Benson, just getting stoned.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe he's older.
Think he's older than 55?
I think he's 68 years old, dude. If you ask me. All right,
That's
so
the dream, dude.
All right, so he's back to the show.
Back to the show.
After experiencing a life.
Nick, I am gay.
Darth Vader.
Okay, Darth Vader. So after experiencing a life-altering epiphany about his role as a sports agent, he writes a mission statement about perceived dishonesty in the sports management business and his desire to work with fewer clients and produce a better relationship with them. See, fuck this movie.
That's gay.
It's fucking gay. Nobody cares, and it's like,
Not at all.
like Hollywood cares. That's why this got made. Is because agents were like, "Oh, my story."
Yeah. Agents are fascinating.
Yeah. Wow.
People want to know about us.
Absolute parasites that just use their social position that was like gifted to them by way of their father drunkenly raping another woman at fucking Emerson, and then
being the
you,
least successful member of an incredibly rich family, and just getting to be an agent,
getting to be an agent, and fucking then you drinking with other people at parties and spending your parents' money or whatever.
Yeah,
leveraging that position to take money away from artists.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah,
Cuba was ripped in that movie, though.
He was. Yeah.
He was looking
You
nice.
see that video that was going around of him saying, like, somebody gonna fuck that baby or something? And it's like, clearly not. Is that him? It doesn't look like him at all.
I don't know. I just laughed when I saw it. I don't know.
I saw it, but people are like, I mean, that could literally be any black person in the world. It doesn't look like him.
I think he, like, went kind of crazy, didn't he?
Yeah, a lot of people go crazy. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Who's Cuba Gooding Sr.? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, he offers he writes a mission.
Oh, he's a singer.
Yeah.
The main ingredient. He's hot. He's a hot guy.
Cuba Gooding Sr. is 37 years old.
He died on 4/20.
Mm-hmm.
Salute to a real one. Cuba Gooding Jr. died on 4/20, or Cuba Gooding Sr. died on 4/20, 2017.
Yeah.
Rip a binger for him, dude.
Leaving the office, Jerry announces that he'll start his own agency and asks if anyone willing to join him, which only 26-year-old single mother Dorothy Boyd agrees. So this
and then he fucks her?
Yeah, he fucks her.
He starts a whole business to get pussy? Couldn't be me.
And there's something about, I don't know. Yeah, I know I've seen this movie, but it's like, I don't care about anything that happened in it. That all I remember is that dumbass kid, Renee Zellweger's face, and then him, like, writing that fucking thing on the computer. Because I remember, like, when I saw it, like, the idea of, like, a laptop was so cool to me.
All I remember is Show Me the Money.
Yeah, that's screaming on.
Yeah, sounds stupid. Sounds like a dumbass movie to me.
Yeah, you're right.
If you got Tom Cruise, make that motherfucker jump out of a plane and fight fucking Henry Cavill.
Yeah.
Or Caviezel, whatever the fuck his name is, that sexy guy.
What about Arliss? Was that a good show? I got HBO Max now, so I guess we'll find out.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. How much is HBO Max?
I think it's $15 a month, but guess what they have, dude? Something we've been wanting for a very long time.
Hit me with it.
Every single episode of Mad TV.
Oh, hell yes, dude.
Which
it's about goddamn time.
It's a lot of people who listen to this show, watch this show, they don't know, but that is not, there's been no way to have that.
Impossible to get it.
Not on YouTube. Good luck finding a good torrent of it, but it was never, the entire series in its entirety was never released on DVD.
HBO just got themselves $15 a month from Stavros Halkis, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. Shout Factory for a while had like a chunk of them, I think. Maybe Shout Factory had the whole run, but like, you know, I mean, you couldn't find those.
Damn. Hell yes, dude. Hell yes.
Yeah.
Fuck yes, dude. I'm trying to see Mrs. Swan. I'm trying to see the depressed Persian tow truck guy.
Dude.
I'm trying to see fucking couple different rapist characters. That one fat Jewish rapist that Michael McDonald played.
I'm ready to smoke Weedanza.
Oh, dude.
And watch fucking Mad TV.
Oh my god.
It better rock.
If it doesn't rock, I'm gonna be fucking
I'm gonna fucking kill a police officer.
Dude, this is the first. We should Zoom watch Mad TV.
We should, dude. We should Twitch stream. We should Twitch stream Mad TV and do commentary on it. Explain why it's funny.
Just getting high and being like, hell yes,
dude. Pausing this show to explain jokes, explain Mad TV comedy to people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to understand the nuances of the Stewart character. A lot of people think he's supposed to be retarded, but that would be too obvious. That's why he's a quote-unquote 10-year-old boy, a joke most likely stolen from the movie Clifford. Now, you would say to yourself, okay, well, they're making fun of retards. They're doing it in a way where they're not even being explicit about it, and the character itself is stolen. Why is this funny? And it's because all of those things just elevate how funny this stupid character is.
And also, my favorite part is at the end of Clifford, or what? Clifford, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of that, towards the end, he just started getting very sexually explicit. Like there was a joke where he was like, he told someone not to shut up, or I remember there was one joke where he's like, next time I hear from you, the only time I want to hear your lip is when I jiggle my zipper. I was like, what the fuck? I remember watching that and being like, damn.
Your sexual awakening was imagining sucking Stewart's penis.
Oh yeah, Stewart.
Yeah, as an 8-year-old boy.
No, I wasn't imagining that.
You're thinking about a grown man playing a retarded character forcibly, fucking your mouth, and you're like, "What? You're scared?"
I'm scared, but I'm hard. My 8-year-old dick is hard as shit.
You're confused. You love Mad TV, but now it's molesting you, and you're like, "What? I'm sucking his penis. It looks like my dad's dick." He's got the dick the size of my dad's, and I'm sucking it, but it's the retarded character.
No,
now
that's not what's happening.
Now he's going pee pee in my mouth, and time to go eat an entire loaf of bread.
No, I wanted to fuck the black lady with the big titties.
Dude,
and
that fucking sketch where she runs down. Hopefully that's uncensored on HBO Max, and we get a look at the Paradonzo.
Dude, if it's uncensored, I'm about to beat off.
I'm about to masturbate to sketch comedy, baby.
I can't wait to beat off the sketch comedy. What the fuck was her name? The big ass titties?
Deborah Wilson.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll tell you what, if I was Tom Hanks, that's a couple of Wilsons I'd like to have with me on an island. Her fucking titties.
Yeah, they would call her if that was me and I was on the island, they'd call me Tom Thanks because I'd be saying thank you for letting me titty fuck her.
Hell yeah. And I would have been if the plane I would have been working for would have been a Fed sex plane, I'll tell you that much. Because I've been having sex on it.
Yeah. And then, where is he? He lives in Jacksonville in the movie.
Yeah, let's say he does.
It was somewhere because that movie came out and like the timeline was he missed like the NFL expansion, so he's like in some town that got a team.
Oh, so it must have been Jacksonville.
Yeah, I think so.
Jacksonville or Carolina?
Yeah,
the Panthers.
Maybe I can't remember, but he's like, oh, we got a football team now, and nobody told me. He came back. What if he came back? The movie ends and he's with his family, and he's like, I got an island accent. I spent 4 years on the island.
All the time on the island make me go crazy, man.
It's the island that give you the accent, man. It's not the people.
It's all the time in the sand and the sun.
I've been having sex with Christmas presents for the past 4 years, man. They wash up on the shore, and I'd be having sex with the Christmas presents.
Damn, I've never seen that movie. Is that what happens?
Yeah.
That's Wilson's A Christmas Present?
Mm-hmm.
How unlucky, dude, because if that was a present-day movie, there would be a lot of pocket pussies being mailed. At least as gag gifts.
Yeah. There's probably a lot of weed in the mail, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Damn, I need a weed sound effect. I'm gay.
Yeah, now I just started looking at porn. It's crazy how that happens.
Yeah, let me look up Deborah's titties again. Deborah,
I might just fucking put my name in the hat at a temp agency. I guess the economy's fucked, so there's no jobs. But just get jobs at like offices, and then immediately just start looking at pornography on the computer.
It would be an awesome game for us to get temp jobs.
Yeah,
see who can get fired faster.
We should do that, dude. We should transition more into like a Jackass vibe for the show and start doing pranks. Now that you got a soundboard, we got to up the technology. We got to start calling people and shit.
That's right, we do.
Yeah.
You want to play a game? It's you show me your pussy. The game is you show me your pussy.
I love that, dude. Saw?
Do you want to show me your... Okay, fine. If you show me your pussy, or I'll saw off that guy's penis. Or I'll put a key in his ass.
Can you route me into that?
Can I just see your pussy?
We'll figure out how to route you in, man.
Damn, I want to be the Saw guy.
I'm sorry, dude. I'll tell you what it is. We got to both get dueling. The software is called Voice Mod.
Yeah, let me see if...
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'm looking at her tits right now.
Let me see if I can... You want to play your game? How do you do it? You want to play a game? You want to play a game? Game.
You want to play a game?
You want to play a game? Let's see. Tone. Rate. Tone.
You got it, man.
You want to play a game?
In the meantime, why don't we hear from your penis?
You want to play?
Hi, it's me, Nick's penis. This is how I sound, because I'm really tiny.
Do you want to play a game? Game?
I have only been sucked by men.
Game.
And they've all been ugly.
Do you want to play?
I've never been sucked by a woman.
Do you want to play a game?
Anyway,
play a game?
I'm gonna go now.
Do you want to play a
I'm
game?
gonna go think about
Do you
a
want to play a
man's
game?
ass and get hard.
Game.
Oh, I'm gonna get as big as 2.5
Do you want to play a game?
Bye, guys.
Do you want to play?
Figure it out, man.
Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game?
Now you're just doing techno.
Do you want to play a game?
Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game?
Game. Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game? Do you want to play a game?
Do you want to play a game?
Do you want to play a game?
The game is called Let Me See Your Pussy, and you can suck my dick.
Oh man, I love this voice thing.
Oh man, I can't believe you waited that long to drop the fucking the saw on it. Because it's like, you know, the comedian in me is like, come on, put more effort into it. It's got to be more than just you show me your pussy and then you get some.
Nope.
But the not comedian in me, the guy that quit stand up to just do this fucking bullshit podcast, is like, yes.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
just found out about this about a minute before the show.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, yeah, he's gonna keep asking to see her pussy. That's the joke.
He already kidnapped her.
Yep.
She's tied up. She's fucking being slowly fed into a furnace underneath an abandoned elementary school. And he's still like, come on, let me see the pussy.
Come on, just put up a little piece of it, please.
Let me see one cheek.
Oh, let me see one of your pussy cheeks. Just come on.
I just want to see one.
Whatever, I don't even want to see it.
Yeah. I have cancer, bitch.
My dick, I can't even get hard because I have ball cancer, you bitch. You're not even gonna let me see your pussy. Oh, okay, cool. No, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm dying of cancer, by the way. I'm teaching my daughter how to fucking do the job because I believe women. You're not even gonna give me a peek of a single pussy cheek. Damn. That dude, we gotta have.
You definitely do, man.
We gotta have dueling, but see, I'm on Mac, so I don't know if it's probably like if that even exists. It's like
I'm sure it exists.
Costs $85.99 a month.
Probably some bullshit like that.
And then all the features are like, you can sound like you're from France. You know, you can be a French, my Macintosh from France.
From France, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, bonjour, mon frère. Would you like to have, how do you say, gay sex with me?
What filter is that even? What is that even supposed to be? It's just not, you're just doing a French accent yourself.
You see, you hear the romantique, this from France, the background vocals.
Yeah, I thought it was more French, the music, but it's called Romantic Paris. I was really hoping for an accordion or something.
Yeah.
That's why you got to check your voices beforehand, folks.
Damn.
But hey, what are you gonna do?
I love that saw.
Let me see your pussy.
Yeah. Can I just let's play a game?
The game is called I See Your Pussy. The game.
Suck dick or die. The choice is yours.
Ah, fuck, man. Oh, jeez, Luis, man.
Well, that's another one in the books.
What do you got for the day, brother? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna make some food. And
Respect.
then,
What's on the docket?
Chicken, peppers. I mean, the same shit. Maybe a banana. That's the thing. The diet ended, but I'm like, it's still quarantine. It's still quarantine, so it's like, I guess I'm still cooking for myself, and it's gonna be that.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm making baked chicken wing. My boy.
I thought I would
get moving out.
I thought I'd get tired of eating like eggs with egg whites in the morning, but it's like, no. I just had regular eggs, and I kind of developed a taste for
the regular eggs. Are too creamy for you, dude?
Yeah, they're too rubbery.
Too rich.
Yeah, too rich. So I just lighten them up with some extra egg whites in there. Maybe like a 3-to-1 ratio. And then I kind of like turkey bacon now.
Damn.
Yeah, breakfast was nice. 3 eggs, splash of egg whites, 4 slices of turkey bacon, a piece of toast with some peanut butter and cinnamon.
Ooh, peanut butter and cinnamon. That's cute.
Yeah.
That's fucking cute right there. I'm about to have some cinnamon right now, dude. I've been making some squash. You ever fuck with acorn squash? Bake that bitch?
I don't know if I had an acorn squash. I've had a lot of spaghetti squash, and I might pick that shit up.
If you bake acorn squash, put a little coconut milk in there, throw some cinnamon, it tastes almost like rice pudding. It's good as fuck.
Really?
Yeah.
I was thinking actually about making rice pudding.
Yeah. Maybe make some rice pudding.
I have
the acorn squash is cute.
The quarantine started, and I was like, well, I guess you should get rice now, and I got one of those, like, bags at Costco that are for like people that haven't learned English yet.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
One of those.
They're like fucking a hay bag.
Yeah. And like I thought, I'll probably go through this in a month. I'm gonna have that rice for years.
Yeah, you're a single man.
Yeah.
That's meant to feed like a Korean family of 12.
Yeah. Well, it's time to have some Korean kids.
Dude, you should. You would be a great white dad.
Yeah. I feel bad. I mean, I would knock up an Asian for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Who wouldn't?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Amen, brother.
But you can't.
You said it.
God forbid, you have a son.
Oh yeah.
You can't. You've seen the half Asian subreddit. You know how fucking angry those guys are.
Yeah, that's true. That's a real coin flip. That's a weighted coin flip. Because if you get daughter, great.
Daughter's fine.
Very hot.
A woman can deal with being half white, half Asian. Fucking a man cannot. It's all of the problems of being Asian without the chill factor. You're as unchill as a white guy, but then you're fucking Asian on top of it. Imagine being a white dude that also had to be Asian. That sucks.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You're like, this fucking sucks. You're like, what's wrong, man? You're like, I'm fucking Asian. You're like, oh, that's the white guy who's upset about.
I think it's feast or famine. I think they can be, the worst case scenario is very bad, though. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot. I think I could, when me and my brothers go get Korean barbecue for Thanksgiving.
They straight up stopped making Blasians.
That's true.
That stopped
happened there.
I think Street Fighter got shitty.
Mm-hmm.
And then, no, I mean, really. I think that's what it is. I think it starts there. Dragon Ball Z went off the air and Street Fighter ended, and then that was sort of what created the Blasian invasion. The Blasian invasion.
How do we get it back, dude? Reboot Street Fighter?
Yeah, you gotta get black people back into Asian culture.
I think they're in it. You know what I think it is? It's become mainstream.
Yeah.
So it's no longer you're hanging out with a bunch of Asian guys to watch anime.
I think
cool black guys all watch anime together.
I think the reason is that it's like it's a type of race mixing that doesn't destabilize anything, and so the powers that be stop pushing it on people.
I see. Yes, which is how, to be clear, that's how all race mixing.
All race mixing happens that way.
The powers that be push it on.
The powers,
yeah, that's true.
It'd be cool to have like a alt-right jazz podcast. We just talk about jazz and then fucking like eugenics and what is it, phrenology.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Like, well, black people are incapable of creativity. Love that lick. You know, their minds aren't capable, and but then they're both like jazz historians. They know everything about jazz.
It's so awesome.
They love jazz.
Love jazz. Love the NBA. That would be a great type of racist guy.
Yeah.
Exclusively consumes black.
Right. I love
like
that.
even rock bands. It's like he likes. What's the one? Color Me Bad. No.
Hootie and the Blowfish.
No. There's the one.
Bad Brains.
Maybe Bad Brains. Yeah, they just picked the 3 black bands. That's the only ones they like.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. There's one black band that has an awesome song.
I'm racist, and the only musician I like is Darius Rucker. I've never seen a picture of him.
Yeah.
I have no idea what he looks like.
But I tell you, that man, the way he sings frees my soul.
So eat me the ass, boy, and fuck my hole. I wanna get fucked in my asshole.
I'm fucking gay.
Yeah.
I'm gay as shit.
Damn. All right.
Suck on my dick, boy, and fuck my ass. I wanna get raped and deny it later, if anyone asks. I'm just looking at Deborah Wilson's tits right now. Some pretty cool. Oh, someone photoshopped Deborah Messing onto a lady with big tits, and that's the fakest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Well.
All right, folks. Some really bad Deborah Messing fakes here.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Brutal stuff.
Yeah, I used to. My big joke when I was like 10 years old was that the reason Jack and fucking Will are gay is because Deborah Messing's tits suck.
That's a really good one for 10, dude.
Dude, I was fucking. That's the thing. It wasn't a journey.
You had it, brother.
I was here.
You had it. We've all been who we've been the whole time.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I was out there the fat life of a party.
Yeah.
From a young age, dude.
Yeah, it's funny because I think back and it's like, oh, I was so miserable. And it's like, well, I just now know how miserable I was. But in the confines of being just a fat retard that can only make jokes, it's like,
oh, yeah.
Is that the ideal? And it's like,
absolutely was.
Yeah, because you have to distract yourself. You can't look in a mirror. And it'll kill you to do so.
Absolutely correct.
So you're like, well, I guess I better make jokes.
Yep.
And then it's nonstop.
And now we know about the Matrix, dude.
Now you know about the Matrix.
Now we're Joey Pantoliano trying hard to get back in there, but we're doomed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted some steak.
Just him having that romantic dinner with Agent Smith.
Yeah, I'll do it, but I want to suck your cock.
So what are we doing? We're going back to your place. Yeah. Just Agent Smith all stoic getting fucked in the ass by Joey Pants. And he's like, and after this, you give me the codes to Zion. And he's like, no, I told you I don't have them. I can get you the guy who has them, though. Yeah. There's one thing I want. You want Neo? There's one thing I want. You gotta let me fuck you in the ass.
Just wearing the suit top still, but his ass is getting fucked.
Mm-hmm.
No bottoms, full suit up top.
Yeah. All right. Well, I have to piss.
Folks.
Yeah.
We'll see you Sunday. Buy Nick shirts, come.town. This Friday, I am doing a Stabby Solves Your Problems on Twitch with guest Tim Dillon. Check that out. It's also on YouTube, Stabby Solves Your Problems. We just had Ian this week. It was really fucking good, so check that out if you want to watch some visual comedy. Other than that, buy the shirts. Hopefully we'll be able to tour sometime next year. Who fucking knows?
I just bought clippers. I got, real deal clippers coming.
Nice.
I'm getting back into cutting my own hair.
Love that.
Yeah.
You gonna do anything with the beard or just the hair?
Just the hair. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm see if I can do a good bald fade on myself.
Respect. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's gonna look bad.
It's gonna look horrible.
I'm gonna keep learning. Because the thing, I'll probably go bald eventually. So
see, listen, man, you can't be talking like that.
I'm sorry, dude. It's just.
First of all, I don't care. I have a beautiful full head of hair, as you can see.
Yeah,
it's growing out.
You can already see my shit's fucking. It's. My shit is
How fucking dare! Put your fucking hat down, man.
No, you can see it. It's
Put
already
your fucking hat down.
It's already. I got some recession here.
Shut the fuck up.
Every year that sneaks back a little bit.
Shut
further.
the hell up.
This side is mostly fine though.
Honestly, I don't even care.
Little devil horns. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Cut your own hair. I'm excited, dude. I'm growing my shit out.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to have a fucking. I honestly, the only thing that's getting me through this is thinking about being on a beach with a fucking ponytail.
Mm-hmm.
Just absolutely a fucking earring.
Dude, we should go to the beach.
A silk shirt open.
Look, we should both get tested, and that way we can fucking hang again. Still do the show remotely.
Yeah.
But go back to being regular friends. That way this can finally be the job that it should be.
Agreed. 100%.
We can keep the friendship discreet.
I love that
in the podcast. We should go to Puerto Rico. Have a fucking nice little vacation in Puerto Rico.
All I want, silk shirt, fucking earring, blowing in the wind. I want to be eating a woman's pussy who's on a hammock, and she's tugging my hair with the ponytail.
2 cigars at once.
Cigar? No joke. I've been thinking about smoking cigars again, because it's nice on the porch to do something, and I don't want to smoke weed.
It's nice it's nice on the porch. We get a little cabana. We go out there, our week in Puerto Rico. Maybe I take the day to go visit the rainforest and go on a nice little walk. You can
whoring.
You can go whoring. And then at night, we get drunk off absinthe and go bet on the cockfights.
No joke. That sounds awesome.
Dude, post-corona this is when dudes become male men dudes.
Dudes become male dudes.
Yeah.
Male men dudes.
Geo male dudes. We evolved to Raya dude.
That's right, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't wait.
All right.
All right, folks. See you next time. Bye.
Later.